Chapter 675. The two maids who supported Princess Taiping were still standing on the side, but Princess Taiping did not seem to care about their existence. However, as soon as she said this, the two maids knew that they should not listen to her anymore. They immediately let go of Princess Taiping's elbow and walked away without moving their shoulders or skirts. Yang Fan winked at Princess Taiping and whispered, "Then how do you want me to thank you?" Princess Taiping stuck out her proud breasts and said in a pretentious tone, "Supervisor Yang, tonight you will sleep with me. You have to do your best." Yang Fan could not help laughing and said, "I am afraid that your highness will not be able to bear it. I don't know who will be sad when the time comes." Princess Taiping blushed and patted him coquettishly. Yang Fan joked for a bit before withdrawing his smile. With a stern expression, he said, "If your highness thinks that I took great pains to trouble Princess to make this trip just to help me vent my anger and make Lai Junshun unhappy, then you are gravely mistaken." He looked up at the mountain and said, "Come on, let's talk on away so that we will not miss the show." On the hillside, Zhang Tongxiu and his group had disappeared behind a rock. Princess Taiping did not need the help of the two maids and could also climb the mountain. The two walked along the stone steps to the top of the mountain. The family guards began to move their belongings from the carriage. Princess Taiping and Yang Fan went up the stairs and continued the topic. She looked at him and said, "You called me here not to help you vent your anger, but to..." Her eyes turned mischievously, and she suddenly smiled coquettishly. Her cheeks were slightly red, and she said shyly, "Is it because you miss me?" Looking at her eyebrows and the corners of her eyes, which were full of amorous feelings, and even deliberately put on a cute appearance, Yang Fan couldn't help but feel his heart sway when he saw this. The charm of this kind of mature and beautiful woman was really hard to resist. He stared at Princess Taiping and said, "If you do not want to hear it, then I will not say it." All right, all right." Princess Taiping successfully flirted with her Lang Jun and couldn't help but feel happy. She made a face at him and giggled. "Go ahead. I'll listen." Yang Fan said, "It's not a big deal to be bullied a little. If it was just to embarrass Lai Junshun, I wouldn't have bothered to go through all this trouble. Fighting over power is something only children like." Princess Taiping blinked her eyes and nodded seriously. "Yes. Speaking of which, my Erlang is really becoming more and more like an adult." Yang Fan rolled his eyes at her and said, "Am I not an adult?" Princess Taiping glanced at him and leaned over. She gently bit her red lips and asked maliciously, "How big is it?" Yang Fan did not know whether to laugh or cry. If not for the guards and servants of the princess mansion following them from afar, Taiping's buttocks would have been slapped. "My royal highness, can't you be a little more serious?" Princess Taiping said worriedly. "If I'm too serious, will annoy you?" Yang Fan snorted and ignored her double entendre. He said slowly, "Wealth is a shack that will collapse in 10 years. Power is a stone palace that will not collapse in 1,000 years. But what is this kind of glory?" Yang Fan pursed his lips and blew away a snowflake that was floating in front of him. Yang Fan said, "It's just a fleeting snowflake. I really don't understand why some people are so happy about it and fight over it." Although Princess Taiping was clever, she really didn't guess Yang Fan's purpose this time. She really thought that Yang Fan was angry with Lai Junshun for deliberately showing off his power in the Dragon Gate. So he asked her for help and wanted to make Lai Junshun suffer. That was why she successfully angered a group of flower protectors and made them go up the mountain to find trouble with Lai Junshun. That was why she was happy. At this time, listening to Yang Fan's funny tone and contemptuous metaphor, she realized that her thinking seemed to be wrong. Thinking of when Yang Fan sent someone to send a message, he specifically asked her to bring the Zhang brothers. Princess Taiping suddenly realized, "The Zhang brothers? Your target is them?" "Yes." Yang Fan smiled. They were both smart women, but because of their different backgrounds and environments, it was obvious that Princess Taiping was more sensitive to politics and conspiracies. If it were one Xiaoman or Anu, they would not understand his intention so quickly. Yang Fan said, "Frankly speaking, when Lai Junshun first returned to the capital, I also looked down on him. I thought that the Empress was only remembering Lai Junshin's heroic contributions to the Empress when she first ascended the throne, so she transferred him back to the capital as repayment. But after the case of Lu Sili and Su Lianyao, I understood. Yang Fan took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He looked at the white fog that quickly dissipated in the air. Lai Junshin has always considered himself a lonely official, and the Empress has always been aware of this. So, her trust in Lai Junshin has never disappeared. As long as Lai Junshin does not go too far, no one can really put him to death. The Empress may punish him because he has gone too far, but whenever she needs to use cruel means to sweep away a possible threat, she will still think of him, and then promote him, and put him in an important position. Because the Empress feels that such a person can be trusted, and it is convenient to use him. Yang Fan looked at the thoughtful Princess Taiping, smiled, and said, "The Empress once wanted to use me to replace him, but unfortunately, I have disappointed her. My means are not as ruthless as Lai Junshin, and the Empress does not use me well. Moreover, no matter if I walked with Li Zhaoda or Wu Sanxi, she wouldn't be happy in her heart. Perhaps she is very confident in me, but it does not mean that she will rely on me as a confidant. She wants a confidant. As long as she is on the throne, she will always be the only master in her eyes. As long as she gives the order, he will not hesitate to bite anyone for her." Princess Taiping's expression also became serious, and she said word by word, "But there are fewer and fewer people like this around the Empress. The Empress originally thought that the throne has been settled, and there is no problem without such people. But the case of Lu Sili and Su Lianyao made her feel danger again." Yang Fan nodded and said, "That's right. So, it is very difficult for us to use normal means to bring him down. Even when he is working for the Empress, he continues to smuggle personal goods into the palace. The Empress is getting older and older, but she is still indecisive about the Crown Prince. At this time, she needs people like Lai Junshin more." Princess Taiping said, "So, letting him be the capital governor and the Minister of Agriculture is just the beginning. It will not be long before the Empress will transfer him back to the three-law division." Yang Fan said, "Then he will become the Empress's eyes and ears and fangs again. The ruthless officials of the censorate have been swept away, but Lai Junshin does not stick to one pattern when selecting talents. It will not be long before he can recruit a group of ruthless officials again. This kind of people is much easier to find than the capable and good officials who can govern the country." Princess Taiping stopped, and her eyes shone. "After the collapse of those ruthless officials, we have expanded our power for the first time. If Lai Junshin is allowed to grow again, it will be a disaster for us. It is very likely that, when the Empress passes away, we will not have enough power to fight against the Wu family and restore Li Tang. But even the crime of framing the Prime Minister cannot bring him down. So it will only be possible if someone who is more important than him in the Empress' heart takes action." Yang Fan said with a smile, "That's right. Then, in the Empress' heart, who is more important than Lai Junshin?" Princess Taiping silently turned around and answered sadly, "It will not be me. Her own son and daughter, none of them." Yang Fan patted her arm comfortingly and said, "So, evil people need to be dealt with by evil people." Princess Taiping said doubtfully, "Do you think that the Zhang brothers can do it?" Yang Fan glanced at her and said, "Don't look down on them just because they are male escorts. Not everyone who is a male escort is the kind of person who has evil intentions. The Empress' love for them now is far more than Xue Huai in the past. But are they as domineering as Xue Huai in the past? However, in the dark, they have done so many things. Xue Huai has served the Empress for more than 10 years. But does he have his own soldiers in the court? However, how long have the Zhang brothers served the Empress? How much power do they have in the court? After all, the Zhang brothers are from a famous family, and they are well-read. These two people are not simple." Princess Taiping turned her head and looked at him with a strange look in her eyes. Yang Fan asked with a smile, "What is it?" Princess Taiping said, "Their thinking is meticulous, their methods are ruthless, and the general situation of the court is clear at a glance. This method of killing with a borrowed knife is used to the point of perfection. If you have been immersed in the court for decades, suffered countless losses, received countless lessons, and stood out in many games, it would not be strange to have such thinking and methods. But you, Princess Taiping shook her head lightly and murmured, "You have such foresight, such thinking, and such methods. It is more than enough to be a prime minister who can subdue the feudal lords and control hundreds of officials. But how old are you? You have only been in the court for a few years? Are there really people with natural talents in the world?" Yang Fan felt ashamed in his heart. If this princess knew that he was the master of the succession hall that was jointly established by the 7 largest aristocratic families in the world, if she knew that the most important department under him was not those Jianghu people recruited from the 3 mountains and 5 peaks, not those rich merchants who secretly controlled the economic lifelines of the world, and not those officials who had infiltrated all levels of the court, but the Sky Observation Department, she would not have said so. Sky observation, observing the changes of the sky, deducing all things. In the succession hall, there were some people like this. They were either well-read scholars or old officials who had worked in a court for half their lives. Their only job every day was to discuss, deduce, and plan some matters related to the current situation and important officials based on the various kinds of information sent by the secret department. These people often reviewed the successful or failed people and matters of the past dynasties and summed up their experiences and lessons. Based on the various kinds of information they had, they could see the political situation of the court in time. They would deduce and analyze the political struggles in the court and the changes in the situation inside and outside the court, and then come to a conclusion. Perhaps 1 or 2 of these sophisticated and experienced people would make a lot of mistakes in their analysis. But if many wise men came to the same conclusion, then the possibility of them making a mistake would be very small. Yang Fan had been influenced by Dragonbeard guests since he was a child, so his starting point and knowledge were far higher than that of an average person. With the assistance of such a powerful think tank, he could already be considered to be very low-key by not displaying his demonic wisdom like Zhuge Liang. However, even the sharpest weapon had to be in the hands of people who knew how to use it. This Sky Observation Department gathered a large number of wise people who could be recruited by the aristocratic families. Most of them were not from the aristocratic families. Therefore, in order to prevent the succession hall from being controlled by them, these people were only responsible for research and judgment. As for whether the results of the deduction were accepted or executed by the headmaster, they had no room to ask. They did not even know whether the headmaster would take a look at the results of their deduction. Yang Fan looked at Princess Taiping's appreciative and even worshipful gaze. He smiled tenderly and said some sweet words without thinking. "There is no such thing as a heaven-bestowed talent. Isn't it because of you that I can be like this? As the saying goes, one is stained by the company he keeps. After being with you for a long time, I have unconsciously become smarter." Princess Taiping giggled. Although she was still curious why Yang Fan's analysis of the plan was so shrewd, she knew that he didn't want to say it, so she didn't ask further. "Well, listen to what you said. What you did today, is it for me, for our Leaf family?" Yang Fan said with a smile, "That's right. I have painstakingly worked so hard for your highness. Why would your highness thank me?" Princess Taiping sighed and pretended to be pitiful. She said, "I have nothing valuable. I really have no way to repay such a great kindness. How about I devote myself to you?" Yang Fan touched his nose and said helplessly, "This seems to be the same as the result of your highness standing up for me." Princess Taiping said confidently, "How can there be no difference? When I threw myself into someone's arms, according to that person's words, there is a big difference." Oh no, she was going to settle old scores with him. Yang Fan hurriedly begged for mercy. Okay, your highness said. "Yang Fan, you are good. You are good." A strange scream like the cry of an ape suddenly sounded, interrupting Yang Fan's words. Yang Fan and Princess Taiping suddenly raised their heads and saw Lai Junshen was standing on a hillside. His clothes were untidy. He did not even wear his headscarf. His hair was disheveled. He was stamping with rage while pointing at Lai Junshen and shouting, Yang Fan, you are really something. Ha ha ha. I will follow your surname. From now on, I will follow your surname. Ouch. Lai Junshun was jumping happily on the hillside like a god when he suddenly slipped and sat down on the snowy ground. He slid down the hillside and screamed even louder, "Help! Yang, you and I can't live under the same sky. Help!" Yang Fan covered his eyes with his hand and gazed into the distance until Lai Junshun's figure disappeared behind a hill. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief and mumbled, "I'm not being paranoid. I really feel that he's a little abnormal." Chapter 676. A few more people appeared on the hillside. They were Huzelluo, Huang Fuzhongbei, and Lai Junshun's Sinong Temple subordinates. They used their hands to form a loudspeaker, shouted towards the foot of the hill, "Lai Shaoqing, Qing." Ming Shi and Li Jun, the two Minister of Agriculture, were so anxious that they turned around in circles. Wei Suizhong stretched out his hand and pushed the small officials down the hill. "Quickly go and see how Lai Shaoqing is doing." Seeing this, Ming Shi and Li Jun did not wait for Wei Suizhong to push the people down. They hurriedly sat down clumsily and slid down the hill with their butts arching. In the valley at the foot of the hill, a long and mournful howl, like a wolf's howl, came from afar. "Yang Fan, you and I swear to be irreconcilable." Li, Princess Taiping smiled and said, "It seems that Lai Junshun hates you more than he hates the Zhang brothers." Yang Fan smiled and said, "What does that matter? As long as the Zhang brothers think that he is hateful, it's fine." Princess Taiping said, "Do you think that they will become enemies because of this?" Yang Fan said, "Did you not see Lai Junshun's sorry state? Both sides have already made their moves. With the Zhang brothers' arrogance and Lai Junshun's vengeful nature, their enmity will be settled." Princess Taiping said, "I don't think so. Now it seems that the Zhang brothers have the upper hand, so they may not necessarily hate Lai Junshun. Although Lai Junshun is narrow-minded, he is not an idiot. The Zhang brothers' position in the court is like the sun in the sky. Lai Junshun may make a move in his shame and anger, but after he sobers up, he may not dare to provoke the Zhang brothers again." Yang Fan smiled and said, "That is not a problem. I only need to think of a way to make the Zhang brothers feel that Lai Junshun has already set his sights on them. That will be enough." Princess Taiping glanced at him and said, "Don't forget that the one he hates the most is you. Don't fall before he falls." Yang Fan said indifferently, "Even without today's matter, he still hates me to the bone. Right now, I'm a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water. Anyway, he didn't manage to kill me the first time, so it'll be hard for him to do it again." On the hillside, Zhang Tongxiu, Zhang Changqi, Cui Shi, Gao Jian, and the rest rushed over. They heard that Lai Junshun was extremely angry and lost his footing and slipped down the mountain. They could not help but look at each other in astonishment. Then they heard indistinctly the sounds of cursing coming from the valley below the mountain. They knew that Lai Junshun was not dead. Moreover, he was cursing with full strength. They were relieved and laughed out loud. Zhang Tongxiu and the others laughed as they welcomed Duke Taiping, their expressions filled with pride. In Yang Fan's expectations, there would definitely be a quarrel between the two sides. A quarrel would be enough. Even if Lai Junshun could maintain his rationality and swallow his anger, he would not wait for an opportunity to retaliate against the Zhang brothers. He would also think of a way to make the Zhang brothers feel that Lai Junshun had already become a big threat to them. Then he would take the initiative to eliminate Lai Junshun. But Yang Fan did not expect that the two sides would develop to such an intense degree. Lai Junshun actually dared to fight with the Zhang brothers. Even Yang Fan somewhat admired Lai Junshun's courage. "Lai Junshun, you are really a man." In fact, Lai Junshun was very clear that the status of him and the Zhang brothers in the eyes of the emperor was different. One was the emperor's favorite concubine, the other was the emperor's watchdog. The difference in status could not be mentioned in the same breath. So when Zhang Tongxiu and the others came to his door and used rude words to drive him away from the mountain, he did not want to fight. Although he had already talked big in front of Yang Fan, he really did not plan on fighting with the Zhang brothers. Even though the Zhang brothers had immediately chased them out like dogs after they went up the mountain, and he had just taken off his robes and happily soaked in the hot spring pool. He hadn't even had time to wet his hair, so he was truly in a sorry state. He looked at the contemptuous and hateful expressions of the Zhang brothers and only fantasized for a moment in his heart. He fantasized that he would fiercely rush up and punch the Zhang brothers' incessant and ridiculing mouths. He would beat the noses of these lowly bastards who relied on their brothers to serve an old woman in bed and make their noses bleed. Just thinking about it like this made Lai Junshin secretly happy. In the end, when he thought of this scene, his hands swung out. He couldn't hold back. Ever since Lai Junshin was banished to Tongzhou, his originally hidden and not very obvious mental abnormalities began to grow stronger. His emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, and joy were often uncontrollable. He never thought that he was sick. In that era, no one defined this state as madness. He just thought that he had always been loyal and devoted to the emperor. Receiving such unfair treatment, his heart was angry and difficult to quell, so his emotions were a bit abnormal. No matter what, this time his outburst was not at the right time. When his fist swung out, he realized something was wrong. In his shock, his fist sank. He didn't hit Zhang Changyi's mouth, but his chest. Zhang Tongxiu and the others never thought that Lai Junshin would be so arrogant. They had already reported their identities and clearly stated that they were invited by the princess to the Dragon Gate hot spring. Lai Junshin, whose status was not as noble as theirs and who originally did not have the right to enjoy this royal hot spring, actually dared to attack them. The enraged Zhang Tongxiu and his brothers immediately fought back. 3 against 1, they beat Lai Junshin into a sorry state. This Lai Junshin was also a lowly person. The more he was beaten, the clearer his mind became and his madness stopped acting up. He didn't believe it was such a coincidence that when he came to the Dragon Gate, Princess Taiping and the Zhang family's disciples also came. Not to mention that Princess Taiping and Yang Fan's scandal was known to everyone. He was sure that all of this was planned by Yang Fan. So Lai Junshin endured the humiliation and didn't fight back. He ran all the way out of the spring palace where he stayed. He angrily cursed at Yang Fan. In the end, he lost his footing and slipped down the hill. When Zhang Tongxiu and the others went to Princess Taiping, the 2 maids had already returned to her side and held her arms. Zhang Tongxiu and the others went to Princess Taiping's side and proudly cupped their hands, saying, "Your Highness, fortunately we didn't disappoint you. Lai Junshin, that disgusting thing, has been driven away. Your Highness, please go up the mountain." Princess Taiping sighed and said, "After all, Lai Junshin is a high-ranking official of the imperial court. Although it's against the rules for him to stay in the spring palace, it's fine to let him leave. There's no need to make such a scene." Zhang Changyi explained, "Your Highness, you don't know. Originally, we were just persuading them to leave with kind words. But we didn't expect that Lai Junshin would be so arrogant. Knowing our identities, he still dared to attack me. I was punched in the chest by him first. Do we still need to be polite to him?" Princess Taiping said worriedly, "Of course I'm not afraid of him. But Lai Junshin is narrow-minded and will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Since young master has offended him, I'm afraid he will harm young master. Young master is standing up for me. How can I feel at ease?" Zhang Changyi looked up to the sky and laughed. He sneered and said, "Your Highness, you don't need to worry about me. Others might be afraid of Lai Junshin, but I'm not." Cui Di couldn't help but say to Yang Fan, "Director Yang was suspended from his post because he tried to stop Lai Junshin from going up the mountain. Now Lai Junshin must think that you sent us here to make trouble for him. Listen, he's still shouting at the foot of the mountain. Every word and sentence is your name. You have to be careful." Yang Fan wasn't angry. He just smiled and replied, "Thank you, young Master Cui, for reminding me. I'll be careful and not let him catch me." Cui Di's punch hit the air. He felt very sad. He wanted to say something more, but Princess Taiping's jade-like face turned cold. She said indifferently, "Let's go up the mountain. Princess, please." Zhang Tongxiu, Hui Fan, and the others hurriedly moved to the left and right, protecting Princess Taiping as they went up the mountain. Di saw this and didn't care to bicker with Yang Fan anymore. He wanted to rush over to be her protector. Suddenly, his sleeve was pulled by someone. Di turned his head to look. He saw eldest brother Shi's face was black and terrifyingly dark. His heart couldn't help but shake, and he hurriedly slowed his steps. Shi purposely slowed his steps and gradually pulled away from Princess Taiping and the others. He then shouted angrily at Di in a low voice, "Idiot! Stubborn idiot! Yang Fan is the leader of the Xian clan. His status is higher than yours and mine. His power is incomparable. Does he care if the position of an official in the imperial court is big or small, high or low? If you use this to attack him, how can it hurt him at all? It's you and I who are seeking protection everywhere in order to become officials. Once we successfully step into the Sherlin world, we will have to cooperate and help Yang Fan. If we offend someone like him for no reason, what benefit is there for the Chui family?" The relationship between the Chui brothers and Yang Fan, using a more modern explanation, was that the 7 wealthy families of the Chui, Liu, Wang, Zheng, and Li families had invested in a company. Yang Fan was the CEO of this company, and the father of the 2 young masters, Shi and Di, was one of the 7 directors of the company. Just any one of the directors would not be able to touch Yang Fan, and it was even more impossible for these 2 young masters. But because of this layer of relationship, the 2 sides had a relatively close relationship. Now that the 2 brothers Shi and Di had come out to make their way into society, if Yang Fan was willing to take care of them and use his connections and power to make things convenient for the 2 brothers, it would naturally be beneficial for their development. However, if Di blindly became enemies with Yang Fan, then if Yang Fan didn't want to break off his relationship with Director Chui, he wouldn't do anything detrimental to them because of their rude and provocative words. However, he would have sufficient reason not to give them help and care. Di also understood the logic of what his elder brother said, but he had already made Princess Taiping his prey. As soon as he saw Yang Fan, he couldn't resist the flames of jealousy burning in his heart. Shi saw him raise his head to glance at Princess Taiping's back and couldn't help but laugh out of anger. He said resentfully, "Which eye of Princess Taiping's has taken a fancy to you? The 2 of them flirted right in front of you, and you couldn't even tell. Jiulong, oh Jiulong, you are completely blind. If you don't improve, you'd better return to Dingzhou. Otherwise, sooner or later, you'll be like Liu Binji and become a sinner of the family." Shi finished speaking and left with a wave of his sleeve. Di stood in a daze, looking at his elder brother's back with a blank expression. Chapter 677. The night was deep, the curtains were heavy, and the 4 glazed lamps made the bathing pool in the spring palace look magnificent. The round bathing pool, with a radius of several feet, was made of fine white marble. For streams of running water flowed out from the mouths of the 4 copper carps and slowly poured into the pool. Princess Taiping stood at the edge of the pool and gently raised her arms. A gauze dress as thin as a cicada's wing floated down to the ground, revealing an enchanting jade body like a snake or a water demon. That pair of slender and perfectly round thighs was just like the legendary mermaids of the East Sea, pink and delicate, moving people's hearts. She untied the extremely gorgeous rose-colored bra, and before the pair of white and tender and firm breasts could be seen a little, she stepped into the bathing pool. Her plump and smooth and firm, fragrant snow-white buttocks, in that breathtaking sway, broke the waves and sank a large piece of dazzling snow-white light to the bottom of the water. The hot spring water was slippery, and the steam was dense, wrapping a plump, well-proportioned, and delicate body in it. It was as if she was wrapped in a layer of undergarments made of mist, adding some color to her body. Yang Fan was like a thief, or it could be said that he was a thief now, a flower thief. He leaped over the eaves and vaulted over the walls, passing through the houses and the ridges, until he quietly appeared in Princess Taiping's bathing palace. Yang Fan easily sneaked in. The outer guards, the inner servants, and the palace maids had already been sent away by Princess Taiping. He entered the room very calmly. As the mermaid swayed, Princess Taiping, who was immersed in the hot spring with her eyes slightly closed, came into his sight. A pair of proud and delicate breasts were half floating and half sinking in the water mist. The smooth, fragrant silk was delicate and creamy, a few strands of black hair scattered in the snow-white light, looking especially enchanting. Yang Fan originally wanted to quietly walk over, but suddenly appeared in front of her, which surprised her. Who would have thought that as soon as he reached out to touch the soft gauze curtain, a sweet sound of wind chimes came from the top of the gauze curtain. Yang Fan couldn't help but stop and smile bitterly. Hearing the bell, Princess Taiping suddenly opened her bright and beautiful eyes. When she saw the familiar figure in the curtain under the light, a bright and happy smile appeared on her face, but her voice revealed a coquettish tone. "Humph! Why are you acting so sneakily? Could it be a thief?" Yang Fan held back his laughter and replied in all seriousness, "I'm not a thief. I'm here to accept a challenge." Princess Taiping's pretty face turned red, and her voice became somewhat vague. "What battle?" Yang Fan walked forward slowly and pushed aside the curtains. He said leisurely, "This morning, I fought with a madman with the surname Lai. This afternoon, I fought with a young boy with the surname Chui. As for now..." Princess Taiping sat up a little straighter, and her face became redder, but her eyes became brighter and brighter, brighter than the stars in the winter sky. "Now, who are you going to fight?" Yang Fan pushed aside the curtains, and along with the sweet sound of wind chimes, he drove away the layers of mist on the spring. He saw the beauty bathing in the water. As Princess Taiping sat up straight, a pair of snow-white and plump breasts proudly leaped out of the water. Looking at the two bright red spots at the tips, Yang Fan swallowed his saliva subconsciously and murmured with a sigh, "Water of calamity." Very quickly, a strong and masculine male body leaped into the mist-shrouded calamity with a poo-poo sound. In a meditation room in Qianxi Temple, Lai Junshan was wrapped in white strips of cloth, lying on the bed like a mummy. Huzalo, Huang Fuzhongbei, and the others surrounded a brazier in front of him. There was no wine or meat in the temple, and Huang Puzhong did not bring the wine and meat that he had brought with him out of the temple in a hurry. Therefore, the few of them only ate some porridge and flatbread, and held the most humble barbecued tail banquet in history. One of Lai Junshan's legs was propped on a stone pillow, and his upper body was leaning on a pile of bedding. He gritted his teeth and cursed, but the others did not make a sound, and their faces were a little dirty. Lai Junshan's injuries weren't serious. It was just that when he rolled down the mountain and passed by some protruding rocks and shrubs, he was scratched in many places. His injuries weren't serious, but there were a lot of wounds. The leg he used to prop himself up knocked heavily against a large rock. His thigh swelled up, but it wasn't fractured. Wei Suizhong did not know medicine, but seeing that Lai Junshan's body was full of injuries and looked scary, he wrapped him up like a dumpling. Lai Junshan cursed for a long time. He was originally a ruffian, and usually remembered that his status was different now, so he often played the role of a gentleman and pretended to be polite. But now, his politeness has long been swept away, and he was not afraid of the people around him. So he had no scruples and cursed viciously and crudely. But after Lai Junshan cursed for a long time, other than Wei Suizhong, no one made a sound. Lai Junshan was also discouraged, and lay there gloomily, not saying a word. Wei Suizhong picked up a few more pieces of charcoal and put them into the brazier. He watched as the fire grew stronger, and the red light reflected on their faces. Lai Junshan suddenly laughed. Wei Suizhong had long been used to his old superior's temperamental personality, and was not surprised at all. But he still had to ask, and hurriedly said, "Why is the prefectural magistrate laughing?" Lai Junshan said with a sly smile, "Suizhong, what do you think Her Highness is doing on the mountain now?" Lai Junshan's thinking was too jumpy, and Wei Suizhong could not keep up. He replied, "This, I really do not know." Lai Junshan laughed twice and said, "Of course you do not know, but you can guess." Lai Junshan sat up in high spirits and said excitedly, "The princess is either asleep now, or she is still bathing in the hot spring." Wei Suizhong was greatly discouraged and said with a wry smile, The prefectural magistrate is wise. Huzuo, Huang Fuzhongbei, and the others secretly looked at each other. Lai Junshan's strange behavior made them somewhat uneasy. Lai Junshan hurriedly waved his hand and said, "But I dare to conclude, whether the princess is asleep now or bathing in the hot spring, she will not be alone." Lai Junshan looked at everyone strangely and said, "It is not even two people." Ha ha ha. Lai Junshan laughed strangely again, and laughed so excitedly that he slapped his thigh, and then immediately cried out in pain. Huang Fuzhongbei's cheek twitched a few times and said embarrassedly, "It is already late at night. Prefectural Magistrate Lai, please rest early." Lai Junshan waved his hand and continued to enjoy himself. Everyone is sleeping together. Ha ha ha. I don't know how Yang Fan is feeling at this moment. Ha ha ha. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Princess Taiping was indeed asleep at this moment, but there were not many people sleeping together. Only two people, a man and a woman. Princess Taiping did not sleep on the pillow. She curled up her body and rested her head on Yang Fan's strong arm. She spread her beautiful hair on the pillow and made Yang Fan's pillow towel. She opened her arms and tightly hugged Yang Fan's body, and her legs were tightly intertwined with his, like a vine wrapped around his body. Her beautiful face was still hot after extreme pleasure, and her burning cheeks were tightly nestled against Yang Fan's chest, and listening to his powerful heartbeat, she was incomparably satisfied. Ever since her husband was sent to prison by her mother and starved to his last breath in prison, she was no longer an ordinary woman. She no longer regarded serving her husband and educating her children as a woman's only mission in life. However, she still longed for love and comfort, and Yang Fan was the harbor where her feelings poured out. Only when she was naked, lying in his arms, containing him, absorbing him, and completely integrated with him, she was not a princess, not a wife, not a mother, not a politician who was determined to restore Li Tang's power. At this moment, she was just a woman, a pure little woman. In the early morning, Yang Fan opened his eyes and subconsciously touched his side. The little devil who had been nestling in his arms all night was no longer there. Princess Taiping got up earlier than him, which surprised Yang Fan a little. A smart woman only wanted to show her most beautiful side to the man she loved. Perhaps in Yang Fan's eyes, a beautiful woman with disheveled hair and rosy cheeks, who had just woken up from thirst, had a special taste, but Princess Taiping didn't think so. After she became Yang Fan's woman, she paid special attention to this point. Therefore, she got up early before Yang Fan. When Yang Fan opened his eyes, she appeared as if she had been there for a long time. The temperature in the hot spring palace was very high, and the surface temperature here was completely different from that in other places. Vegetables and fruits could be grown in a shed here, which showed the temperature here. In order to dehumidify the palace, several braziers were lit, so the temperature inside was even higher. Therefore, Taiping's clothes were gorgeous but simple. She wore a narrow-sleeved muslin shirt and a long skirt. Under the thin muslin shirt, her plump breasts were wrapped in a tight, strapless hezi. The attractive cleavage was deep, and the high and deep breasts outlined the hot curves. "You're awake." Taiping smiled sweetly, and her eyes were bright and full of spirit. Her white and rosy face was like a cabbage that had just been watered by the spring rain, and it was so fresh and tender that water would come out of it if you pinched it. Seeing Yang Fan's amazed and appreciative eyes, Taiping was satisfied, knowing that this morning's effort was not in vain. She was like the most virtuous and gentle wife, waiting on Yang Fan to get up and helping him put on his underwear. The green salt for rinsing his mouth was prepared. The toothbrush was made of ivory, which was not the kind of crude products made by Ma Chiao's family. It was made of pearl powder, honey, ginseng, lotus root powder, almonds, and dang kernels. Yang Fan really enjoyed it. Needless to say, after using it, his face became as smooth as jade, elastic and tight. The effect was indeed excellent. Yang Fan began to think about how to get some for Xiaoman and Anu as gifts for the Shangyuan festival. Things that could make women more beautiful were more attractive than jewelry. Princess Taiping did not want two personal maids to serve her. She could not do anything about Wan'er, Xiao Man, and Anu. But if she let other women touch her man, she would really be jealous. She personally waited on Yang Fan to brush his teeth, wash his face, and comb his hair. Looking at the handsome and free look of her Lang Jun, she happily held his arm and said, "Lang Jun, eat breakfast with me." Outside the Jade Spring Palace where Princess Taiping resided, Cui Di was slowly strolling in the snowy forest. He deliberately dressed rather lightly, which made his tall stature look even more like a jade tree in the wind. However, the leaves of this jade tree were a little green. He thought about his eldest brother's words for half a night, and finally came to a conclusion. Eldest brother probably has a little interest in the princess, so he wants me to quit. He had to fight for the opportunity himself. So far, the princess really did not pay much attention to him. That was because there were too many excellent men around Her Highness. He thought that a chance encounter might make him the guest of this beautiful Luoyang peony. So, Cui Di was not happy. Chapter 678. Breakfast was relatively simple. There was fragrant jade japonica chicken porridge in a casserole, and a white porcelain plate made from ukiln was filled with lush green vegetables. This was picked early in the morning from the royal vegetable shed, and was a privilege that only Her Royal Highness the Princess could enjoy. There were all kinds of small pastries on a mysterious porcelain plate that was as lustrous as ice. There were also steamed cakes that had just come out of the oven early in the morning, and then there was salted deer jerky, redworm jerky, stirring, boiling, roasting, broiling, scalding, stir-frying, deep-frying, steaming, preserved, marinated, and gutted. The quantity of each dish was not much, and each dish was served on a small plate, but the variety of dishes included all of the above cooking methods. Not only were the dishes delicious, but they were also very beautiful. They were served in exquisite porcelain, and it stimulated one's appetite. Yang Fan ate with great relish. He had been concentrating on finishing the food on the plate, so when he was half full, he realized that Princess Taiping had unknowingly put down her jade chopsticks. She rested her chin on one hand and looked at him with great interest as he ate. Yang Fan had a mouthful of food in his mouth and asked vaguely, "What's wrong?" Princess Taiping shook her head. "Nothing. I just like watching you eat." Listening to her tender words, like the fragrance of her body, slowly seeped into his heart. The bowl of jade japonica chicken porridge in his hand seemed to taste even more delicious. When he was 80% full, Yang Fan picked up a white silk handkerchief and gently wiped his mouth. Yang Fan had been by Curly Beard's side since he was a child, so he was naturally familiar with the knowledge of keeping fit and nourishing his body. The maid served them a bowl of clear soup, which was made from stone fungus, stone hair, stone thread, seaweed, deer horn stew, smallpox mushroom, and other fresh ingredients. Yang Fan stirred the soup with a spoon from time to time, took a sip of the fresh, cold, and delicious soup, and said indifferently, "Although the positions of these people who followed you up the mountain are not very high, they all hold important positions. Among them, the Zhang brothers are definitely not your people. As for the others, they should all be your people. You are really amazing to be able to recruit so many young talents." Princess Taiping smiled and shook her head. "No, Gao Jian is my man. Zhang Shuo is not. This man is very talented. I really want to recruit him into my school." He and Gao Jian had always been friends. This time, Gao Jian had invited him over as a test. As for the Cui brothers, Princess Taiping thought for a while and said, "They have just joined my sect, so they don't know how strong I am. It's just that I have a say in front of the Queen Mother, so they asked me to join their sect. I'm still observing them. If they're talented, there's no harm in grooming them." "Oh? What's up with that muck?" Yang Fan's tone seemed careless, but it sounded like he was interrogating. The smile on Princess Taiping's face grew wider. Ever since Xuanzang came back from the Buddhist scriptures, the influence of Buddhism has been vaguely on par with Taoism. Taoism is the national religion of the Li Tang, and it is inextricably linked with the Li family. In order to curb Taoism, the Queen Mother has vigorously cultivated Buddhism. Now the influence of Buddhism has leaped above Taoism. Hui Fan has a very high position in Buddhism. If I can get his support at a critical moment, there will be a large number of believers on my side. These believers are not all common people. Among them, there are officials, generals, and soldiers. Is it not worth making friends with such people? After Princess Taiping finished speaking, she glanced at Yang Fan with a faint smile and said, I have told you everything. Do you have any more questions? Yang Fan touched his nose and said sourly, It sounds like it has nothing to do with personal matters. But why do I see people approaching you not to be your disciple, but to worship under your skirt? Princess Taiping raised her eyebrows and said proudly, Of course, I am a beauty. How can I be afraid that no one admires me? Yang Fan said, That's right, that's right. A pregnant woman with heavenly beauty and 6 months of pregnancy, it really makes people drool. Princess Taiping was overjoyed. She giggled and fell on the table. After laughing for a long time, she picked up an amber porcelain bottle and handed it to Yang Fan while panting and laughing, saying, Here. Yang Fan said, What is this? Princess Taiping said, This is vinegar. Since you like to be jealous so much, you might as well pour more. Yang Fan's handsome face tensed up. After a while, he could not help but burst out laughing. While chatting and laughing, they finished a bowl of 10 miles soup. The maid took away the food and brought up a plate of sliced cucumbers. Originally, Princess Taiping was the Empress's most beloved daughter, so he was not afraid that he would not be able to repay her for plucking 2 golden peaches. However, the golden peach tree that was carefully tended to did not bear many fruits this year. It was estimated that the number of ripe peaches that could be offered to the Empress during the Shangyuan festival would be very few. Moreover, Yang Fan had stolen the peaches and plucked a few for his wife and children to taste. Shui Tangcheng dared not offer the princess anymore. The cucumbers were already cut and stuck with toothpicks. Princess Taiping picked up a piece and stuffed it in her mouth. She said to Yang Fan, Langjun, please be patient and stay here for a few days. Just treat it as a self-cultivation. You don't have to worry too much about Lai Junshin. I will inform Tang Xiao and ask her to take care of you. As for Lai Junshin, he did not dare to involve you in Lu Silly's case this time, so he can't do anything to you for a while. Before he returns to the 3-law division, he does not have many ways to deal with you. Yang Fan said, My future is not urgent. The most important thing for you now is to consolidate and expand the benefits we have gained in the court and the southern border. In 3 years at most, help the officials who are loyal to Li Tang to consolidate their positions. At the same time, gradually transfer some important people to the central and key positions. Princess Taiping said, I know. This matter can only be done slowly and cannot be rushed. However, the Empress has always kept a close eye on the military power, not to mention the northern Yamen. Even the southern Yamen has little military power in the hands of the Prime Minister. Almost all the generals are surnamed Wu. It is as difficult as ascending to heaven to put someone in there, and it is easy to arouse the Empress's vigilance. As she spoke, her beautiful eyebrows slightly knitted. She said worriedly, But once the future changes, I am afraid it will not work if there are no soldiers. Yang Fan's eyes suddenly brightened. He asked hurriedly, If there are any changes in the future, how do you think it is most likely to change the world? Princess Taiping thought for a moment and slowly answered, The succession of the throne and the change of the regime. If it is not through legal succession or one country replacing another, it is natural that the palace coup is the most common. Wuzhou is said to be a country, but in fact, people still regard it as a part of Li Tang. Therefore, the Empress replaced the Tang with Zhou, and the generals who have a large number of troops do not rebel. If one day we can restore Li Tang, they will not rebel either. Moreover, it is most beneficial for the country and the people to control martial arts, avoid killing, and return the power to Li Tang through the palace coup. Yang Fan said, That's right. The Empress is the most concerned about the military power. We have spent a lot of effort to install civil officials in the imperial court. This time, if it was not for the sudden appearance of a large number of vacancies in the southern border, and the imperial court did not have time to investigate one by one, we would not be able to occupy so many seats. If we want to get involved in the military power, it is even more difficult. Even if there are a large number of vacancies, We can only fill them from the bottom to the top. We will not put a large number of scholars who have never been soldiers or fought in the war into the military to be generals. But if we really want the Wu family to hand over their power without bloodshed, they will not agree. The palace coup is the most likely thing to happen in the future, so military power is also very important. Yang Fan stood up and slowly paced around the room. He said in a deep voice, "So, we only need to have a group of people that can be mobilized in the most critical places. We do not need too many people. Even if it is only 1,000 or a few hundred people, as long as we use them properly, we can still change the situation." Princess Taiping's eyes lit up. "You mean, if we can't interfere with the upper levels, we can grab the lower levels, a captain, or even a brigade commander?" Yang Fan said, "That's right. If we install some people in these positions, or recruit some people, it will not cause the Empress and the Wu family to be vigilant. But at the critical moment, these few hundred people are enough to decide the ownership of the dynasty." "That's right." Princess Taiping was so happy that she forgot herself. She suddenly jumped up and hugged Yang Fan. She kissed his face and left a bright red lipstick mark. "I can't just focus on recruiting civil officials. They can plan strategies before the success, and after the success, they can govern the country. But if we want to succeed, we still need martial people. Martial power is the key to change the world. Abandon the upper levels and go to the lower levels. Recruit those lower-level officers." Good idea. Is really a good idea. The more Princess Taiping thought about it, the brighter her heart became. But after thinking about it carefully, she could not help but feel embarrassed. "But how can we recruit them? I have never thought about this before. My subordinates are all scholars, so I don't know where to start. If I rashly send people to contact them, once the slightest information is leaked, it will be a disaster." Yang Fan grabbed the silk handkerchief and wiped the lipstick mark on his face. Looking at her worried look, he could not help but laugh. "Why are you so anxious? I don't want you to start immediately. This matter can be planned slowly." Princess Taiping shook her head and said, "The Mother Empress is old. We do not know when she will. Once there is a change, it will be a matter of life and death. How can I not be anxious? I did not think about it before. Now that I have thought about it, I have to make arrangements as early as possible. It is not a matter of a day to rope them in. There is no time to cram at the last minute." Princess Taiping's voice suddenly stopped. She suddenly turned around and looked at Yang Fan with a thoughtful face. Yang Fan wiped his face and asked, "Why are you looking at me? Haven't you wiped it clean? Come, help me wipe it." Princess Taiping took the silk handkerchief from Yang Fan's hand and suddenly threw it outside. She cheered and jumped into his arms again. Yang Fan was a little embarrassed and looked at the two beautiful maids who pretended not to see them at the entrance of the hall. He whispered in Princess Taiping's ear, "Be careful in front of outsiders." Princess Taiping spat and left a bright red lipstick mark on Yang Fan's cheek that had just been wiped clean. She said happily, "I know it is you. No one is more suitable than you." Yang Fan was stunned. "Me? Me what?" Princess Taiping said, "You are a soldier, moreover. You have made great contributions in the army. You have served as a general. You have a lot of friends in the army, especially the Yulin Royal Guards, especially the 100 Horsemen station at the Black Tortoise Gate. You have friends in all of them. There is no one more suitable than you in this world." Yang Fan slowly opened his mouth. "Me?" Princess Taiping nodded hard. "Yes, it is you." Yang Fan said hesitantly, "I am afraid. Am I suitable? Will the Emperor transfer me back to the army? I think." Princess Taiping patted her chest hard, and her breasts suddenly surged. "Leave this matter to me. I will go to the Mother Queen as soon as I return to the city. Just wait for my good news." When Yang Fan walked out of the Jade Spring Palace, he was in a trance and even forgot to wipe the bright red lips on his face. The leader of the Xianzong clan, was transferred back to the army. It will be inconvenient for me to contact my subordinates in the future. I have really shot myself in the foot." But how could he refuse? Could he say that he liked the job of guarding the Mount of Spring, growing vegetables, and raising horses? In the forest, Cui Di held a tall pine tree and looked at Yang Fan, who walked out of the Jade Spring Palace in a daze. He walked out from inside, early in the morning, and he walked out from the princess palace. Then last night, young Master Chui's heart was broken. On top of the pine tree, a cute little squirrel stretched out its claws and tried its best to pull. Under its unremitting efforts, the big pine that weighed 4 to 5 kilograms finally fell from the sky like a ripe melon falling off a stalk of pedestal. Bang! Young Master Chui did not say anything and smashed into the snow. The pine cone made a big hole next to his hand and sank into the snow. The little squirrel squatted on the treetop and stared at the spot where the pine cone landed with its big round eyes. It then looked at the human's snow-covered palm and wagged its tail indignantly before running away. Chapter 679. Princess Taiping stayed in the Dragon Gate for 2 days and spent a sweet holiday with Yang Fan. Chui Di completely gave up. He persistently swayed back and forth in front of the princess, showing off his literary talent, showing off his elegant demeanor. But in the end, he did not win the princess's favor. On the contrary, Princess Taiping's patience was exhausted, and she showed a clear disgust toward him. Chui Di was discouraged, and the thought that made his heart run like a monkey and gallop like a galloping horse did not resurface. In the past 2 days, Lai Junshun and Wei Suzhong, who had left in a sorry state, had spread the rumor that Princess Taiping had invited many dissolute scholars, handsome young men, and even an elegant and refined monk to the Dragon Gate, where they would fool around and bathe in the river of love. In view of the dissolute traditional style of Tang princesses, especially seducing their families, the princess had already set an example for them. This kind of love affair was immediately recognized and spread by the common people. It became a topic of conversation during the Spring Festival. Even the fact that Princess Taiping was several months pregnant could not stop the spread of this rumor. Zhang Shuo had been in the Dragon Gate for 2 days. He had been persuaded by his good friend Gao Jian to join the Taiping sect. But as soon as he returned to the city, he heard these rumors and immediately gave up the idea of joining the Taiping sect. He had been in the Dragon Gate for a few days and naturally knew that these rumors were not true. But gossip was a fearful thing. He was a gentleman who cherished his reputation very much. How could he ruin his own reputation? But he did not want to offend Princess Taiping. He just made up his mind to have less contact with her in the future. Princess Taiping knew nothing about his plan. From the news from Gao Jian, she thought that this trip to the Dragon Gate had successfully touched the scholar's heart, and it was very likely that she could win him over. After Princess Taiping left the Dragon Gate, she immediately went to the palace to persuade the emperor for her Longjuan's return to the military camp. It had been a long time since the Han and Jin dynasties that the aristocratic families worked together to pressure the imperial power for common interests. But no aristocratic family had set up a special organization for this. If he revealed the existence of this organization to a member of the royal family, it would undoubtedly be the stupidest thing to do, even if this member of the royal family had the closest relationship with him. Therefore, Yang Fan would not tell Princess Taiping about the existence of a succession hall and his role in the succession hall. In this way, he had no reason to refuse Princess Taiping's suggestion. Was he willing to grow vegetables in the mountains? This was illogical. He had been working hard to bring back Li Tang, but now he refused to return to the army. This was also illogical. Therefore, at least in the eyes of Princess Taiping, her husband readily agreed. At this moment, Wu Zetian, Zhang Changzong, and Zhang Yizhi were admiring the plum blossoms in the Flying Fragrance Hall. Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yizhi stood on the left and right of Wu Zetian, who was holding a dragon-headed walking stick. They were talking to each other tenderly and affectionately. "Your Majesty, what's so ridiculous about this? Since ancient times, men have been in charge of the world, and women are dependent on men. Naturally, there is no such thing as a man asking a woman for a title. But Your Majesty, you are different. You are the Empress, the only female empress in the world since ancient times. Yes, men can have more than one wife and 4 concubines. Your Majesty, as the Empress, why can't you? If Your Majesty gives us a title, it will also shut the mouths of those ministers so that they will not always talk nonsense in front of Your Majesty. We don't need to be so sneaky and secretive." After Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yizhi, the two brothers especially favored Empress Wu Zetian. No matter what request they had, the Empress would not refuse them. The two brothers became more and more greedy. At this moment, they were bewitching Wu Zetian to give them an official title, which was Empress and Imperial Concubine. Men asking women for a title? Men to be Empress and Imperial Concubine? When Wu Zetian first heard this request, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. She only felt that these two little lovers were very interesting. They could actually make such a ridiculous request. But under the soft pleading of the two, Wu Zetian thought carefully and really felt that it was not impossible. It is the first time for me to become the Empress as a woman. Naturally, there is no precedent. Since I'm the Empress, why can't I concubine and concubine? Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yiji saw that the Empress seemed to be thinking and seemed to be moved. They were overjoyed and wanted to act coquettishly and strike while the iron was hot. Suddenly, Eunuch Hai rushed forward and bowed to report. Your Majesty, Princess Taiping has entered the palace and wants to see your Majesty. Oh, Wu Zetian let go of a plum blossom and looked back to ask, where is she? She is waiting outside the palace. Let her come in. After Wu Zetian said, she walked into the flying fragrance hall. Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yiji hurriedly chased after her. Zhang Yiji said, Your Majesty, what Yiji said just now. Wu Zetian said, You two stay away for a while. This matter, let me think about it carefully and then make a conclusion. Zhang Changzong said, Your Majesty, if I have a title, I can't accompany Your Majesty openly now. You don't need to hide to the side, right? I hope Your Majesty will agree. After saying that, the two brothers hid behind the curtain together. After Princess Taiping returned to the city, she didn't even go home, so she was still wearing that snow-white fur robe. Princess Taiping slowly walked into the flying fragrance hall. When she saw Wu Zetian, she happily said, I haven't seen you for a long time. Mother, are you well? Good. Your mother is very good. Look at her big belly. You should stay in a mansion and take care of your pregnancy. Don't walk around. Mother, your daughter's body has always been strong. It's not like you don't know. Besides, your daughter is a woman who has given birth to a child. Mother doesn't need to worry. Princess Taiping said. She took the dragon head crutch from Wu Zetian's hand and gave it to a palace maid. She helped her mother to sit down in front of a bed. Wu Zetian smiled and glanced at her. She said, This girl, since you came to the palace, you must have something to tell your mother. Well, don't rack your brain on how to talk to your mother in a roundabout way. What's the matter with you this time? Princess Taiping giggled and said, Whatever idea your daughter has, I can't hide it from Amu. Wu Zetian snorted and said, I know you have something to say. Say it. Princess Taiping hugged her arm and begged, Mother, can you issue an edict to transfer Yang Fan back to the army? Wu Zetian's eyes sharpened. She said in a deep voice, Did he ask you to come and beg me? No. Princess Taiping said, I felt sorry for him. That's why I wanted to ask Mother to show mercy and let him go. How could Wu Zetian believe him? She harumphed and said, I trust him. That's why I sent him to the Ministry of Personnel. Look at him. Not only did he mess up the job, he even gave others a handle on him. Even I lost face because of him. According to my temperament, if he wasn't Yang Fan, would I let him go easily? Now I just asked him to go to the Dragon Gate to reflect on his mistakes. But he is not satisfied. He even begged you. Princess Taiping said, It really wasn't his idea. His mother's punishment of Yang Fan was also a painstaking effort to groom him. Yang Fan knew that it was Mother's good intention, so he gladly endured it and stayed at the Dragon Gate these days. But Lai Junshin was not satisfied. He wanted to find trouble with him. Wu Zetian was surprised. Why did Lai Junshin come into this? Princess Taiping said, Mother, you know that Lai Junshin and Yang Fan have a grudge. Lai Junshin was reinstated and was put in an important position by Mother. But Yang Fan was banished from the Dragon Gate. How could Lai Junshin not show off his power to him? Lai Junshin wanted to taunt Yang Fan by holding the Rose Tail Banquet at the Dragon Gate. Coincidentally, my daughter invited a few good friends, including the three brothers, Zhang Tongxiu, Zhang Changqi, and Zhang Changyi, as well as Reverend Hui Fan and young Master Cui Shi to the Dragon Gate. It was against the rules for Lai Junshun to stay in the Dragon Gate, and he invited his friends and occupied the palace. Zhang Tongxiu and the others wanted him to leave, but Lai Junshun refused. Behind the curtain, Zhang Changzong was shocked when he heard this. He whispered to Zhang Yizhi, "How did second brother, eighth brother, and ninth brother offend Lai Junshun?" Zhang Yizhi's face darkened. He snorted, "Lai Junshun is too arrogant. He doesn't even care about our Zhang family." Outside, Princess Taiping told the story and said to Wu Zetian, "Lai Junshun lost face and blamed Yang Fan. Mother appointed Lai Junshun as the Assistant Minister of Agriculture. He is Yang Fan's immediate superior. How could he let it go? He will definitely find trouble with Yang Fan." Wu Zetian frowned and said, "If he is innocent, even if Lai Junshun wants to scheme against him, what can he do?" Princess Taiping said coquettishly, "He can't stand people who are nitpicky." Mother transferred him back to the army. They are in different positions. It won't be easy for Lai Junshun to find trouble with him. If Mother still wants to punish him, then Mother can transfer him to his place and suffer some hardship. Isn't that the same? Princess Taiping saw that the Empress did not want to transfer Yang Fan, so she took the initiative to give her a ladder. Anyway, she was in the capital. Even if Yang Fan was transferred to another place, it would only be temporary. After the storm had passed, she could transfer him back. With this roundabout way, it would not be easy for people to suspect that she coveted the military power. Wu Zetian said unhappily, "Daughter, you and him, his preposterous things, I won't care about you. But if you use this relationship to interfere in the affairs of the country, it is not appropriate. The civil and military positions are the public weapons of the country. How can they be privately transferred?" Princess Taiping said, "This can't be considered as giving and receiving in private. Yang Fan had made illustrious military exploits for the imperial court. Mother often says to make the best use of people. In my opinion, it is better for Yang Fan to go to the army, where he can show his talents. In the Yamen, those officials are always scheming and deceiving each other. How could Yang Fan, with his straightforward and frank temperament, do that?" Behind the curtain, Zhang Changzong said cheerfully, "Fortunately, there is Yang Fan to block the disaster. Otherwise, we will provoke that mad dog." Zhang Yizhi said with a gloomy face, "I am afraid it is not that simple. In a while, tell His Majesty that we brothers will go out of the palace and ask second brother about it. Lai Junshun is a sinister poisonous snake. We must be careful." Zhang Changzong had no idea. Since Zhang Yizhi said so, Zhang Changzong agreed. Outside, Wu Zetian was pestered by her daughter. She had no choice but to say, Okay, I know. Let me think about this matter carefully and then make a decision." Princess Taiping saw that although her mother didn't agree immediately, she didn't say anything definite and even left some leeway. She didn't want to pester her anymore, so she obediently agreed and started to talk about daily life. With a few words, Wu Zetian's face was filled with happiness. At this moment, the eunuch Xiao Hai tiptoed in. He bowed and said, "Your Majesty, the master of White Horse Temple asks for an audience." Chapter 680. Wu Zetian inadvertently furrowed her brows and asked, "What is he doing here?" Little Hai said, "Great Master Huai, he has already arranged the grand assembly for the Upper Lantern Festival. He has come to invite your Majesty to attend the assembly on the Upper Lantern Festival." Ever since Wu Zetian had Imperial Physician Shun, she had gradually drifted away from Shui Huai. Perhaps it was because she was getting on in years, but she gradually lost interest in Shui Huai's sturdy physique. She started to like gentle and refined men. When she had the Zhang brothers, the youthful air of the young men attracted her even more. For an old woman past her prime, stroking the smooth and supple skin of a young man, looking at their young and tender expressions, it was as if she could obtain some of the vitality of youth. As for Shui Huai, she only felt that he was unbearably vulgar and avoided him like the plague. However, Shui Huai was still a man who had shared a bed with her for more than 10 years. She had always felt a bit guilty about her change of heart, so she was afraid to see Shui Huai. But Shui Huaiyi's unwillingness to fail had gradually caused her to loathe him. Now, when she heard Shui Huaiyi's name, she unconsciously furrowed her brows. I know, Wu Zetian agreed, but she knew that such a sentence would not be enough to dismiss Shui Huaiyi. After a moment of silence, she said, "We are busy with state affairs. We still have to meet with foreign envoys, relatives of the emperor, and civil and military officials during the Upper Lantern Festival. I'm afraid we won't have time to attend the assembly. Tell him that if we have time, we will definitely go and take a look." Yes. Little Hai agreed and retreated. After a moment, she turned back and reported, "Your Majesty, Great Master Huai, he said that this assembly is especially held to pray for your Majesty. He asked that your Majesty must attend the assembly." We know. Wu Ziqian's tone was filled with impatience. She suddenly stood up, but then she realized that she had lost her composure. She gathered the corner of her clothes and slowly sat down. She took a deep breath and said, "Fine. Tell Teacher Shui that we will go to White Horse Temple at that time." Princess Taiping sat to the side and keenly sensed the change in the Mother Empress' attitude towards Shui Huaiyi. She thought, Shui Huaiyi's falling out of favor is inevitable. She had always hated Shui Huaiyi, not only because he was arrogant and despotic, but also because he was rude to her. Actually, before this, Shui Huaiyi had already caused her to detest him greatly, because if one were to investigate the cause of her husband Shui Xiao's death, it would have something to do with Shui Huaiyi. Back then, in order to give Feng Xiaobao, who was selling medicine on the streets, a noble background, Wu Zetian forced Shui Xiao to recognize Feng Xiaobao as his uncle. She also changed his name to Shui Huaiyi and entered his name into the Shui family's genealogy. This matter was seen as a great humiliation by the Shui family. This was also an important reason why Shui Xiao's two brothers had participated in Li Tang's anti-martial activities. In the end, the rebellion failed and Shui LV's two elder brothers were killed. Shui Xiao was also implicated and starved to death in prison. Although all of this was arranged by Wu Zetian and not Shui Huaiyi's idea, she still detested Shui Huaiyi. However, looking at him now, she felt that Shui Huaiyi was very cute. Shui Huaiyi was domineering, reckless, and rude, but he had no political ambitions. Although he was disagreeable, he did not cause great harm. The Zhang brothers were different. They were rapidly strengthening their political power. This time, because of Lu Sili's rebellion, there were some vacancies in the court that had appeared, and it was the people of the Zhang family who filled the most of the vacancies. Although Princess Taiping looked down on the Zhang brothers from the bottom of her heart because of their status as gigolos, she also knew that if the Zhang brothers were allowed to develop like this, the Zhang brothers would become great harm. However, the Zhang brothers were the Queen Mother's treasures. They were the Queen Mother's exclusive property, and at the same time, they were the Queen Mother's reverse scale. They could not be offended. Little Hai went out for a walk and then came back. He said slowly, "Grandmaster Huai said, he still has many details of the great assembly that he wants to discuss with your Majesty. He asked for your Majesty's permission to see him." Hearing this, Princess Taiping frowned slightly. This Shui Huai is too blind. This kind of entanglement will only make the Queen Mother sick of him. Why bother? As expected, Wu Zetian's expression darkened. She waved her sleeve and said in a low voice, "Just say that I'm chatting with my daughter. Regarding the Great Assembly, tell him to arrange it himself and be fully responsible for it." Little Hai also saw that the Empress's patience was about to reach its end. She did not dare to say anything more and quickly retreated. Behind the curtain, Zhang Changzong said worriedly, "Fifth brother, Shui Huai has not given up. He still wants to invite the Emperor's favor." Zhang Yiji laughed coldly and whispered in his ear, "When the time comes, we will also go. We definitely cannot give the Emperor a chance to be alone with him." Zhang Changzong understood immediately and nodded happily. "Not only that, but we also have to show off in front of him. He wants to use the Great Assembly to invite the Emperor's favor again, so we will make him look bad." The two brothers looked at each other and smiled. The Tang Dynasty's holidays around the Spring Festival were 7 days of the winter solstice, 7 days of the Spring Festival, and 3 days of the first Lantern Festival. Now that the Lantern Festival was around the corner, the Yamen was once again busy preparing the seals and paste to seal the seal. When Yang Fan entered the city, there were still some places in the city where firecrackers were set off sporadically. From time to time, a few crisp crackling sounds could be heard. The streets were clean, and the peach talismans posted in front of every house were as bright as new. The solemn and festive atmosphere was still there. Although the Lantern Festival was only a 3-day holiday for the Tangs, it was a festival that was more important than the winter solstice and the spring festival. These 3 days were the real carnival, and the whole city was celebrating. Some people had already hung up all kinds of colorful lanterns. Everywhere, colorful canopies and lantern festivals were being built. Yang Fan walked along Ding Ding Long Street, but he did not see the huge lantern tree that was over 100 feet tall. With Shui Huai's desire to be in the limelight, his lantern tree should be getting bigger and bigger every year. This year, White Horse Temple did not build a lantern tree on the long street because Shui Huai was busy organizing a grand Dharma conference with White Horse Temple as the main battlefield. He did not have time to care about this place. However, at the end of the long street stood a huge iron pillar. Behind the pillar, the words Ming Tang and Heaven reflected each other. Without the obstruction of the huge lantern tree, it looked even more magnificent. Yang Fan first went to Sinong Temple. Lai Junshin was not there. He was busy in Luoyang's Yamen. As it was the Spring Festival, people were busy with fire prevention, security maintenance, and all kinds of things. As the capital governor, Lai Junshin had to worry about these things. He did not have time to sit in Sinong Temple. Tang Xiaoxiao was in the Yamen. All kinds of daily offerings of the royal family and all kinds of materials needed for the Lantern Festival for 3 days had been prepared and handed over to the Ministry of Finance. He had just put the big seal in a box and sealed it when Yang Fan arrived. The finance minister had never dared to neglect this insignificant soup supervisor, especially when he heard that Lai Junshin had suffered a setback at the Dragon Gate. When he saw Yang Fan, he beamed with joy and was very friendly. The two of them exchanged a bunch of auspicious words for the new year before they sat down and dismissed the people around them. They expressed their deep concern and sympathy for Yang Fan's temporary suspension. But as for when he could be reinstated and whether or not the alleged embezzlement of food had been found out, the Minister of Finance's answer was extremely smooth and flawless. He did not want to offend Yang Fan, but he did not dare to offend Lai Junshin. How could he express his opinion on this matter? Yang Fan did not care. He came with the attitude that an official should have. Tang Sinong was playing Tai Chi with him. Yang Fan was too lazy to fight back. Since he could not get an answer, he could go home and wait for news. However, since he came to Sinong Temple, there were other big yamen not far away. He could not go to other places, but he had to visit the Ministry of Justice. He wanted to greet Shandong, Sun Yuxuan, and several other colleagues for the Spring Festival. Yang Fan left Sinong Temple and went straight to the Ministry of Justice. Halfway there, a man in a green robe suddenly came out of the censorate. Yang Fan did not care, but the man saw him clearly. He was startled at first, but then he took 2 steps to the side and bowed to him. "Greetings, Director Yang." Since he was bowing, he could not ignore him. According to the rules, when a low-ranking official saw a high-ranking official, he had to bow to the west first, and the high-ranking official bowed to the east. Yang Fan stood to the east and raised his hands. Before he could return the bow, he cried out involuntarily, "Prime Minister Li." The man in front of him had white hair and wore a dark green official robe. There was no embroidery on the robe, nor was there a small flower about an inch long. He was an 8th-ranked official, so when Yang Fan saw him coming out of the censorate, he did not pay him any attention. In his memory, he did not have such a friend in the censorate. But he did not expect to meet Li Zhaoda here. Li Zhaoda's hair was white. After this blow, the wrinkles on his face became even thicker. Hearing Yang Fan's way of addressing him, Li Zhaoda's lips curled into a bitter smile. "This lowly official is only a supervising censorate. I do not deserve to be addressed as such by Director Yang." Hearing this, Yang Fan could not help but smile bitterly. The two of them looked at each other in silence. After a long time, Li Zhaoda sincerely said, Erlang is so young. Do not take these setbacks to heart. There's still a long way to go. As a supervising censorate, Li Zhaoda was only an 8th-ranked official. But the censorate was divided into hundreds of officials. He patrolled the prefectures and counties. He was in charge of the prison, the military, the sacrificial rites, the camp, the treasury. He was in charge of everything. The internal and external officials included their immediate superiors. Other than the emperor himself, there was no one he could not sue. But although Yang Fan was a 6th-ranked official, he was in charge of, there was no need to mention it. So Li Zhaoda saw that he was silent and thought that he was even more disheartened than himself. He could not help but cheer him up. Yang Fan secretly laughed bitterly. He cupped his hands and said, Elder's advice, this junior will remember it. There was no way to talk about this official position. In terms of official position, this former prime minister was several ranks lower than him. He could only talk about age. Yang Fan said, the Shang Yuan is coming soon. All the government offices are sealing and preparing for the holiday. Li Gong looks like he is in a hurry. Where are you going? Li Zhaoda smiled faintly and said, I am under the orders of the Imperial Censorate to deliver an official letter to the Ministry of Justice. Yang Fan said in his heart, Li Zhaoda is already so old, plus he used to be the prime minister. Now that he is demoted to the Censorate, it is reasonable to say that his colleagues should pay more attention to this old prime minister's former superior. Seeing that it is going to be a holiday, I am afraid some of the officials have already slipped away and gone home for the holidays. Now, they have to trouble this old prime minister to run errands. AI, there are many people who were humiliated by him. Now, finally, Yang Fan thought for a while and said, Junior is going to the Ministry of Justice to pay a visit to several friends. Li Gong, there is no harm in coming with us. The two of them walked side by side toward the Ministry of Justice. Yang Fan and the 2 imperial bodyguards who were disguised as servants retreated far away. The two of them chatted along the way until they arrived at the main gate of the Qiuguan Yamen. Before they reached the gate, they saw a man kneeling in front of the gate. The man was wearing heavy mourning clothes, kneeling upright on the ground. There were many people going in and out of the Yamen, but each and every one of them treated him as if he was invisible and turned a blind eye to him. The snow in this area was swept clean, but the weather was cold and the ground was especially cold. The man was wearing mourning clothes, but his clothes were not thick. Kneeling there, his body seemed to be stiff. Yang Fan and Li Zhaoda looked at each other in surprise and unconsciously quickened their pace. Chapter 681. When Yang Fan was still a dozen steps away from the Ministry of Justice, a man dressed in the uniform of the Ministry of Justice quickly came to greet him. He said respectfully, Oh, Yang Longzhong, you have a new life, and your longevity has been extended. On New Year's Eve, I went to Lang Zhong's mansion to pay my respects. Unfortunately, Lang Zhong was not there. I heard that the whole family went to Longmen Mountain to celebrate the new year. Haha, unique. This man was the head of the Ministry of Justice's torture chamber, Yuan Han. It was Yang Fan who had promoted him from deputy head. Moreover, he had heard about Lai Junshin's setback at Longmen Mountain. He did not believe that this young Tang Jianyang would spend the rest of his life growing wild vegetables on Longmen Mountain. There were many officials in the court who had fallen. As long as they had the opportunity, they would still be court officials dressed in red and purple. No matter how hard he worked, he was destined to be an official. He still had to curry favor with him. Yang Fan smiled and returned the greeting. He said a few auspicious words for the new year, then pointed to the door and asked, Head Yuan, who is this person? Why is he kneeling in the Ministry of Justice? Hearing his question, the smile on Yuan Han's face immediately disappeared. He sighed heavily and said in a low voice, That person is Fan Sixing's son. Yang Fan used to be the Minister of Justice. At that time, he had officials at various levels, such as the Minister Counselor, Manager, and Clerk. Even if they were not familiar with each other, they had at least met each other and knew each other's names. Fan Sixing was an official in charge of the Ministry of Justice's prison. He had met Yang Fan once. Yang Fan was surprised. What happened to Fan Sixing? Why is his son like this? What does he want? Yuan Han looked at the little old man standing next to Yang Fan. Of course, he had heard of the great name of the dignified Prime Minister Li, but he had never seen him before. Yang Fan understood and said, "There is no harm in saying it. This elder is not an outsider." Yuan Han was relieved and said, "It's all because of Lai Junxian." Lai Junxian investigated the case of Lu Sili and Shu Lianyao's rebellion and arrested a large number of officials and gentry. Because Shu Lianyao was originally a military officer in the Luoyang prefecture, Lai Junxian was worried that some acquaintances would help him collude with the information, so he detained the criminals in our Ministry of Justice's prison. Although Yuan Han was a minor official, he knew how to conduct himself. He knew that Yang Fan and Lai Junxian could not coexist, so he directly called Lai Junxian's name in front of him. There was no need to be modest. Yuan Han explained in detail that it was because after those important criminals were imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice's prison, one of them suddenly fell ill and died. Lai Junxian flew into a rage and looked for an excuse to make Inspector Fan, who was in charge of the Ministry of Justice's prison, an accomplice of the rebels. In the end, the emperor issued an edict to execute him. In fact, this matter had something to do with Wu Qingxi. Originally, Wu Qingxi had created this mad dog, Lai Junxian, to punish Li Zhaoda and Yang Fan. In the end, before he could even make a move, the two of them had already fallen. Lai Junxian, who had no place to display his might, randomly bit and sent two of Wu Qingxi's generals, Wang Lei and Wang Zhu, to prison. Wu Qingxi was worried that Wang Zhu would say that he had instructed him to leak the information to Ming Palace's Wei Jisoo. Smart people would guess that he had planned this, so he bribed a jailer to poison Wang Zhu. Lai Junxian had wanted to dig out more of Wang Zhu's high-ranking officials to expand his credit, but Wang Zhu died. Lai Junxian was unable to restrain his anger, so he casually charged Fan, who was in charge of the Ministry of Justice's prison, with rebellion. He first put him in prison to make up the numbers, and then he was executed. However, outsiders had no way of knowing this inside story, so everyone in the Ministry of Justice felt that Fan Sixing had died a wrongful death. Fan Sixing's son was kneeling in front of the Ministry of Justice Yamen, crying out his father's grievances. But who in the current Ministry of Justice dared to challenge Lai Junxian? As a result, he knelt in front of the Ministry of Justice Yamen. The people coming in and out were all his father's colleagues, but no one dared to say a word. They all treated him as if he was invisible. Li Zhaoda was so angry that his face turned red. Although Yang Fan didn't have much of a relationship with Fan Sixing, he also shook his head, secretly feeling sympathy. At this time, a burst of laughter came from the Yamen. Lai Junxian walked out, accompanied by the left assistant minister Huang Fuzhangbei and the right assistant minister Lu Rushuan. Lai Junxian had come to the Ministry of Justice Yamen to handle some matters. Now that the matter had been resolved, the left and right assistant ministers personally saw him out. The Minister of Justice, Tao Wenjie, was also one of the officials who had opposed Lai Junxian. He was a disciple of Princess Taiping and had returned home to visit his family during the New Year. Because his hometown was far away in Xuanzhou, he had yet to return to the capital. The daily affairs of the Ministry of Justice were handled by the left and right assistant ministers. Fan Sixing's son recognized the two assistant ministers. He wanted to go in and file a complaint, but the guards at the door wouldn't let him in. He could only kneel there and not get up. Now that he saw the left and right assistant ministers appear together, he couldn't help but be wild with joy. He quickly took out a piece of paper from his bosom and loudly cried out his grievances. When the left and right assistant ministers saw him, their expressions became extremely ugly. The person Fan Sixing's son was suing was right beside them. Who would dare to accept the complaint? Who would dare to interfere? Huang Fuzhangbei loudly shouted, "This is the Ministry of Justice. What kind of case can be filed without the capital governor's approval? This is simply unreasonable. What are you all doing? Who is this person? Why did you allow him to file a complaint here? Chase him away. Chase him away." Yuan Han quickly apologized to Yang Fan and quickly ran over. He ordered a group of Yamen runners to take Fan Sixing's son away. "Let go of me! Let go of me!" Fan Sixing's son abruptly broke free from their hands and pulled out a shiny dagger from his boot. Protect the assistant ministers. Quickly protect the assistant ministers. Yuan Han was greatly alarmed. He quickly called for a group of servants carrying water and fire rods to protect the two assistant ministers and Lai Junshin. At the same time, he pulled out his own saber and placed it in front of him. Fan Sixing's son raised his dagger and shouted, "My father is innocent. He was harmed by that dog thief, Lai Junshin. That dog thief is now the capital governor. How can I go to the capital governor and complain about him? My father died unjustly. You are in charge of the Ministry of Justice. Are you just going to sit back and watch that dog act viciously? Assistant ministers, if you do not accept the complaint, I, Fan, will die in front of you today." Fan Sixing's son was truly unyielding. As soon as he finished speaking, he pierced the gleaming dagger into his lower abdomen. Fresh blood stained the paper in front of him. The officials at the Yaman's entrance were all dumbfounded. This youth also did not recognize Lai Junshin. If he knew that the person being escorted out by the left and right assistant ministers was the enemy who killed his father, he would not have committed suicide but stabbed Lai Junshin instead. Huang Fuzhong Bei was terrified. He repeatedly said, "Take him away. Take him away. It's the new year. How unlucky. Don't let him die in front of our Yaman." Lu Rushuan said, "Assistant Minister Yuan, take some people and take him away. Find a doctor to treat him quickly. Don't let him lose his life." Assistant Minister Lu watched as Fan Sixing died unjustly, and his son raised his blade to commit suicide. Right now, blood covered the ground, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Assistant Minister Lu felt a lump in his throat, and tears involuntarily fell from his eyes. At the side, many of the minor officials also felt the same. They silently lowered their heads and did not speak. Seeing their expressions, Lai Junshin could not help but roll his eyes. He sneered, "What? Just because someone committed suicide, it must be an injustice? This case was single-handedly handled by me. That Fan Sixing's crime is irrefutable. The imperial court has openly sentenced him. Why are you all crying and acting like this? In the future, if someone breaks the law and his son commits suicide, he will be acquitted." Lai Junshan loudly scolded. The officials did not dare to reply, and all avoided his gaze. Lu Rushuan was an assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice. Her official rank was not lower than his. She was already feeling sad. Hearing him speak like this, she was very displeased. She indifferently said, "I have a problem with crying when facing the wind. I won't send you off. I'll leave first." Assistant Minister Lu waved his sleeve and left. Seeing this, Lai Junshin became even angrier. He gritted his teeth and sneered. He thought to himself, "Lu Rushuan, now that I have been reinstated, Huang Fuzhong has prepared gifts to congratulate me. But you, Lu Rushuan, pretend not to know. Now you make me look bad in front of me. If I don't find a chance to kill you, I'll write my name backwards." At this time, the servants had already picked up Fan Sixing's son and carried him away in a flash. Huang Fuzhong then ordered someone to sprinkle some snow on the road to cover the bloodstain. He then smiled apologetically at Lai Junshin. "Don't be angry, prefect. Don't let this kind of person spoil the mood of your family. It's the new year." He had only spoken halfway when Lai Junshin suddenly turned and left. In a blink of an eye, he saw Yang Fan and Li Zhaoda. Back then, he had been demoted to Tongzhou because of these two. Seeing that they were even worse off than he was back then, Lai Junshin was instantly happy. He grinned as he walked in front of the two. After sizing them up, he exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, isn't this Li?" Lai Junshin turned his head and asked Huang Fuzhong Bei, "Brother Huangfu, this is?" Huang Fuzhong Bei saw Li Zhaoda and felt slightly uneasy. He subconsciously cupped his hands towards Li Zhaoda and said, "Sincerely." Lai Junshin slapped his forehead and said, Yes, sincerely, huh? Sincerely, sincerely, you look so spirited in your official robes. You look like you're 20 years younger in an instant. I didn't recognize you at first glance." What kind of person was Li Zhaoda? He came from an aristocratic family. and was a prime minister. How could he be willing to argue with him and lower his own status? Li Zhaoda sneered and flicked his sleeve, saying, "A greedy and ruthless nature, colluding with a jackal to bully others. Sooner or later, you will suffer retribution." Having said that, he walked towards the Ministry of Justice without giving Li Junxian another look. Li Junxian's face turned red from Li Zhaoda's complete disdain. He stared at Li Zhaoda's back with hatred until Li Zhaoda completely disappeared from the Ministry of Justice's entrance. Only then did he turn around and look at Yang Fan with a smile. Yang Fan smiled and cupped his hands, saying, "This lowly official Yang Fan greets Prefect Yang." The smile on Li Junxian's face immediately froze. At this time, that unlucky Ming court magistrate Ji Su had already traveled thousands of miles from Chang into Luoyang, braving the wind and snow. Actually, Ji Su should have reached Luoyang earlier. However, he had traveled day and night and was suffering from hunger and cold. Because of his anxiety, he could not sleep well. By the time he reached Luoyang, he actually fell seriously ill. The fever did not subside, and his mouth was full of nonsense. When the two attendants saw his condition, they knew that if they forced their way, this county magistrate Ji would be dead by the time they reached Luoyang. They could only stay nearby and invite a doctor to treat him. With this delay, Ji Su only reached the capital today. After entering Luoyang, Ji Su did not stop for even a moment. He did not care that his robes made him look like a beggar and immediately rushed towards the palace. By the time Li Junxian was stunned by Yang Fan's change of surname, Ji Su had already reached Duanmen. When the guards at Duanmen saw that the three beggars had actually run into the palace, they immediately went forward to chase them away. Ji Su crouched down and looked at the tall palace. From his bosom, he took out a large seal and raised it high above his head. He burst into tears. The palace guards took the seal and could not help but jump in fright. Why is Chang'an's palace magistrate in such a sorry state? Could it be that there was a mutiny in Chang'an? Chapter 682. In the hall of martial accomplishment, Shengwan Wan was sitting with her hands bent over the table. She was busy reading the memorials. Zhang Changzong and his brother had already begun to meddle in the affairs of power. Although they were talented, they had never come into contact with the affairs of the country. The way they dealt with things, their way of thinking, and how much they considered things were still far from being a successful manager. Adding on the fact that Wu Zetian was infatuated with them and often wanted them to stay by her side, most of the memorials had to be handled by Wan Er. Waiting outside the door, there's Chang and Ming Tang Wei Ji Su asking to see His Majesty. Wan Er's slender fingers were as white as a spring onion. Her pinky was slightly raised like an orchid. As the orchid swayed, small characters appeared on her pen. Chang and Ming Tang Wei, who allowed him to enter the capital. What important matter does he want to see the emperor? Wan Er didn't even raise her head. Her pen was like a dragon or a snake. She was multitasking. If every official has to go to the capital to see the emperor, then the emperor doesn't have to do anything. He just has to meet people every day and they will be too busy. Tell him to report to the department. If he can't deal with it, he can report to me level by level. If His Majesty needs to know, the Political Affairs Hall will transfer it. Oh, waiting. Ming Tang Wei's clothes are ragged. He looks very messy. It seems there is something urgent. Wan Er's pen stopped. She raised her head and glanced at him. The guard's expression changed. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Yes." Wan Er moistened the ink and continued to write. She had only written 2 characters when she suddenly stopped. She raised her head and said, "Wait, what did you say that person's name was?" The guard who had just turned around quickly turned around again. He bowed and said, "Ji Su." Wan Er tilted her head and thought for a moment. She found a book and searched. It was all the memorials she had handled. After a while, Wan Er suddenly said, "So it is him." Wan Er put down her pen and slowly walked. Ji Su's secret report was sent to Li Junxian. When Li Junxian submitted the report, he hid his name and took the credit. Even if Li Junxian did not want to take credit, because this was a secret report, Wan Er could not know. But after that, Li Junxian implicated a large number of people. Jisoo was also on the list of people who rebelled. The imperial edict to capture Jisoo was drafted by Warner, so she remembered this person. Jisoo was reported by Lai Junshun as a traitor. The people sent by the court to arrest him had not yet returned, but he returned to the capital and asked to see the emperor. Suddenly stopped. She raised her head and said, "Keep an eye on him. Don't attract the attention of the officials going in and out of the palace. I'm going to see the king immediately." Lai Junshun originally wanted to ridicule Yang Fan, but he did not expect that Yang Fan would use his oath to change his surname when he swore Dragon's Gate and ridicule him. Lai Junshun was so angry that he gritted his teeth and left. On the way, he thought fiercely, "I must let Lu Rushuan see the power of Lai Junshun. I must let Li Zhao see the power of Lai Junshun. I must let Yang Fan see." After Yang Fan made Lai Junshun leave in anger, Chun Dong came to greet him. Before Yuan Han left with Fan Sixing's son, he had already called a Yamen runner to tell Chen Dong. Chen Dong welcomed Yang Fan into the Ministry of Justice. Sun Yuxuan and a group of old friends heard the news and rushed over. They chatted for a while, and Huangfu Zhongbei sent someone to invite them. Although Yang Fan's current position was low, he was especially well regarded when he was in the Ministry of Justice. Although Huangfu Zhongbei was trying his best to curry favor with Lai Junshun, with his smooth and slick personality, he would not give up on the opportunity to express his goodwill to Yang Fan. In any case, his reception was a very normal thing in the officialdom. Even if Lai Junshun knew, he would not find fault with him. As for whether or not he treated Yang Fan in private, only the heavens would know. At least in this aspect, Huangfu Zhongbei was indeed better at handling people than Lu Rushuan. In the past, Yang Fan did not deliberately build relationships. Although this was a compulsory course for every official, he did not have the slightest awareness in this aspect. However, it was different now. Although he controlled a huge amount of power, this power was for him to use, but it did not belong to him. Perhaps after 10, 20, or even 30 years of effort, he could gradually build a power that was completely loyal to him in this huge organization, but this speed was too slow. The wider the connections he had, the more the organization would rely on him. He would then be able to have the greatest amount of freedom and build a power that was loyal to him in the shortest time possible. Yang Fan stayed in the Ministry of Justice for a long time. After leaving Assistant Minister Huangfu's detention room, he arranged a date for a banquet with Chun Dong, Sun Yuxuan, and the others before leaving. Compared to when Lai Junshun left with only 2 assistant ministers to send him off, when Yang Fan left, he was accompanied by a large group of people. Although there were no assistant ministers, almost all the middle-level officials in the Ministry of Justice were present. After leaving the Ministry of Justice on a horse for 100 steps, the smile on Yang Fan's face gradually disappeared. He turned his head to a guard and asked, "When will the people escorting that illusion artist arrive in the capital?" Replying, "Sovereign, the road is much easier now. There are no problems on the road. They will definitely arrive in 3 days." The person who answered him was Ren Wei, the head of Yang Fan's guards. At the same time, he was also the person responsible for the daily communication between Yang Fan and the Jaisai Hall. This guy was usually expressionless and taciturn. If Yang Fan did not speak, he would not speak. Whatever Yang Fan asked, he would answer without a hint of speculation or analysis. He was a person who could not make a fart. In the beginning, Yang Fan had thought that this was just his personality. It was not until he accidentally saw him soaking in the hot spring with a few other guards at the Dragon Gate that he was definitely a chatterbox with the way he talked nonstop. Yang Fan asked around and found out that young Master Jiang did not like his subordinates to be noisy or give him any suggestions. Renwei thought that he had the same personality as young Master Jiang. Yang Fan was too lazy to explain to him. As a guard commander and a liaison, it was not a bad thing to speak less. Although Yang Fan was not an autocratic person, he did not like to bring a chatterbox with him and talk to him whenever there was nothing to do. Yang Fan sighed and said, 3 days later? In that case, they will not be able to make it in time for the White Horse Temple Great Ceremony. I wanted them to expose the tricks of the 3 divine fakes on that day. It's not a big deal. After the Upper Yuan dynasty, the imperial court will hold several grand events, especially the kicking competition on the third day of the Upper Yuan dynasty. At that time, I will arrange for them to appear in front of the emperor." Ren Wei was silent. Yang Fan thought for a moment and turned his head to Ren Wei and said, "Immediately arrange for someone to spread the news to Zhang Tongxiu and Zhang Changqi that Lai Junshan wants to harm them." Ren Wei replied succinctly, "Yes." The Zhang brothers were children of famous families, and Yang Fan did not lack children of famous families. Therefore, he had ways to use various channels to firmly engrave the impression that Lai Junshan was plotting against the Zhang brothers. As long as the Zhang brothers felt danger, they would start to save themselves. Lai Junshan was like a poisonous snake. You knew it was poisonous, but you did not know when it would bite you. To deal with such a person, the only way was to strike first. After Ren Wei agreed, he still walked forward, vigilantly scanning the long street for anyone or anything that was slightly close to the sovereign. He did not go to send a message. The two of them were not the only ones following Yang Fan. In fact, when Yang Fan stepped into the Yang family's gate, the news had already been sent out. The Yang family's festive atmosphere was very strong. There were red lights hanging at the door and peach talismans pasted on the door. There was also a large sailboat set up in the courtyard. The whole boat was a lantern, and the sails were full of strong wind, as if it was going to sail away. When Xiaoman returned to the mansion before Yang Fan, she had already asked someone to make it. Sailing away was an auspicious omen, and it also coincided with her husband's name. As for the family members in the mansion, Xiaoman, as the mistress of the mansion, also raised their salaries and gave them new clothes and hats. For those who had a family, they were even given some dried meat and rice. The entire Yang mansion was in a festive mood. As soon as Lang came back, everyone in the mansion came forward to say auspicious words and wish Lang a happy new year. Yang Fan also smiled from ear to ear. He greeted and replied to them one by one. It was not easy to get rid of these enthusiastic servants and maids and return to the backyard. After dinner, Yang Fan lay on the hot brick bed with Xiaoman and played with his baby son for a while. When his son yawned and Xiaoman took him to bed, he left the bedroom and turned to Anu's residence. In the Yang mansion, Anu had her own courtyard. In the past, Yang Fan often went there to be intimate with her. After the two confirmed their marriage and began to prepare for the wedding, Yang Fan often went to her small courtyard, never caring about what others said. But since Gu Zhuding also lived in this courtyard, he did not go there anymore. No matter whether Gu Zhuding was a girl or a woman, she was a beautiful woman with white skin and an enchanting figure. Although the Tangs were unrestrained, they were not unscrupulous. Even the chaste women who would chop off a man's hand if they were touched by a man, although they did not occupy the mainstream market in the Tang dynasty, they were not non-existent. But he had to come over today because there was still 1.5 months before the wedding. Yang Fan was thinking about where to arrange for the bride. He couldn't let the groom pick up the bride at his own house, but Anu didn't have any relatives, so there was no place for her to go. Xiaoman was also an orphan. When he married Xiaoman, the emperor arranged for her to live in Wan Er's mansion. Yang Fan did not have the prestige of the emperor. In the eyes of outsiders, he did not have such a deep friendship with the Shangguan internal minister, so it was impossible for him to make such an arrangement. Moreover, even if he could, Yang Fan did not want to do so. He picked up 2 girls from the Shangguan family in a row, but Shanghai Wan was not there. Wouldn't this sentimental Shangguan Wan die of sadness? Yang Fan wanted to arrange Xiaoman to stay in Ma Qiao's house. With this thought, he thought of letting Anu recognize Ma Qiao as her sworn brother. In this way, when he came to the Ma family to pick up Anu, it would be more justifiable, and Anu would also have a maiden family to rely on. Although the idea was good, it still needed Anu's consent. So, Yang Fan came to the courtyard where Anu lived. The small courtyard had an elegant environment. There were 3 rooms in a row, one for Anu, one for Miss Gu, and the last one was empty with some sundries. "Ahem, Anu, I'm coming," as Yang Fan said. He opened the door and walked to the bedroom with a smile. This was a complete room. It was divided into 2 parts, the outer hall and the inner room with antique shelves and painting screens. There was no wall in the middle, so the sound of Yang Fan's footsteps could be heard clearly from the other side of the screen. On the bed, Gu Zhuding was naked. Anu had just tied a knot with a white folded cloth on her shoulder. When she suddenly heard Yang Fan's voice, she couldn't help but be surprised. Yang Fan had not entered her bedroom for a long time. It was already so late today. Why did he come over? In a hurry, there was no time to think. Hearing the footsteps getting closer, Anu whispered anxiously, "Moving quickly." All kinds of messy things were also pushed into the bed. Immediately, Anu also hurriedly fell on the bed and pulled the quilt. Chapter 683. Anu was lying on her side on the couch with a lazy posture. A lock of soft hair hung down from her forehead and half of her shoulder was exposed. She was very charming. She looked at Yang Fan with slight surprise and said, "It's so late. Why are you here?" "Late?" Yang Fan looked out of the window. The weather was still cold, and the windows were tightly shut, so he couldn't see anything. However, the Yang family's unique and huge sailboat, the sailing ship, was already lit. The bright light cast a shadow of a bamboo on the window, swaying gently, making it look very tranquil. It was indeed a little late. Yang Fan smiled and said, "Nianzu slept a lot during the day and was especially energetic at night. I played with him for a while and just fell asleep." "Oh, Erlang, why are you here so late at night?" Anu asked. Half of her snow foot that was exposed outside the quilt quietly retracted. Yang Fan couldn't help but laugh. He winked at her mischievously and said in amusement, "In another month and a half, you will be mine. Are you still afraid of me looking at you?" Gu Zhuding was lying behind Anu. The intimate words that could normally be heard could never be said now. Anu's pretty face immediately blushed and her whole body heated up. She glared at Yang Fan coquettishly and changed the topic. "What's the matter? Hurry up and say it." "I slept very late last night because of the sail lamp. I'm a little tired." She even deliberately yawned as she said this. Gu Zhuding was hurriedly put into the bed by her. She lay there with her body spread out and didn't dare to move. Hearing the conversation between the two, Gu Zhuding couldn't help but want to laugh. She only wore a doo-doo on her upper body and a small pair of panties on her lower body. There was no doubt that her buttocks and thighs were exposed. It was more tempting than being naked. Yang Fan said, "It's like this. There's something I want to discuss with you." As Yang Fan said this, he stretched out his hand to pull a cushion in front of the dressing table. But on second thought, he simply sat on the side of the bed. Normally, Anu wouldn't mind if he sat so close to her, but it wasn't the case now. Anu was startled, and her little feet subconsciously shrunk deeper. However, the bed was the kind of frame bed with drawers at the bottom. One side was against the wall, and there were curtains on the other three sides. The side at the head was a picture screen, and behind the side at the feet was a small space where things like toilets were placed. Unless Yang Fan climbed onto the bed, he would not be able to find Gu Zhuding. Yang Fan said, "I've already arranged everything that needs to be done during the wedding. You don't need to worry about it. There's only one thing I must discuss with you. You see, Xiao Man is the same as you. She's also lonely and has no family. When she got married, the emperor made the decision and temporarily made Wan Er's family her maiden family. On the day of our marriage, you can't possibly treat this small courtyard as your maiden home. Are we going to pick someone up from our own home and send them back to our own home? I'm planning to send you to Brother Qiao Er's house when the time comes. This isn't a big deal. Brother Qiao will definitely agree. But I think," as Yang Fan said this, he gently held her pair of soft hands. Her slender hands were smooth and smooth. "Anu, you have no relatives in the world. I think we might as well let you recognize the Ma family as your maiden family. What do you think? In this way, you will have an adoptive mother, an adoptive brother, and an adoptive sister-in-law. You will have a maiden family. In the future, you will also have a maiden family to visit." Anu's fox-like charming eyes slightly rippled. She thought, Xiao Man has no relatives in the world. Why don't you ask her to find a maiden family? Why me? Suddenly, Anu understood Yang Fan's good intentions, and she couldn't help but feel moved in her heart. She couldn't help but hold his hand, and her red lips curled up slightly to reveal a wisp of a charming smile as she said in a low voice, "All right, Ma Xiao and you are compatible. He is your good brother. I will recognize him as my brother. She already understood that Yang Fan's thinking was completely for her sake. Yes, Xiao Man also didn't have a maiden family, but Xiao Man was married by the emperor. Although the emperor wouldn't recognize her as his daughter because of this, he would take care of and interfere with her married life. But it was like if you gave a gift to someone, he might not remember it. If you didn't give him a gift, he would definitely remember it. If the emperor married your wife, it was natural for you to treat her well. The emperor wouldn't bother to ask. If you didn't treat her well, even the emperor wouldn't pay attention to you. Maybe he would find trouble with you. With such a maiden family, Xiao Man was full of confidence. Although Ma Xiao couldn't be compared with the emperor even if he grew wings and became a Pegasus, he was still a military officer. He was still young. Even if he only relied on seniority, he would have the opportunity to be promoted again in the future. With Ma Xiao as a news brother, Anu wouldn't be lonely. Of course, Xiao Man wasn't a domineering and arrogant housewife. Yang Fan also wouldn't bully Anu. But if she didn't have a maiden family that could support her, in the eyes of the servants and maids, their attitude towards this bride would be completely different. You can't expect every family not to be snobbish. Lang Jun is so careful. If you didn't care about me, how could it be like this? Thinking of this, Xiao Man's lips raised into a sweet smile. In fact, I'm not without a family now. I have a stepsister, brother-in-law, brothers, and a big family. It's a pity that I haven't contacted them for a long time. Yang Fan was startled and asked curiously, "You have a family? What stepsister, brother-in-law, where are they?" Anu rolled her eyes at him and pouted. "I knew you wouldn't take my matters to heart. I've told you before, at the foot of Mount Hua, I fell off the cliff and was saved by someone. That person's surname was Guo. At that time, Anu briefly explained the matter, and Yang Fan was immediately stunned. His mouth was agape, and after a while he said, yes, you do have a stepsister. Your brother-in-law is a provincial governor of a province." In that era, becoming sworn siblings was a very important matter. Becoming sworn siblings was almost the same as blood brothers. Basically, it was equivalent to forming a lifelong bond. The Guo family would really treat Miss Anu as their own daughter. It wouldn't be wrong to say that the Guo family was a news maiden family. As Yang Fan said this, he beamed with joy. "Haha, this is the will of heaven. Guo Jingji is in Luoyang now. Haha, this is much better than finding a stepbrother at the last minute." "Guo Jingji? The brother-in-law that I've never met?" "That's right, it's him," Yang Fan said delightedly. Guo Jingji was originally the provincial governor of Wei Province, and he was just transferred to Gui Province. Now, he has returned to the capital to report on his work. I'm afraid that he will be taking up his post after the festival. I will go look for him tomorrow. Anu didn't know that the Guo family had a close relationship with the succession hall, but after Yang Fan became the evident sect patriarch, he knew about it. The Guo family was one of the influential clans in Shandong, and was also an important member of the succession hall. However, after young Master Jiang and Shun Mu had a huge food war in Chong, and all the influential clans knew that the Guo family was standing on the side of the hidden sect. Because the Guo family was a member of this succession hall, there were naturally people who would send the news to Yang Fan for his promotion and transfer, allowing him to understand the situation of these people. Therefore, Yang Fan knew about this matter. However, Yang Fan had already forgotten about the relationship between Gui Jingji and the adopted sister that Anu had acknowledged. Anu let out a light smile and said, "Forget it. I'm just Madame Gui's sworn sister. It is hard to say if this envoy Gui knows about this matter. I will just acknowledge Ma Xiao as my adopted brother." The reason why Yang Fan wanted to arrange a maiden family for her was because he didn't want her to be overly lonely and be looked down upon by the servants. Now that there was a provincial governor as her brother-in-law, how could he let go of this opportunity? Yang Fan wasn't someone who would seek connections with the rich and powerful, but for the sake that his beloved woman would have less troubles in the future, he had to do this. Anu felt touched and couldn't help but pull Yang Fan's hand over and gently caressed her face. She then responded softly, and then, "I will do as you say." Yang Fan let go of his worries, and only then did he notice how cute Anu looked under the embroidered quilt. Just slightly exposed shoulders, delicate collarbone, and sexy, shallow cleavage. But was enough to let people know how delicious and attractive her body was, just like a peach that had just ripened. If Yang Fan was a stone gambler, then Anu's delicate body under the quilt would be the beautiful jade in the stone. The slightly exposed pink mark on her chest leaped into Yang Fan's eyes. It was like the unpolished jade was cut with a knife and a window was opened, revealing a crystal clear green inside, making one's heart beat faster and feel suffocated. Looking at Yang Fan's burning gaze, Anu blushed. She lowered her eyes and said softly, "All right, you. Quickly go back and rest. I am leaving now," as Yang Fan said. His hand slid to Anu's shoulder. Anu's body immediately tightened, as tight as a bow with a full string. Yang Fan's hand slid along her smooth shoulder, then to her delicate back, all the way down mischievously. Gu Yunting, who hid behind Anu, was no less tense than Anu. Seeing that Yang Fan's hand slid to Anu's waist, she quickly retracted her hand that was on Anu's waist, just a moment away. "You are so annoying. Go back. Be good. We're getting married next month." Anu began to beg and coax her man to leave. Yang Fan didn't want to carelessly possess her. Anyway, it was only a little more than a month's time. Looking forward to it was actually a pretty good feeling. However, her delicate body was so beautiful to the touch that before Yang Fan completely devoured this delicious prey, he didn't mind enjoying it for a while. Of course, he didn't dare to touch a place that was too secret, since Anu wanted to wait for their most grand day. Then playing with her would destroy this mood. So his big hand didn't stay on Anu's plump and perky buttocks, nor on her round and plump legs without a trace of fat. He even raised his hand gentlemanly, left her slender waist, slid down along the embroidered quilt, and accurately caught her calf. Anu's calf immediately tightened, and the muscles on her leg were as tight as a piece of beautiful jade, smooth and hard. "Why are you so nervous? I won't eat you." Yang Fan couldn't help laughing. Anu looked at him with a strange expression, and her calf began to tremble at a very high frequency. What a beautiful and lovely person. That kind of trembling that came from the bones, it was very easy to easily understand the feeling of intercourse, which could only be sensed. Yang Fan's heart skipped a beat, and he was secretly proud. So this is Anu's most sensitive place, haha, I finally know. He didn't want Anu to lose control of herself. So, seeing her so nervous, he let go of her legs and slid down to her ankles. Her ankles were slender and graceful, so thin that they weren't exposed. Yang Fan suddenly remembered the words he heard from a regular customer of the brothel in the show when Fong years ago, when he was evaluating women. Whether a man's words are big or straight depends on his nose. As for women, if they have a pair of slender and beautiful ankles and small and soft feet, it usually means that the acupoints are naturally very tight. I wonder if Anu's feet are small and soft. Yang Fan thought about it and touched her waist. The owner of that leg couldn't bear it anymore and suddenly retreated. Because of the tightness of her calf, Yang Fan was worried that she would dodge, so his hand was still very tight when he moved. His hand was pulled by the small foot and was immediately lifted up by the corner. Yang Fan screamed, and his butt bounced up like a spring 3 feet. Chapter 684. When Yang Fan saw that there was an extra foot on the couch, he was shocked at first, but then his expression changed drastically. With a schwa sound, he snatched the embroidered quilt in his hand with great vigor. Then he looked at the 2 unique bodies on the couch and began to be dumbstruck. Anu still maintained the posture of lying on her side like a bow. The one lying inside was not a man, but a woman with a figure more feminine than her. Anu's figure was still slightly immature. According to the standard of this era, it was a little thin, but the woman next to her was curvaceous. Whether it was chest or buttocks, they were very, very voluptuous. That woman was Gu Zhuting. She was lying on the bed, and Anu's legs were curled up. One of her legs was pressed under Anu's leg. Then what he just touched was actually, because it was not the situation he imagined, Yang Fan's anger suddenly disappeared. Looking at the ambiguous appearance of the two, Yang Fan was a little confused. A term that was on par with gay suddenly flashed in his mind: mirror grinding. Anu actually had such a weird hobby. This thought just flashed and disappeared. Perhaps the two just slept on the same bed and chatted to relieve boredom. Yang Fan was ashamed of his dirty thoughts, but then he found Gu Zhuting's shoulder was tied with a bandage. It was a white bandage, one of which still faintly reflected the color of blood. Yang Fan's eyes suddenly sharpened again. The quilt was pulled away by Yang Fan. Anu and Gu Zhuting seemed to be stripped naked at once. Both master and disciple were shocked, lying there for a long time without moving. After a long time, Anu finally reacted. She took the quilt from Yang Fan's hand in a flash and covered herself with it. Anu explained embarrassedly, Master Gu and I wanted to sleep together and chat to relieve boredom. You came in a hurry and had no time to dodge, so both master and disciple's faces were very red and embarrassed. This was especially so for Gu Zhuting. She buried her face behind her disciple's shoulder and didn't dare to lift it up. Her face was so hot that it could fry an egg. She had never thought of marrying a husband and having children. Even if she had children, wouldn't she still have to continue her dangerous life? She was used to seeing orphans and widows. She had never thought of marrying a husband and having children. Even if she had children, wouldn't she still have to continue her dangerous life? That was why she hadn't found a home yet. She was still living in her aunt's house, alone without a husband. She had never been touched by a man before, but today, Yang Fan touched such a private place. Moreover, it was in such a warm situation. She was so embarrassed that she wished that the bed would split in half and the ground would split open so that she could fall into it and close it again. She would never appear in front of people again. If it weren't for the injury on Gu Zhuting's shoulder, Yang Fan might have believed Anu's words. But after hearing her explanation, Yang Fan was certain that there must be a secret that he didn't know. He pulled the mat over and sat on the side of the bed. Because of the two women on the bed, one embarrassed and the other flustered, he calmed down. Tell me what happened. Just as Anu's eyes drifted, Yang Fan immediately said, I've seen the injury on Miss Gu's shoulder. There was a white cloth, a pair of scissors, and a gourd filled with medicine between you. I've never heard of such a way of sleeping together and chatting to relieve boredom. Anu immediately shut her mouth and didn't say anything. Gu Zhuting, on the other hand, was frightened and her whole body was boiling. If he could even see these things clearly, in fact, she was wrongly accusing Yang Fan. Although her figure was very hot, Yang Fan didn't have a reason to stare at it endlessly, not to mention in that situation just now, and Anu was beside him. The reason why Yang Fan noticed the pile of things between them was that it was really strange for these things to appear on the bed. Gu Zhuting usually killed people without blinking, but now she didn't even blink. She was so shy that she closed her eyes tightly, only felt that her ears were hot, and hid behind her apprentice without saying a word. Anu was stopped by Yang Fan. Although she had always been smart, she couldn't think of a reasonable reason for a while. Facing Yang Fan's increasingly dignified gaze, she had to obediently tell him. Yang Fan's daughter fell into the hands of young Master Jiang, and Anu always felt that this matter had a great deal to do with her. She even loved Nianzhu more than Xiaoman because she felt that she owed Yang Fan's child. Every time she saw Xiaoman's care for her son, she felt deeply remorseful. She always wanted to rely on her own strength to save the child. After Gu Zhuting came to Anu's side, she became her greatest helper. Moreover, young Master Jiang wanted to kill Gu Zhuting just to keep a secret, which caused Gu Zhuting to hate him very much. She had always wanted to seek justice from him, so the two master and disciple formed an alliance to search for young Master Jiang's whereabouts together. Ever since young Master Jiang had been forced out of the position of the sect master of Xian sect, the secret power he controlled was completely hidden underground. Even when Yang Fan used the power of Xian sect, he couldn't find him, much less these two women. Their blind search originally wouldn't have any effect, and they were just doing their best. However, while they were alone, their luck was good. Gu Zhuting once saw a trusted aide of young Master Jiang on Dingding Street. In Luoyang City, which had a population of 1 million, the chance of this was very small, but she still encountered it. At that time, Gu Zhuding had already put on a disguise. She immediately followed this person to where he lived. From then on, she, in anew, focused on watching this person, watching his every action, and monitoring his contact with everyone. Because Anu could not often leave the Yangfu, this mission was basically carried out by Gu Zhuting alone. Although she was very good at hiding and disguising, she was only one person after all. She needed to do everything. There was no one to cooperate with, no one to cover for her, and it was not easy to change her disguise during the tracking. Therefore, after a long period of tracking, she was still noticed by others. However, the other party was also a meticulous, vigilant, and cunning person. After he noticed that someone seemed to be watching him, he did not reveal the slightest bit of abnormality. He only secretly set up a trap, and then led the stalker into the ambush that he had set up. Gu Zhuding was also a very alert person. The other did not know how strong she was and underestimated her. Due to this, she was able to escape. However, she was also wounded. When Yang Fan charged into Anu's residence, Anu had just finished bandaging her wounds. After listening to Anu's words, Yang Fan did not have time to reprimand her. He thought for a moment and said, "That person's surname is Kong, called Kong Weihao. He was once the county magistrate of Song Province." Anu said, "Yes." At that time, Master Gu only saw this person greet young master. She knew that he was young master's man, but she did not know his identity. After the encounter on the street, Master Gu investigated him and already knew his name, address, identity, and origin. Although this person was a civil official, he was good at martial arts. He was originally the county magistrate of Song Province. After retiring, he specialized in poetry to entertain himself. Later, he formed a poetry club with 7 other retired officials. They were called the 8 Elders of Luo River. They composed poems as a meeting, and many people agreed with them. Now, there were more than 8 people in this poetry club, but they were led by these 8 people. These people in the poetry club were not officials. They were ranked according to their age. Although they formed the club because they had the same interests, these people were not only officials, but they also had a high reputation in the scholarly community after retiring. They wrote poems in the same club, and their voices were the same. They had high prestige in the local area. Therefore, they must be the initiator of all social affairs. The government's disaster relief, the construction of dams, the establishment of culture and education, the collection of taxes, and so on, must be supported by them in order to be successful. These people were influential people in the local area. Luoyang is under the foot of the emperor. High-ranking officials and famous scholars are everywhere. Therefore, these people are not very prominent. If it was in another place, they would be great people. I feel that young Master Zhang's power is weak now. He cannot use such a person, so... Yang Fan stared at them and said, "So you guys went to alert the enemy?" After a news explanation, Gu Zhuding's shyness gradually disappeared. Hearing Yang Fan's reprimand, she quickly poked her head out from behind Anu and said timidly, "After I fell into Kong Weihao's trap, although I was surrounded, I did not expose my unique martial arts." Yang Fan looked at her. Gu Zhuding subconsciously shrank back and said slowly, "They won't know who I am." Yang Fan said, "But they can guess that you are one of my people." "Yes." Gu Zhuding lowered her eyes in embarrassment. She occasionally pondered, and she suddenly felt a trace of divergence towards Yang Fan's words. A wisp of beautiful thoughts couldn't help but arise in her heart, but this absurd thought was immediately dispelled by her. Yang Fan thought for a while and warned his subordinates, "You must not take such risks in the future." This time, Anu also lowered her eyes and obediently replied, "Yes." Whether she agreed in her heart, Yang Fan did not know, but this attitude was quite pitiful. Yang Fan nodded with satisfaction and stood up. "Forget it. Even if they did not find Miss Gu, they will understand that I will always be looking for them. This is expected. You don't have to blame yourselves too much. I already know about your matter, so there is no need to hide it. If you need to invite a doctor, don't delay it." Yang Fan understood what had happened and immediately left a newsroom. After the scene just now, he was also a little embarrassed. It was not good to stay in the room for too long. After Yang Fan left, he immediately called his guard commander Ren Wei to the study and carefully arranged. Gu Zhuding was only one person. Even if she had great ability, she could not split herself. But Yang Fan was different. He had a lot of people to mobilize. After listening to a news introduction just now, he keenly felt that this was indeed a possible breakthrough to find young Master Jiang. The existence of this kind of poetry society was from the Sui and Tang dynasties, and this kind of poetry society was never just a group of like-minded people getting together to eat, drink, and recite poems. This kind of association was like the embryonic form of the Hall of Succession. It was a way for celebrities and gentry to unite to exert influence on the local area and expand their political demands. Yang Fan believed that young Master Jiang was not the only one who belonged to Kong Weihao. Gu Zhuding did not have the power to keep an eye on him one by one, but he did. Since he did not know who that person was, he would keep an eye on all the 8 elders of Luo Shui. If this was not enough, he would keep an eye on all the famous, influential people in the Luo Shui Poetry Society. Yang Fan returned to his own bedroom. The lamp was as bright as a bean. Xiao Man was lying on her side, gently patting her son as he slept. Her beautiful hair draped over her shoulders. She was exceptionally charming. Seeing him come in, Xiao Man whispered, "Brother, you still have to go to White Horse Temple to attend the Great Spell Assembly tomorrow morning. Why did you come back so late?" Yang Fan smiled warmly at her and said in a low voice, "I'm going to sleep." Xiao Man got up and helped him to open his robe. Men slept inside. Yang Fan climbed onto the bed first, carefully turned over his son, and laid down on the inside. Xiao Man blew out the candle and also climbed onto the bed. Yang Fan opened his arms and gently hugged his wife and child. He smelled the milk fragrance from his son, and his mood was quite excited. Although he had never said it, how could he not worry about his daughter day and night? He intuitively felt that Miss Gu's discovery had increased his hope of saving his daughter. Chapter 685. The Spring Ghost Festival had arrived. For the royal family and officials, the daytime was their busiest time. This was because they had to enter the palace to meet the emperor and participate in complicated banquets and gatherings. For the common people, the Spring Ghost Festival was actually just a night. It lasted from the 15th to the 16th of the first month until dawn. A night of revelry was the true meaning of the Spring Ghost Festival. However, for this year's Spring Ghost Festival, they had a good place to go during the day, the White Horse Temple. Almost everyone in Luoyang knew that on this day, the White Horse Temple would hold a grand ceremony. It was an unprecedented event. Therefore, since early in the morning, many people had been rushing towards the White Horse Temple. At this time, the foreign and foreign envoys, relatives of the emperor, and high-ranking officials were gathered in the magnificent Vientiane Palace to celebrate the festival with their empress. By the time Yang Fan arrived at the White Horse Temple, the temple had already become a sea of people. The long street, which was still far away from the White Horse Temple, was already crowded with people. Both sides of the street were crowded with peddlers. They were happily peddling their business. Today's business was really good. Before reaching the gate of the White Horse Temple, Yang Fan saw a huge painting. It was a red painting of Mithriya. The entire canvas looked to be at least 20 feet high. The things that Shui Huai made were always bigger and more majestic than others. Suddenly, Yang Fan heard a loud voice shouting from the crowd, "Look, look, do you see that? I heard that Master Huai cut his own knee and used his own blood to draw the painting to show his devotion to Buddha." Hearing this, Yang Fan immediately turned around and looked at him. He cursed in his heart. "That's bullsh***. It's like letting out all the blood of a cow to draw such a huge painting. Who is spreading this rumor? That's bullsh***. While Yang Fan was thinking, someone in the crowd had already loudly refuted and loudly ridiculed the person who spoke. The person who just spoke blushed and explained, "It's true. I didn't say it. It was the monks of the White Horse Temple. If you don't believe me, you can go to the gate and take a look. They are currently preaching." The people of the White Horse Temple said it? That meant that Schwescher had instructed him to do so. If it was Schwescher's idea, then such a rich imagination does seem to be Schwescher's style. Yang Fan thought to himself and stopped glaring at the lie-talker. The closer they got to the White Horse Temple, the more crowded the crowd became. There were men and women, young and old. The thieves were like fish swimming in the crowd. They were happily harvesting. The immortal squeezing, ruffians followed the young ladies and young wives. Some of them gesticulated and asked others to look at this and that, and used the movement of their arms to rub against the women's arms and breasts. Some of them puffed out their tummies and tried to use their lower bodies to rub against the women's buttocks. The children were held in the arms of their parents, and the older ones were held by the hands of their parents. They were jumping impatiently, trying to get a clear look at the huge Buddha statue over the heads of the crowd. The human traffickers followed closely behind, hoping that the careless parents would throw their children aside. The beggars specifically picked the rich and good-looking people to ask for money. Sometimes, Yang Fan's eyes would reveal a sympathetic look, making them feel that he was an ideal customer. Unfortunately, they would never be able to get close to Yang Fan. This was because there were 7 or 8 men dressed in different colors surrounding Yang Fan. Anyone who tried to get close to Yang Fan would be squeezed outside. Along the gable wall of the White Horse Temple, there were many colorful lanterns inside and outside. There were colorful ropes between the lanterns, and there were many riddles hanging on the ropes. Those who could guess the correct answer would happily go to the monks to receive the prize. Sometimes a handful of shiny copper coins would appear above the crowd and fall like raindrops. This was a trick that Shui Huai imitated Wu Zetian. If it wasn't for this, how could the White Horse Temple's great Dharma assembly gather so many people? When the copper coins fell to the ground, both men and women would bend down to pick them up. This was the happiest moment for the immortal squeezing ruffians. They would casually touch the round and big buttocks, and then quickly bend down to pick up the coins. There were also ruffians who were too slow to escape and were grabbed by the tough women. Their slaps rained down on their faces. There were also ruffians who felt soft and extremely bouncy when they touched their buttocks. The feeling was so good that it left an endless aftertaste. When the beautiful woman in his heart suddenly turned around, he was so scared that he screamed out loud when he saw her pockmarked face. Yang Fan was squeezed into the crowd. He could not go faster even if he wanted to. He could only follow the flow of people and watch the lively crowd with amusement along the way. Finally, he squeezed into the gate of the White Horse Temple. There were 2 monks preaching on both sides of the gate. In this era, it was very common for monks to use some grand festivals to preach the Buddhist scriptures in public like they were performing in the Jianghu. They used this as a way to gain followers. What they preached was not dry and boring theories or profound scriptures that people could not understand. Instead, they preached some lively and interesting Buddhist stories. The monk on the left side of the gate was the true abbot of the White Horse Temple. He was the last disciple of great master Sanshan, Monk Han Yuan. This monk was tall and sturdy. His voice was loud and clear. In such a noisy environment, it was impossible for people to hear him clearly if his voice was not loud. Compared to him, great master Huaiyi's proud disciple, Hong Lu, who stood on the right side of the gate, paled in comparison. Hong Lu's voice had already become completely hoarse from competing with Hong Yuan's. He repeated the legendary story of great master Huai, stabbing his knee and painting the Buddha statue with blood at the top of his lungs. His hoarse voice was completely drowned out by the noisy crowd of tourists. However, the followers around him were far more numerous than those on Han Yuan's side. This was because the followers had already discovered that the frequency at which copper coins were splashed was the highest. Hong Chi, you hold on for a while. I can't take it anymore. Seeing how busy Hong Lu was, Yang Fan originally wanted to just walk through the gate and not disturb his 6 senior brother's business of promoting Buddhism. However, he only stood there for a moment before Hong Lu saw him. Hong Lu seemed to have eaten too much salt. He called his junior brother onto the stage with a hoarse voice that no one could hear. Then, he jumped off the stage and squeezed through the crowd to walk towards Yang Fan. 17. Cough, cough. Junior brother, you're here. 6 senior brother. Yang Fan waved his hand and stopped his subordinates from trying to stop him. He took the initiative to greet Hong Yuan. It's so lively here. Of course, Master is holding a big Dharma conference today, and the whole city of Luoyang is in an uproar. When the emperor comes, there'll be 1,000 monks. Cough, cough, cough. Hong Lu's voice was like a broken string. It was so shaky that no one could hear what he was saying. Six Senior Brother, are you all right? I'm fine, I'm fine. Hong Lu waved his hand and rushed to a roadside stall to pick up 2 frozen pears. Master, you didn't pay. Pay my ass. Just now, several copper coins fell on your chopping board, and they all went to your advantage. I saw it clearly from the stage. You still want money? You only care about money. Hong Lu used a voice that was even more eunuch than a eunuch to clearly reprimand him. He returned to Yang Fan's side and handed the frozen pears to Yang Fan. With a crunch, he took a bite of the frozen pear and chewed on the icy flesh a few times before saying, "My throat can't even speak." Yang Fan also took a bite of the frozen pear and let the cold and sweet juice seep into his throat. He smiled and said, "Why didn't you let your senior and junior brothers take your place?" Hong Lu shook his head. "Everyone is busy and can't spare anyone. 7th junior brother just sent his wife and child away and just came back. That's why I grabbed him. Wife and child." Yang Fan paused and then asked, "What about Master? Where's he busy?" Hong Lu said, "Master went to the palace early in the morning to accompany His Majesty to the Great Dharma Conference." As they spoke, they passed by the originally spacious front hall and saw that there were already 4 high platforms in the courtyard. One was performing a play, one was telling a story, one was performing a dance, and one was doing Master Shui's old trade, shattering boulders on the chest and selling golden spear aphrodisiac. Yang Fan was quite sweaty at this kind of all-encompassing Great Dharma Conference, but it looked like the effect was pretty good. There was a sea of people in front of each platform, watching with great interest. Hong Lu glanced at Yang Fan's strange expression and couldn't help but burst into laughter. After laughing for a while, he began to cough again. "Cough, cough. Ordinary people all like liveliness. Why don't we go to the Sangarama Hall? The reincarnated pure light Buddha is there, divining the past and present lives of people. Each divination is at least 100 strings, so there aren't many people there, and it's extremely quiet." At this point, Hong Lu even winked at Yang Fan and lowered his voice to say with a smile, "Most of the people there are women, and there's no lack of beauties." Yang Fan smiled bitterly. "Forget it. Let's go to the back hall. Is Junior Marshal Brother Ijua there? You go about your business. I'll chat with him." Hong Lu said, "Ijua is also busy with the Great Dharma Conference. Look, he's over there." Yang Fan took a closer look and indeed saw a platform in front of a great hall. Monk Ijua was sitting behind the table, talking nonstop like a storyteller. Needless to say, there were quite a number of people in front of him. Yang Fan was curious and didn't know what he was talking about, so he gestured to Hong Lu. The two of them didn't say anything and quietly moved closer. The two of them moved closer to listen. Monk Ijua was also telling a story, preaching the idea of karma and retribution. This idea was advocated by Buddhism, but he didn't just talk about the 6 paths of reincarnation, but also embodied the 5 ghost emperors, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, the 10 kings of hell, Oxhead and Horseface. He actually mixed the figures of Buddhism and Taoism together and actually talked about them clearly and logically. Yang Fan had read a lot of books when he was young, so he knew a thing or two about Buddhism and Taoism. However, this was the first time he had heard of someone combining the legendary figures of Buddhism and Taoism and actually making them colleagues. He wondered if the chaos between the Buddhist and Taoist deities in the Central Plains had started from this Reverend Ijua, who wore a kasaya and worshipped Taishang Laozi. Yang Fan shook his head and teased Hong Lu. "Forget it. Junior Marshal Brother Ijua is busy arranging the seats for Bane Necropolis Great Emperor and Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, so let's not call him. Let's go to the back courtyard and have some peace." The illiterate Hong Lu said with concern, "All right, then let him be. Senior Marshal Brother will accompany you for a drink or 2. Why hasn't the Jade Emperor decided who will be the boss between Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and Feng Du Heavenly Emperor? Can't you just discuss it with Buddha? We're all family, don't fight." Yang Fan was speechless again. Chapter 686. Yang Fan and Hong Lu wandered around the White Horse Temple. Under the management of Shui Huai, the White Horse Temple had completely degenerated into a big temple fair. There was no solemnity of a Buddhist temple. Instead, it was filled with sensual pleasures. On this day, very few people went to the Tenderness Square to seek pleasure. Therefore, the prostitutes in the brothel also took a long break and came to the White Horse Temple to relax. Many of the beautiful courtesans had changed into ordinary clothes and were accompanied by a playful and cute little maid and two big teapots with small hats. Their movements were elegant and their manners were dignified. They were even more elegant than the proper girls from the prestigious families. However, there was no lack of coquettish behavior. At first glance, people would know that they were girls from the brothel. Seeing this scene, Yang Fan could not help but shake his head. Not long after, Chundong happened to bring his wife and child to the temple fair. They met an acquaintance, and the two of them gathered together to chat about everything under the sun. It was very comfortable. When it was close to noon, there was still no sign of the emperor. Chundong guessed that the emperor would not appear during mealtime, so he invited Yang Fan to a restaurant outside. Yang Fan said goodbye to Hong Lu and left with Chundong. According to Shui Huai's instructions before he left, the emperor would arrive at most 3/4 of the morning. However, the White Horse Temple waited from dawn until noon, and there was still no sign of the emperor. Hong Wen and Hong Lu discussed and decided that they had no choice but to eat first. In the end, there was another problem. Today, Shui Huai was holding a big Dharma conference. The so-called Dharma conference naturally included lectures and teachings. The most popular program was the chanting of 1,000 monks. Shui Huai was the protector of the state and had the power to command all the Buddhist sects in the world. Therefore, he transferred 1,000 monks from various temples and prepared to chant the Great Cloud Scripture. Wu Zetian liked grand occasions, and he thought that this grand occasion could make Wu Zetian like it. This event was not only grand, but it could also show that the emperor had the support of the people. More importantly, he was the one who proved that Wu Zetian was the reincarnation of Maitreya with the deity Yunjing Shu, and made great achievements for her ascension to the throne. He also wanted the emperor to remember his kindness. In order to create a kind of mysterious effect, he hid all these monks in the back garden. There were 1,000 monks densely packed together. Each one was wearing a big red kasaya with a pillow hat on their head. They looked like 1,000 tang sanzang, bright red and awe-inspiring. But they had been standing from morning till noon and were so hungry that their chests pressed against their backs, and so tired that their heels were cramped. More importantly, Shui Huai originally planned to invite the emperor in the morning and hold a series of events. He planned to wait until the emperor was tired at noon and rest in the temple. At night, he would accompany the emperor to watch the lanterns. He did not prepare lunch for these monks, and the cooks of the White Horse Temple could not cook food for so many monks. Now that the emperor had not arrived, these 1,000 people could not leave, but they also could not let them starve. He was so anxious that he walked around in circles. Fortunately, his master was rich. After some deliberation, his disciples took the initiative to ask the kitchen to prepare more food and to go out and buy a lot of food. There were a lot of unused pots in the kitchen, but the stove was limited, so the head cooks took the initiative to start cooking in the courtyard. The firewood was very moist in the winter, so when the fire was lit, thick smoke could be seen billowing from the White Horse Temple. The smoke rose into the night, becoming another miracle of Luoyang. As the thick smoke rose, it didn't take long before 3 groups of people rushed towards the White Horse Temple from 3 different directions amidst the shouts of people and neighs of horses. The first group consisted of Imperial Censor Zheng Chao. The second group consisted of Luoyang Commandant Tang Zong, who was under the jurisdiction of the capital governor, and the third group consisted of the Jinwu Guard Brigade Commander Lu Xiangyu. These 3 groups of people were responsible for the security of the capital. When they saw the thick smoke from the White Horse Temple, they knew that there was a big ceremony here today, and there were many people attending the ceremony. They thought that there was a fire and rushed over. As a result, when they rushed to the entrance of the alley, They could not squeeze in. The three officials made a prompt decision and ordered in unison, "Charge in." The servant of the city patrol raised his whip and lashed. The officers and soldiers of the Jin Wu Wei raised their sheathed steel swords and slashed. Luoyang Commandant Tang Zong did not hesitate either. With a command, the patrol officers under him waved their water and fire sticks and rushed in like they were performing a drama. Who would have thought that not only would there be chaos outside, but there would also be chaos inside? What were Shui Huai's subordinates? They were just a bunch of ruffians. How could you expect such a group of trash to do anything reliable? They ordered all sorts of dishes from restaurants, and snack stalls. They had all kinds of meat and fish. There were monks who drank wine and ate meat, but the 1,000 monks who were waiting to sing the great cloud scripture were real monks. They were determined not to eat these things. After a series of protests, these ruffians became angry. A group of ruffian monks was quarreling with a proper monk. The waiters sent by the restaurants to deliver the food could not wait and urged them to ask for money. No one wanted to eat the food. How could the ruffian monks be willing to pay? So they quarreled with the waiters again. This quarrel could not be controlled. They quarreled from the backyard to the front yard. A large group of people who were watching the fun suddenly surrounded them. They felt that this was the most exciting show of the White Horse Temple ceremony. The group of ruffian monks usually kept to their word. They had never lost so much face. They quarreled until they were ashamed and angry. They simply started a fight. This fight inevitably affected the innocent. The innocent was not to be trifled with. He immediately rolled up his sleeves and joined the fight. Anyway, in this chaos, no matter how powerful the White Horse Temple was, they would not be able to find him for revenge. Even in modern society, some garden activities often resulted in stampedes due to poor organization. Moreover, this White Horse Temple ceremony was not organized or guided. Even if the government sent bailiffs, because the White Horse Temple had always been domineering, they only maintained order in the periphery. They were not willing to wander around inside. When this fight started, the people outside desperately rushed in and squeezed to watch the fun. The people inside helped the old and the young to rush out. They dodged the incense sticks, prayer beads, tables and chairs, hanging Buddha statues, and all kinds of strange weapons. The chaotic scene of stampedes inevitably occurred. After a while, the huge Buddha statue that Shui Huai drew with his blood also collapsed with a loud bang. It was trampled into pieces. By the time Yang Fan and Chen Dong had eaten and drank to their heart's content, they were laughing and chatting as they rushed back. When they saw the White Horse Temple in a mess, they were stunned. Chen Dong still had his wife and child with him, so it was inconvenient for him to go in. Yang Fan told him and led 7 or 8 bodyguards to squeeze in. Even with his martial arts, when he squeezed into the White Horse Temple, his clothes were messy, his hat was crooked, his hair was disheveled, and he was sweating profusely. Yang Fan squeezed into the White Horse Temple and saw that it was even more chaotic here. There were fights everywhere. Yang Fan wandered around for a long time, but he could not find anyone he knew. Monk Yizhua, who was hiding behind a pillar and looking at the scenery, saw him and quickly called him over. Yang Fan asked him and understood the reason. It was useless for Yang Fan to understand the chaotic scene before his eyes. Even if he gathered all his fellow apprentices from Hong 1 to Hong 19, the scene before his eyes still wasn't something they could put a stop to. At this time, the Featherwood Guards Grand General Wu Yi led the army over in a grandiose manner. Under the suppression of the mighty army, the chaos was finally put to a stop. Wu Yi came to clear the way. The emperor had already set off and would arrive soon. This time, Monk Hong Yi and his fellow apprentices were dumbfounded. They did not know how to deal with the situation in front of them. Seeing this, Yang Fan quickly came forward. First, he asked Hong Yi to pay. Then he sent away the waiters of the restaurants. Who was injured? Everything was settled with money. As long as he was willing to leave, he did not care about money. The same method was used for the civilians who were accidentally injured. In a hurry, it was impossible to distinguish who was right and who was wrong, so the White Horse Temple had to pay. The magic of money was endless. In the blink of an eye, The families of the victims were swept away like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Following that, he paid for many young and strong men from the commoners who had come to watch the show to help clean up the battlefield. At the same time, he asked the Yulin Guard, the Golden Guards, the patrolling Imperial censors, and the people of Luoyang Prefecture to help maintain order and guide the crowd. As for the 1,000 monks, they chose those whose kasayas were still intact, those who still wore Vairocana hats, and those who did not have bruised noses and swollen faces. The others retreated first. In the end, only 240 monks were left. They hurriedly retreated to the backyard to prepare to chant scriptures. The reincarnated pure light Buddha, the immortal nun of Hanoi, also took advantage of the chaos and quietly slipped away with her female disciples. Yang Fan's command produced a miraculous effect. When the Emperor's guard of honor appeared in the distance, the entire scene was no longer chaotic. However, the giant Buddha that Xue Huai had painstakingly drawn was gone. The Emperor's favorite scene of joy with the people was gone. The scene was cold and deserted. Except for the soldiers, there were more soldiers. Wu Zetian did not want to see the great Dharma assembly at the White Horse Temple. As her position as the Emperor stabilized, she was tired of those pretentious things, especially the case of Lu Sili and Su Lianyao's rebellion. It made her notice that she was not the only one who could use Buddhas to bewitch the people. She was the Emperor. She could still do things without Buddhas to bewitch the people. It was just that sometimes it would be more troublesome. However, other people could use Buddhas to do many things that they could not do. This made her even more vigilant towards those who were not from the Buddhist world and were showing off their supernatural powers with the will of the fake gods and Buddha. She had only come today to brush Xue Huai off. She was afraid that this bastard would do something stupid again. Thus, despite Xue Huai's repeated urging, she was not in the mood. It was only in the afternoon that she could not drag it on any longer. Only then did she put on the guard of honor and came slowly. When she arrived at the White Horse Temple, she saw that there was no grand occasion at all. Her displeasure was written all over her face. Xue Huai was also puzzled. Although it was early when he left, it looked more lively than now. Where were the people? Where were the Buddha statues? And where were the disciples? After looking for a long time, he saw Master Sanshan standing respectfully in front of the temple with a group of monks from the White Horse Temple. None of his disciples. Oh, there was one. Monk Ijua was there. Ijua stood behind Master Sanshan. He had a kind face and a sage-like demeanor. No matter how he looked at it, he looked like a Taoist. Xue Huai was very puzzled. However, he was accompanying the Emperor, so it was not appropriate for him to ask. He could only bring the Emperor into the temple with a belly full of questions. While Master Sanshan was leading the monks of the White Horse Temple to see the Emperor, he hurriedly called Monk Ijua to his side. Monk Ijua hurriedly explained. Xue Huai's heart immediately turned cold. He did not care about being angry now. He only thought about how to please the Empress in such a situation. Yang Fan tried his best, but he could only clean up the scene to this extent. He was now a minor official. He did not have the right to accompany the Emperor, nor did he have the right to welcome the Emperor. He could only blend in with the few remaining commoners. Looking at Xue Huai's ugly expression, Yang Fan shook his head secretly. He still remembered what Xue Huai had said to him that day in the golden hairpin drunkenness. Right now, he really wanted to rush up to Xue Huai and ask, "You can't let go of the riches and honor that you obtained by humiliation?" Chapter 687. Xue Huai's meticulously planned series of preparations were all ruined during lunch. For a moment, Xue Huai was at a loss as to what to do. His original plans were all ruined, and he didn't know how to react. The so-called Great Spell Conference turned into a boring inspection of the White Horse Temple by the Empress. The Empress lit incense in the main hall and prayed silently. Then, Xue Huai embarrassedly ordered the monks to chant the Great Cloud Scripture in the spacious courtyard. Some ingenious actions had to be taken at the right time in order to have a refreshing effect. Xue Huai originally planned to use surprise after surprise to arouse the Empress's interest. Then, he would use the powerful, ode of 1,000 monks to reach the climax of today's great spell conference. But now, there was no foreshadowing or ambush. He directly used the ode of 1,000 monks, which was dull and dull. Moreover, the 1,000 monks no longer existed. Now, there were only about 200 monks who could make a grand entrance. They came very early in the morning and didn't eat breakfast or lunch. The group fight made them angry. Therefore, the chanting lost some of its solemnity and holiness, leaving only a drowsy hum. Wu Zetian didn't have any expression on her face. She didn't show any joy or displeasure. She just indifferently looked at the monks who were chanting. Shui Huai tried to muster up the courage to say a few words, but he didn't dare to say them. At this moment, a sonorous and powerful sound of gongs and drums suddenly came from outside the White Horse Temple. The sound of the drums was loud and powerful. Every time the drum was hit, not only the leather covering the drum trembled, but also the hearts of the people. This kind of exciting drum sound immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the White Horse Temple. It was impossible to go to the White Horse Temple at this time and beat the drums and gongs. There were soldiers guarding outside, but not only did the sound of the drums and gongs sound, but also came closer and closer. It was as if it was coming towards the inside of the White Horse Temple. No one was watching the monks chanting anymore. Everyone was looking outside. The monks who were chanting also stopped their weak chanting and turned their heads to look outside. Dong, 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 clang. The sound of gongs and drums was loud and powerful, filled with a festive atmosphere. The sound got closer and closer, but before the people could see the people who were beating the gongs and drums, they saw a young man with a red headband, dressed in colorful clothes and holding a red embroidered ball in his hand appear at the door. He began to dance, his movements vigorous and powerful. The man waved the red embroidered ball, and a red-maned lion with golden eyes, silver teeth, and red mane leaped in from the door. The sound of gongs and drums turned into the familiar peace music. The Lion Man led the lion, which was more than 10 feet tall, to leap, tumble, jump, stand on its hind legs, and bow, looking extremely heroic. Following that, a second lion, a third lion. One lion after another entered the courtyard under the guidance of the Lion Men, squeezing the monks to the side and emptying the entire courtyard. Wu Zetian stared fixedly at the first Lion Man. After a long time, her face slowly revealed an expression of astonishment and extreme joy. That was Zhang Yizhi. Zhang Yizhi had a red headband on his head, dressed in colorful clothes, and held a red embroidered ball in his hand. He looked valiant and indescribably cute. Today, these two brothers also attended the palace banquet. However, although everyone in the court knew that they were the Empress Gigolos in such a grand occasion, they could not attend the banquet as palace people. Just as they said, they had no status. However, they were still officials. They originally had idle official positions that were inherited from their fathers. After receiving Wu Zetian's favor, they continued to be promoted and were already qualified to attend the palace banquet. However, they entered the palace as officials and officially attended the palace banquet. They could not stay by the Empress' side, and the Empress could not always look after these two little lovers. When Wu Zetian was about to come to the White Horse Temple, these two people disappeared. Wu Zetian thought that they felt uncomfortable coming to the White Horse Temple and did not come with her. Only now did she understand that they wanted to give her a surprise. Although Wu Zetian was pleasantly surprised, Shui Huai was so angry that his face turned pale. His skin was originally white, and at this time, it was even more pale, without any color of blood. According to Shui Huai's usual temperament, at this time, he would have already clenched his big iron fist and rushed down to hit people. However, times were different. He did not dare, especially when the one who was performing the lion dance was Zhang Yizhi. Especially when the Empress's face showed a happy expression. The Shangyuan festival was a celebration. If he wanted to make the Empress happy, others could naturally make the Empress happy. What reason did he have to hit people? The fifth wolf is here, then where is the sixth wolf? Wu Zetian subconsciously took 2 steps forward and looked at the male lion dancers. She looked down one by one until her eyes were filled with tears, but she still could not find Zhang Changzong. At this time, Zhang Yiji was leading a lion closer and closer. The female guards on both sides of Wu Zetian immediately took a step forward, but before they could stop them, they were reprimanded by Wu Zetian. The lion came to the step in front of Wu Zetian and began to dance on the spot, scratching, shaking, and licking. It was vivid and charmingly naive, making Wu Zetian laugh loudly. Suddenly, the lion's head was lifted, and a young man wearing a lion sweater and a pair of lion's claw boots stood in a horse stance. Another handsome young man wearing a red warrior's suit supported the lion's head and stepped on the young man's leg. The young man winked at Wu Zetian and said loudly to Wu Zetian, "The Shangyuan festival is a celebration. Changzong wishes His Majesty good health and boundless longevity." Zhang Changzong's handsome face was flushed, and his forehead was full of sweat. Seeing this, Wu Zetian felt distressed and happy. If it was not really inappropriate, she would have taken a handkerchief and come forward to wipe his sweat. Wu Zetian hurriedly said, "Good, good, good. Fifth wolf, sixth wolf, you are really considerate." Wu Zetian was so happy that she forgot that there were many noble relatives and courtiers following her. She directly called out to them intimately. Zhang Yiji raised the embroidered ball and said to Wu Zetian, "Your Majesty, we have also arranged for the dance of the 100 Lions and the dance of the Fish and Dragon on Ding Ding Long Street. Your Majesty, the royal relatives, civil and military officials, please enjoy it together." "Good, good, good." Wu Zetian beamed with joy and said to the accompanying officials, "Set off, all officials. Follow me to Ding 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 Long Street to watch the dance of the 100 Lions and the dance of the Fish and Dragon." Xue Huai was so angry that smoke was coming out of his nostrils, but he did not dare to flare up. He could only say awkwardly, "Your Majesty, should you first listen to the 1,000 monks on No, the 100 Buddhist song, rest in the meditation room for a while before going. This humble monk is worried that your Majesty's dragon body." Wu Zetian's face darkened, and she said lightly, "I am in good health and do not need to rest. Set off. Your Majesty, set off." Amidst the sound of gongs and drums, the 9 male lions were led by Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yiji's lion heads, followed by the emperor and the civil and military officials. Just like that, they left Xue Huai behind and walked out. Xue Huai stood there with his back straight, watching the crowd leave in disorder. No one turned back to look at him, not even with a mocking gaze or a mocking expression. The light in Xue Huai's eyes gradually dimmed, and he stood there like a stone statue. In the distant corridor, the few remaining people in the temple had gone to watch the dance of the 100 Lions and the dance of the Fish and Dragon. Only Yang Fan was left standing there. Xue Huai and the other disciples looked at each other. After a long time, Hongyi came forward with trepidation and timidly said, "Master." Xue Huai turned around and picked up a scripture scroll from the incense table, about to throw it at Hongyi's head. Hongyi was so frightened that he did not dare to dodge, only shutting his eyes firmly. A while later, before the scripture could hit his head, Hongyi quietly opened his eyes and could not help but jump in fright. He saw that Xue Huai's large eyes were filled with tears, which were swirling in them. Hongyi had never seen Xue Huai cry before, so he dropped to his knees in fright and said with a trembling voice, "Master." Xue Huai slowly lowered his head and looked at the scripture scroll in his hand. This was the great cloud scripture that he had asked the Sanshan master and the other eminent monks to transcribe with ox blood. Of course, to outsiders, he still claimed that he had transcribed it with his own blood. He had originally planned on offering it to the Empress after the ode to 1,000 monks, but unfortunately, Xue Huai's tears fell onto the scripture, dyeing it red. The disciples gathered around him and called out to him timidly, "Master!" Xue Huai suddenly laughed aloud. As he laughed, he tore the scripture apart with all his might, tearing it into pieces and tossing them into the air. The scripture danced in the air like blood-red butterflies. Xue Huai slowly made his way to the backyard. His shoulders slumped down powerlessly, and his tall figure was filled with loneliness and desolation. Hongyi crawled to his feet and stared at Shui Huai's back blankly. Hong Lu whispered, "First senior brother, should we go and comfort master?" Hongi glanced at his senior brothers, and they all took a step back subconsciously. Shui Huai would hit people when he flew into a rage, but his behavior right now had never been seen before. It was probably not as simple as just hitting people. Who dared to persuade him at a time like this? And what could they do? A large hand patted Hong Lu's shoulder. Hong Lu turned his head and saw that Yang Fan had already arrived before him at some point in time. He patted Hong Lu's shoulder and said to the others, "Go to the corner and send away those monks. I'll go persuade Master Shui." The disciples were overjoyed. They all knew that their master treated this 17th junior brother differently, so they nodded and agreed in a hurry. Shui Huai walked into the backyard in a daze and stood in the middle of the forest of steels and pagodas. His eyes were blank. Yang Fan slowly walked to his back and stood 10 feet away from him. He accompanied him in silence for a while before asking slowly, "Why is Master Shui sad?" Shui Huai trembled and said, "I accompanied her for more than 10 years. More than 10 years." Yang Fan said coldly, "So what? Has Master Shui ever truly liked her for a day?" Shui Huai suddenly turned around and glared at Yang Fan with eyes that seemed to be spewing fire. Yang Fan was not afraid at all. Instead, his words became even colder. "I still remember that Master Shui once told me the truth after he was drunk. You hated her, hated that old woman very much. When you shared a bed with her, you pretended to be fascinated and excited to please her, but at the same time, you endured the disgust and disdain. If she no longer dotes on you, wouldn't that be a relief?" Shui Huai roared, "I can't accept it. I can't accept it. I accompanied her for more than 10 years. Yang Fan smiled, and his tone became even sharper. "So what? Didn't you get anything? What kind of person was Master Shui back then? She was just a street drug dealer. If the princess hadn't introduced you to her, what would you be now? What's more, he's just a medicine seller." Shui Huai seemed to have been punched by an invisible fist in the air. He staggered 2 steps back, and his face became even paler. Yang Fan said, "For more than 10 years, you accompanied her and obtained endless wealth, power, and status. Nobles led the horse and fell the stirrup for you, and the prime minister let you beat, scold, and humiliate him. Did you suffer any loss? Since you only used your beauty to entertain people and never had a day of true love with her, then why are you sad when you were replaced by someone else?" "I understand what you mean." Shui Huai was originally trembling with anger, but he suddenly calmed down and silently turned around. He said, "I know you want to wake me up. I know." He slowly raised his head and looked at the moss-covered pagoda. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, "Let me calm down. Let me think about it." Yang Fan nodded, turned around, and walked out. When he reached the edge of the pagoda forest, he stopped and said to Shui Huai with a straight face, "Isn't falling out of favor a kind of release from Master Shui? As long as you are willing, from this moment on, you can live the life you truly yearn for." Chapter 688. After dinner, Yang Fan and his family also went to the streets and gathered in the excited crowd. Yang Fan held the child in his arms. The little guy was very strong, and his neck could already stand up from time to time to look around. Of course, most of the time, he still liked to comfortably lie on his father's broad shoulders and spit bubbles. The child seemed to treat spitting bubbles as a game, but his mother especially liked to make him clean. She followed him all day and wiped him with a handkerchief. The more she wiped, the more excited the little guy became. The confrontation between the mother and the child continued. Only when his father hugged him was the most enjoyable. Yang Fan never cared whether the child spit bubbles or not, so a thin layer of ice had formed on Yang Fan's shoulders. In this day and age, there were not many men carrying children. It was not that men were lazy, but things like cooking, washing clothes, and carrying children were naturally done by women. If men did these things, they would be laughed at. Therefore, on the streets, many of the men who went shopping with their wives and children could only be strong and strong men walking leisurely in front, while the women who were dressed to the extreme carried one in their arms and held the other in their hands, stumbling behind. The men even had to stop from time to time and wait impatiently for them. It was rare to see people like Yang Fan. Fortunately, everyone's interest was on all kinds of colorful lanterns, so no one had the time to laugh at him. Xiao Man and Anu accompanied him on his left and right. Gu Zhuding was disguised as a maidservant in green, and she looked to be about 16 or 17 years old. When Yang Fan first saw her appearance, he was very shocked. He only knew that young people could use various means to make themselves look older, but it was really unimaginable to make someone look younger. But now, something unimaginable had happened in front of him. He looked up and down, left and right, but no matter how he looked, he couldn't find any evidence that Miss Gu didn't look like a 16 or 17-year-old girl. It was only when Anu pinched his waist that he stopped looking. Xiao Man didn't need to carry the child, so she had her hands free. Now she was holding a bag of fried oil hammers in her hand. She and Anu each had a toothpick in their hands, and from time to time, they would stab a piece of crispy and sweet fried oil hammers and eat it with relish. They were obviously very full at night, but they didn't know why this sticky and sweet thing was so attractive. Elder brother, how was the White Horse Temple assembly today? Xiao Man asked Yang Fan, while looking around and admiring the various lanterns with great interest. Yang Fan sighed and said, "Do you still remember the 2 times Master Shui led the troops in a battle?" Xiao Man glanced at him and asked, "Yes, why?" Yang Fan sighed again and said, "If the opponent chooses not to fight, Master Shui will definitely win." Xiao Man's black eyes rolled around. With the fried oil hammers in her mouth and her cheeks puffed up cutely, she asked, "What if the opponent wants to fight?" Yang Fan shook his head and said dejectedly, "The result will be unimaginable." Thinking about the scene of Zhang Changzong and his brother leading the excited Wu Zetian away, it was like a loud slap on Shui Huai's face. Yang Fan felt sad for him and could only hope that Monk Shui would really think things through. In fact, with Shui Huai's current wealth and power, it was enough for him to live a wealthy life. If he was willing to let go now, the apologetic Wu Zetian would definitely compensate him. Moreover, he was harmless to anyone. No matter how the political situation changed in the future, no one would find trouble with him. Yang Fan couldn't understand why Shui Huai was angry and sad, especially since he clearly hated Wu Zetian, who said that a woman's mind was hard to guess. Shui Huai was a man, but his mind was also hard to guess by Yang Fan. Xiao Man tilted her head and thought for a while. She blinked her big eyes and said, "That is to say, something unexpected happened in today's assembly?" Yang Fan laughed and scratched her cute nose. He said with a smile, "My wife is indeed smart. Children already know how to imitate adults." Yang Nianzu saw Yang Fan's actions and is little but immediately arched into Yang Fan's embrace. He squealed, looking like he wanted to copy his father and scratch his mother's nose. Unfortunately, no one paid attention to him. Very quickly, young Master Yang's attention was attracted by a horse lantern. His plan to scratch his mother's nose was immediately thrown out of his mind. Yang Nianzu stared dumbfoundedly at the spinning lantern. A strand of sparkling and translucent saliva connected with the thin layer of ice on his father's shoulder. In the crowd, the 4 Chui brothers were strolling over. Chuidi's overestimation of his capabilities made Princess Taiping deeply disgusted. Chui sure felt from his next few interactions with Princess Taiping that his 9th brother had completely lost Princess Taiping's appreciation. The hope of Princess Taiping recommending his 9th brother to be an official was already zero. Therefore, he immediately wrote a letter to summon the other 2 brothers to the capital, intending to win by quantity. As the Shangyuan festival approached, the 2 brothers, Chui Yi and Chui Qi, finally hurried to Luojing and met up with Chui Shi and Chui Di. The 2 brothers had just arrived in Luoyang for a day and hadn't had the time to pay a visit to Princess Taiping. Coinciding with the Shangyuan festival, the 4 brothers came out to stroll the streets and watch the lanterns. Chui Shi was walking when he suddenly stopped and said, "11th brother, tonight is the Shangyuan festival and the lanterns are as bright as day. Why don't you use this Shangyuan night as the theme and compose a poem so that the brothers can evaluate it?" The 11th brother he called was Chui Yi. Among the Chui brothers, Chui Yi was one of the best in terms of talent and learning. Moreover, This 11th brother's temperament was also very calm. However, in terms of seniority among the brothers, he was slightly younger than Chui Di. Chui Shi had originally planned to first enter officialdom with the 9th brother, Chui Di. When this 11th brother was a bit older, it wouldn't be too late to find him an official position. Now that Chui Di had caused Princess Taiping to feel extreme disgust and had already lost the possibility of entering officialdom, he began to consider Chui Yi. Chui Yi was good at poetry and literature and had a calm temperament. Princess Taiping liked people who were good at poetry and prose the most. Chui Shi asking his brother to compose a poem at this time was also to test him. The Chui brothers were all able to compose poems, but to achieve the realm of composing a poem in a few steps without any modifications, among the brothers, only Chui Shi and Chui Yi could do it. They were all brothers of the same family, so there was no need to be modest or anything. As soon as he heard his eldest brother's instructions, Chui Yi slowly walked forward while frowning in thought. Chui Yi walked a few steps and suddenly clapped his hands and said cheerfully, "I've got it." Chui Ji and Chui Di said in unison, "11th brother, quickly recite it." Chui Yi shook his head and said, "Don't rush the jade leak copper pot. The iron gate and golden lock open all night. Who can see the moon and sit idly? Or can hear the lantern and not look?" When he said the word "come," Chui Yi waved his hand. The street was bustling with people. This wave of his hand almost hit a person's face. Fortunately, that person's movement was extremely agile, and with a pa sound, he grabbed Chui Ye's wrist. Chui Yi turned his head to look and saw a strong man dressed in green and wearing a small hat retreating. Behind him, a man walked up with a child in his arms. He said to Chui Yi with a smile, "People come and go on the long street. Young Master Chui, please don't be so arrogant." Chui Di was stunned and said, "Yang Longzhong." Yang Fan laughed and said, "Now that I have even been suspended from my position as the supervisor, I can't even talk about the doctor of medicine anymore." Chui Di smiled bitterly and said, "Yang, Erling must be joking." Chui Di's eyes reddened when he saw his love rival, but he did not think that Princess Taiping had never looked him in the eye. He did not know where this love rival came from. As soon as he saw Yang Fan, his face darkened and said to Chui Di, "Eldest brother, the lantern over there is very magnificent. Let's go take a look." Chui Di's face darkened and said to Chui Di sternly, "Jiulong after Shun, you should go home." Chui Di was dazed and asked, "Eldest brother, what is it?" Chui Di said coldly, "I am your eldest brother. When you are outside, everything should be arranged by me. Do I need a reason? After Shang Yuan, you should immediately return home." Finishing, Chui Di left behind the bewildered Chui Di and said to Yang Fan with a long bow, "Erlang, my younger brother, is young and inexperienced. If he has offended you, please forgive him." Yang Fan held the child and stared straight behind him. He did not know what he was looking at so intently that he did not respond to Chui Di's words. Chui Di felt a wave of shame and thought, "I have already apologized to you on behalf of my brother. Is that not enough? Even if you're the leader of Xianzong, you can't be so arrogant to me?" But he then found that something was wrong. It was not just Yang Fan who was looking behind him. More and more wanderers stopped in their steps and looked into the distance. Some of the people who were walking with him also detected the strangeness of the others and turned their heads. Chui Di reflexively turned his head to look and was instantly shocked. In the distance, it was like a burning torch. The flames shot into the sky, reaching hundreds of zhang high. This fire stole all of the light from the lantern wheels, the lamp trees, and the lamp posts of Shangyuan night. It was like a torch in the hands of a god, flashing and piercing the night sky. At the beginning, the light of the fire was slightly dim, but in a moment, it illuminated the entire city in red. Chui Di couldn't help but shout, "Imperial Palace! That is the Imperial Palace!" Yes, the place where the fire was coming from was the Imperial Palace. Inside the Imperial Palace, the most majestic and largest heaven had already become a burning torch. This heaven was completely made of wood, and there were countless cloth curtains with scriptures written on them that would light up with a light. There was a seated Buddha built with Wu Zetian's appearance as the model in the heaven. The Buddha was incomparably large and unparalleled. Just a little finger could hold over a dozen strong men. From this, it could be seen that it was unparalleled. But this large Buddha was also made of wood and painted gold. Now that this large Buddha was also burning, it was like a 10,000 jong tall golden god, the light of the fire shooting into the sky. Shui Huai, he held a jar of wine in one hand and a torch in the other as he looked at the burning heaven and laughed wildly. Today, in the White Horse Temple, he suffered a great humiliation. He sat alone in the pagoda forest for a long time. He had to admit that every word of Yang Fan's, even though it was as sharp as a knife, had cut into his heart. He knew that he had no reason to be jealous, no reason to be angry. From the first time he had used his body to serve the Empress, he should have had the awareness of being abandoned. What's more, after so many years, everything he had obtained was enough to compensate for everything he had sacrificed. But he was not reconciled. There was no reason he was not reconciled, especially even if he had a house full of gold and silver. Even if he was a duke, he felt that he still had nothing. The only thing he had was his face, even if it was just the superficial respect and awe of others. But now, as he fell out of favor, all of this was quickly lost. He was not reconciled. He still wanted to redeem himself. So he cursed, cried, and hurt himself in the tower forest. When he licked his wounds, he came back shamefully and shamelessly participated in the Imperial Lantern viewing banquet. In the past, this was the time when he was the most glorious. He was responsible for making the colored lanterns in the Imperial Palace, and was responsible for guiding the Empress to view the lanterns. He sat under the Empress's throne, below only one, and above tens of thousands of people. But this time his seat was far away. From beginning to end, he did not have a chance to approach the Empress. Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yizhi had already replaced his position. What made him even more intolerable was that others also treated him as a mass of air. Even when he took the initiative to put down his pride and put on a smiling face to toast others, those who used to flatter him and worship him as their own father were actually cold and indifferent. Some people only clapped and laughed, pretending not to see him toasting, and some people just raised their wine glasses and pretended to respond, then put them down indifferently. He finally understood. Everything was irreversible, and all the efforts he had made were just asking to be humiliated. Shui Huai, who was drunk by himself, unknowingly left the lively crowd. No one cared about his departure. He, who was once surrounded by people, clearly saw those who were sitting very close to him and had relaxed smiles on their faces. These people were originally people who wanted to curry favor with him, but they couldn't even be ranked in the first place. Unknowingly, he had arrived at heaven. This was built to curry favor with Wu Zetian, and the giant Buddha that was worshipped there was based on Wu Zetian's appearance. Now this huge pagoda-like hall was burning, and the giant Buddha inside was also burning. He was very happy in his heart. All his anger and jealousy had now been reduced to ashes. The fire raged, and there were sparks that danced in the air. They actually floated all the way to the sky above Bay City before being extinguished. The whole of Luoyang was bathed in this huge fire, and the red light soared into the sky. The bridgehead of Tianjin was illuminated as if it was daytime. Countless commoners crowded there, watching this spectacular fire in shock. Look, look, the Buddha's nose is on fire. Look, the Buddha's arm fell off. Because of the decomposition of the Buddha, the sparks turned into an even more magnificent flame. The northern wind was blowing in the sky. The northern wind slightly moved the 100-jong-tall flame. The Mingtang in front, the most magnificent hall of the Son of Heaven in history, the Wanxiang Shengong, suddenly burst into flames. The people on the Tianjin bridgehead cried out in alarm again. Heavens! The Wanxiang Shen Palace is also on fire. Shui Huai, he was burned by the rolling heat wave and retreated a few steps. He looked at the burning heaven in a daze, and then looked at the Ming Tang that was just on fire. It seemed like he suddenly sobered up from the alcohol. He staggered a few steps back and suddenly threw the wine jar away. The torch was also thrown away like a poisonous snake biting his hand. He then hurriedly pushed away the dumbstruck palace maids and servants, and escaped like a wisp of smoke. Chapter 689. When the first rays of the morning sun once again bathed the earth in its gentleness, the melodious bell and the unhurried but deafening drum did not ring out on the gate of heaven as usual. The fire had not been extinguished. The incomparably tall heaven and the magnificent Pantheon Palace were no more, but the huge wood and all kinds of exquisite carvings made of hardwood had not been completely burned. The fire was still spewing out, and more places were emitting black smoke. The 3-meter-tall golden phoenix at the top of the myriad divine palace had already been warped by the raging flames. The gold on its surface had already melted away, leaving only a frame of pure iron. It lay on the bonfire in a strange shape, blackened by the smoke. This magnificent, towering palace that seemed to be able to swallow the heavens and spit out the earth had already turned into a pile of ruins. Almost no one in Luoyang slept that night. Everyone was watching the unprecedented and unimaginable fire in the imperial palace, and the people in the imperial palace were even more so. The warriors, servants, and maids who had rushed to fetch water and extinguish the fire collapsed to the ground, exhausted. They couldn't even get up to greet their emperor as he walked past them. Wu Zetian had Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yiji support her. She trembled as she looked at this place that symbolized her destiny and the destiny of the dynasty. It was the place where the court officials usually gathered and the place where sacrifices were made to the heavens and earth. It was as if everything she had pursued her entire life had been destroyed in a single day. Several guards, eunuchs, and maids who were in charge of heaven knelt in front of her in fear. The white-haired Wu Zetian acted as if she did not see them. She just looked at the still burning flames and the black smoke in confusion, trying hard to imagine what that place looked like yesterday. Your Majesty, the Prime Minister's request an audience. Your Majesty, King Liang, King Wei, Princess Taiping, and the other members of the imperial family request an audience. Your Majesty, tell them to wait. Wu Zetian trembled as she turned around. Her voice was surprisingly calm. However, it seemed like she couldn't stand still even with Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yiji support. The dragon-headed walking stick in her hands was also forcefully propping itself against the ground. Wu Zetian tried her best to move forward and straighten her back. After just a few steps, she felt as if she had climbed a very high mountain and was out of breath. Wu Zetian stopped in her tracks and stared at a person. That person immediately walked over and bowed. Wu Zetian breathed heavily and said carefully, "Subject Ji, you have always been alert and meticulous. Those people, I will leave them to you." As Wu Zetian spoke, her eyes drifted to a place not far away. The person in front of her understood tacitly. He bowed slightly and replied softly, "I, Wu Zetian, will not disappoint your Majesty." Wu Zetian looked at him deeply again and nodded. She seemed to gain some strength in her steps. Jisoo stood where he was, silently watching Wu Zetian walk away, a cold, murderous aura slowly rising on his face. He waved his hand, and a fully armored general of the Yulin army strode in front of him. That day, Jisoo fled from Chang, and in a sorry state to Luoyang, and begged to see the emperor. Shanghai won, or sensed that there was something fishy going on, and this fishy thing was very likely to be harmful to Lai Junxin. She immediately took control of him and went to see Wu Zetian. The emperor's close minister was here. Some things that the emperor could do or not do, which could be allowed or not allowed, could be completely different when an ordinary minister talked to his close minister. Wu Zetian made an exception and summoned Jisoo. From this, it became clear that the real instigator of Lu Sili and Lu Yinyao's case was this unlucky man in front of her. But unexpectedly, she did not punish Lai Junxin. Instead, she gave Jisoo the position of Imperial Scholar and kept it by her side. Imperial Scholar was in charge of guiding the Imperial carriage, writing the 5 ceremonial notes, monitoring the ceremonies and objects, and deciding on the conferment of titles for princes, dukes, and ministers. His rank was not high, but he was truly the emperor's close minister. No one understood why Wu Zetian had done this. Although Ji Su had turned danger into safety, he had not been able to bring down Lai Junqian. Ji Su was also a very deep thinker. He wisely did not bring up this matter again, and only obediently became an imperial scholar. When Lai Junqian learned of this matter, he was very frightened for a while, but the emperor did not give any punishment, so he could only shamelessly pretend that he did not know of this matter. However, this beating was more effective than any warning. Lai Junqian worked even harder and more orderly, at least on the surface. Ji Su knew that the empress wanted him to kill everyone who had seen Shui Huai set the fire last night. She could not let others know that the dignified place where she governed the world and commanded her ministers had been burned because of a lover's jealousy. That would cause her to lose face in front of the people. Once Wu Zetian left, he began to prepare. This was the first task the empress had given him, and he had to do it well. After whispering in his ear, that general of the imperial guards showed a shocked expression, but Ji Su's icy expression caused him to wake up. Ji Su gave a few more instructions in a low voice, and that general of the imperial guards swallowed with difficulty and hurriedly left. Soon, a troop of imperial guards that had been standing guard outside the perimeter was gathered. Then, all the palace maids, guards, and eunuchs that had been on duty that night in the Hall of Light and Heaven were all tied up. The people who were tied up were all dejected. They knew that such an important place had been destroyed, but they had not thought. One after another, the people who were tied up like dumplings were thrown into the raging fire. Because the fire was too hot to approach, every person who was tied up was thrown into the fire by 4 tall and sturdy warriors. Their eyes were filled with fear and panic, but no one cried or cursed because everyone's mouth had been gagged. The other palace maids and eunuchs that were putting out the fire were stunned by this terrifying scene. This night, for them, was a day from hell. The officials came to pay their respects to the empress. The Wanxiang Divine Palace no longer existed, so the empress received the officials in the Hall of Proclamation. This was the most miserable court meeting she had since ascending to the throne. The officials were crowded in the hall, and there was not even a place to stand. And the emperor did not have the alchemy emperor, so he could only sit in front of them behind an imperial desk covered with yellow silk. When Wu Zetian arrived, Shanghai Wanner was comforting the officials, telling them that the emperor was well and the fire was under control. Although she only picked out the things that could be said, because the officials came in batches, this kind of repeated explanation made her mouth dry. It was not until Wu Zetian arrived that the crowded hall quieted down. Since the matter had already happened, it was time to deal with the aftermath. When it came to dealing with the aftermath, the civil and military officials began to quarrel again. Although the Hall of Proclamation was not small, it was still crowded with so many people. The buzzing sound of quarreling was like a noisy market. Her Majesty should issue an imperial edict to ask for the opinions of the people all over the world and reflect on the mistakes. After all, such a big fire on the night of the Upper Prime, this is the punishment of the heavens. Because Shanghai Wanner did not understand the Empress's intention, she did not announce the cause of the fire. She only said that she did not notice it beforehand, and when it was discovered, the fire was already out of control. So after a discussion among the officials, it was already classified as a fire from the heavens. The bootlicker Yang Zaisi immediately jumped out. Nonsense! This is not the punishment of the heavens. This is an auspicious sign. As soon as these words left his mouth, everyone was shocked. The market immediately became quiet, and even Wu Zetian was shocked. A huge fire had burned down the heavens and the bright hall, where the emperor gave orders and ruled the world. This was actually an auspicious sign. Prime Minister Yang said with conviction, when King Wu of Zhou conquered Zhou, when the army crossed the river, there was a fire from the heavens. In the end, King Wu succeeded in conquering Zhou and established the Great Zhou dynasty for 800 years. His Majesty, the Golden Wheel Emperor of the CI family, is the descendant of Zhou Empress Wu. This fire from the heavens on the night of the Upper Prime is clearly an auspicious sign, indicating the prosperity of our Great Zhou dynasty. Luoyang magistrate Lai Junqian had already consulted his learned subordinates, And at this time, he also chimed in, saying seriously, that year, when Mithriya became a Buddha, there was a demon burning the palace. This shows that our Majesty is really the reincarnation of Mithriya Buddha. In my opinion, this is indeed an auspicious sign. Since it is an auspicious sign, why should we issue an imperial edict to punish ourselves? Wu Zetian, who had been gloomy, saw that her officials had racked their brains to come up with so many good reasons for her. She could not help but smile, and her gloomy mood also improved a lot. Gods and Buddhas? She already hated them very much. Just like when she used the Shandong aristocrats to deal with the Guanlong aristocrats. When the Shandong aristocrats no longer had any value, she abandoned them like a pair of worn-out shoes. Now, gods and Buddhas also had little value to her. Yang Zisi's words could probably be, this idea only flashed through Wu Zetian's mind for a moment before she eliminated it again. Yang Zisi could flatter her endlessly, but she, as an empress, could not lower her IQ so shamelessly. Heaven and Ming Tang were burned, and it was actually a good omen. If this was spread out, Wu Zetian would become the laughingstock of the world. Wu Zetian chuckled twice and leaned back on the chair tiredly. She said lightly, this fire is not the heaven's fire. It is not a warning from heaven, nor is it an auspicious sign from heaven. She swept her eyes over the officials and said resolutely, I have already investigated clearly. The interior of heaven is being repaired, but the craftsmen did not take good care of it and did not guard it properly. They stacked a few rolls of linen too close to the source of the fire, which caused this great disaster. I have already ordered people to severely punish the culprit. The officials looked at each other. Since this matter had nothing to do with the heaven's fire, there was no need to talk about heaven's punishment or auspicious sign. The debaters of the two sides returned to their positions in embarrassment. Wu Zetian closed her eyes and sat for a moment. She opened her eyes and slowly stood up. The original decadent and defeated look was swept away, and she became strangely excited. I want to rebuild heaven and Ming Tang. Not only that, I also want to build the 9 continent cauldrons and the 12 zodiac gods. Ming Tang and heaven used to be supervised by Master Huai. The construction progress was very fast, and I am very satisfied. This time, Master Huai will still supervise the construction. In the past, when Shui Huai built Ming Tang and heaven, there were 20,000 daily laborers harvesting trees in the mountains, and it cost hundreds of millions of yuan. Now, not only did he want to rebuild Ming Tang and heaven, but he also wanted to build the 9 continent cauldrons and the 12 zodiac gods, which had just been completed. The civil and military officials looked at each other. At this time, there were no officials in the imperial court who dared to speak so bluntly. Such officials were either beheaded or sent to other places. Although someone suggested that the emperor should issue an edict of self-condemnation, it was only in accordance with the rules since ancient times. It was not intended to embarrass the emperor. Now that the emperor had made a decision, no one dared to oppose it. Chapter 690. Yang Fan did not watch the fire for the whole night. Although it might be a rare grand scene in his life, it did not seem fun to watch the fire with his wife and children. When his son began to feel sleepy and close his eyes to play with the donkey, he took his family back home. After returning home and putting the children to sleep, he stood in the courtyard with Anu and Xiaoman and sighed together for a while before returning to his room to sleep. Even if the palace was burned to the ground, it had nothing to do with him, and he did not associate the fire with Shui Huai. The next morning, he dealt with some matters in the study and casually inquired about the situation of the fire last night. He could not help but sigh when he learned that Ming Tang and heaven had been burned to rubble. Near noon, Ren Wei came to report. The people escorting the illusion artist to the capital had arrived. Yang Fan could not help but frown. With such a big thing happening in the palace, a series of celebration activities must be canceled. If he could not let these illusion artists, who could expose the fraud of the swindlers, appear in front of Wu Zetian in a natural way, Wu Zetian would definitely be more vigilant. In this case, even if he could use the Empress to settle the score with the 3 swindlers and successfully eradicate young Master Zhang's important power, it would also bring great losses to himself. The Empress would not be unaware that someone was using her. With her strong character, she would not hesitate to obliterate those who used her. Yang Fan was still hesitating whether to let these artists stay in Luoyang and wait for the opportunity, or to forcefully expose the tricks of the three swindlers regardless of the risk of exposing his own power. Another message was sent to his residence. After receiving this news, Yang Fan decisively ordered to first settle the illusion artists and wait for changes. The fire last night, which had nothing to do with him, suddenly made a major turn in his plan. The news Yang Fan received was the so-called reincarnation of pure light Buddha, the Shenhui of Hanoi, has been expelled by the emperor. It turned out that after the fire in the palace, the old nun of Hanoi also heard the news and rushed to the palace to express her condolences. At that time, Wu Zetian had just sent away the civil and military officials and the members of the imperial family. She returned to Lichuantai and lay down on her bed. The news of the old nun from Hanoi suddenly ignites Wu Zetian's suppressed anger at this moment. You are known as the reincarnation of the pure light Buddha and can see the past and the future. Why didn't you explain to me why heaven and Ming Tang were on fire? As soon as the old nun saw Wu Zetian, she was frightened by her roar. She was so scared that her knees went soft and she knelt on the ground. Lies! It was all a lie. It was all a lie. You liar. You swindler. Wu Zetian's voice could not help but tremble. Back then, in order to build Ming Tang in heaven, the treasury had been exhausted. That magnificent building was her pride. It was her symbol. It was her sacred palace that commanded the world. But now, there was only a pile of rubbish that had not been completely burned. The old nun from Hanoi said in a trembling voice, Your Majesty, I scram. I don't want to see you. Scram back to Hanoi. I don't want to see you anymore. Wu Zetian roared and grabbed a vase and threw it at her. The old nun from Hanoi covered her head and fled like a rat. Zhang Changzong contemptuously glanced at the back of the old nun from Hanoi. Since these swindlers talked nonsense about Xue Huai being the reincarnation of the Skanda, with a stick and the protector of the Methria Buddha, he had already hated these swindlers. Now, he finally vented his disgust. Wu Zetian was still angry. She seemed to regret that the old nun from Hanoi fled too quickly and could not let her continue to vent. Ming Tang was destroyed in a day. Her heart ached, but she could not immediately execute the culprit. The anger in her heart was really indescribable. The old nun from Hanoi was sent back to Hanoi, removed from the position of abbot of Linji Temple, and confiscated the bestowed property. Yang Fan listened to the urgent news sent by his subordinate and could not help but frown. If the true colors of the three swindlers had been seen through by the emperor himself, the illusionary master he had invited from thousands of miles away would be useless. The emperor's punishment for the swindlers was to send them back. It was probably because the empress had misgivings and did not want to use a clear method of punishment. Thus, the world would laugh at her, a dignified emperor, for being played by a few swindlers. But in this way, the method he had planned for a long time to deal with young Master Jiang would be useless. Yang Fan thought for a long time and suddenly raised his head. No, if this matter is resolved like this, all our plans will be useless. Immediately start the impeachment. We must take the initiative. Lu Rue, the chief of the ancestral temple, rushed into Zhu Ti's office and reported the news of the old nun from Hanoi being sent back to her superior. Ming Tang was on fire. The old nun from Hanoi, who claimed to know everything in the past and future, did not give any warning. The emperor is furious and has already sent her back. Zhu Ti immediately twirled his beard and coldly reprimanded the old nun from Hanoi for bewitching the emperor, misleading the public with her lies, and using small tricks to swindle people. He had completely forgotten how he had fawned over the old nun from Hanoi when she was in favor. Lu Rue shook his head and smiled. Does Doctor still not understand the intention of this subordinate mentioning this matter to Doctor? We, the ancestral temple, should understand the emperor's will and share his majesty's worries. Zhu Ti said blankly, Understand the emperor's will. Chief Lu means? Lu Rue secretly twitched his mouth. If this Dr. Zhu had not offered his daughter to Wei Wang and received Wei Wang's favor to become a side Wang Fei, with his brain, how could he be fit to sit in the position of the ancestral temple's doctor? But Lu Rue did not dare to show the slightest contempt on his face. Instead, he earnestly guided, my Dr. Zhu, you only care about the matters within your responsibility. Your conduct has always been honest and simple. No wonder you cannot understand the crux of this. Zhu Ti smiled awkwardly. Yes, please enlighten me, Chief Lu. Lu Rue repeatedly waved his hand. Dr. Zhu is too polite. I do not dare to enlighten you. This subordinate is Dr. Zhu's subordinate. These matters should be handled by me on Dr. Zhu's behalf. Seeing that Zhu Ti was getting impatient from waiting, Lu Rue said, Dr. Zhu, the emperor has always been wise. Why has he ever been deceived like this? Especially the Ming Tang and the Great Fire of Heaven. Years of hard work were destroyed in one day. The emperor's heart aches. Now he hates this swindling old nun from Hanoi to death. He wants nothing more than to hack her into 1,000 pieces. Zhu Ti blinked his eyes and said blankly, Then why did the emperor not behead her and only chase her out of the capital? Lu Rue said, Dr. Zhu, think about it. If the emperor wanted to kill her, what crime would he use? Accuse her of swindling and deceiving the emperor? The emperor is wise. How could he be deceived by a swindler? If he were to punish her, wouldn't that implicate the emperor as well? Wouldn't he be the laughingstock of the world? At least Zhu Ti was not hopelessly stupid. When he heard this, he finally understood. He blinked his eyes and suddenly became excited. Chief Lu, you mean? Lu Rue said, That's right. The emperor wants to punish the old nun from Hanoi, but has no reason. He can't say the real reason. What should he do? As officials, we should share the ruler's burdens. We have this reason. If Lang Zhong were to help His Majesty find a reason, do you think His Majesty would not look at Lang Zhong in a different light? Zhu Ti slapped the table and stood up. He said excitedly, That's right. Chief Lu, this official did not rely on you as a confidant for nothing. If the emperor appreciates me, I will definitely return the favor. I don't dare. I should work for Dr. Zhu. The old nun from Hanoi fled back to Lingji Temple. Thinking about it carefully, the emperor only chased her back to Hanoi. As for taking back the Buddhist property, she couldn't take the Buddhist fields with her anyway. She didn't want to rely on Wu Zetian to live in the capital for the rest of her life. This result was not unacceptable. She calmed down and planned to run away as soon as she returned to Lingji Temple, but now she was reluctant. These days, she had collected a lot of money in Lingji Temple. These were all floating wealth and could be taken away. However, a lot of the money had been loaned and needed to be collected immediately. In addition, to take so much money away, she needed to load it and hire guards. This was not something that could be solved in a short time. So when the old nun from Hanoi returned to Lingji Temple, she pretended to be calm and didn't reveal the news to her disciples. While she was busy arranging the transportation of the treasures, she also hosted the tonsure ceremony for 3 prostitutes and distributed spies. From this, she earned another 180 strings of coins. That afternoon, Zhu Ti, the minister of the ancestral department, sent a memorial to the palace. It accused the abbot of Lingji Temple, the old nun from Hanoi, of eating wine and meat every day and corrupting the rules of Buddhism. She also distributed spies wantonly, causing many prostitutes to seek shelter in Buddhism and evade taxes. What's more, she simply turned Lingji Temple into a brothel and seduced customers, making the peaceful Buddhist land unbearably filthy. Zhu Ti didn't make up the things mentioned in the memorial. Every word and sentence was the truth. When the old nun from Hanoi was favored, not only did he not dare to submit the memorial, but he also had to cover for her. At this time, he only reported what other Buddhist disciples, especially the original cultivators of Lingji Temple, had reported. Shangguan Wanner was in the palace to take care of things. After learning that the memorial was ordered by her Lang Jun, the impeachment memorial, which would take at least 7 days to reach the emperor in the current chaotic situation, was delivered to Li Chuan-tai after the time it took for a stick of incense to burn in front of Shang Wanwan's desk. The person in charge of reading the memorial to the emperor in Li Chuan-tai was Zhang Yiji. The Zhang brothers hated the 3 swindlers who flattered their rival in love, Xue Huai. As soon as they saw such a thing, they immediately read it as the most important memorial to Wu Zetian. Then they added oil and vinegar to the story of the influence these Buddhist scum had on the empress's reputation. Wu Zetian wanted to cut the old nun from Hanoi into pieces. However, it was difficult to find a crime. She would never admit that she was deceived by the old nun from Hanoi and flew into a rage out of humiliation. Now that there was such a crime, she would not be polite anymore. She immediately ordered angrily, "Arrest the old nun from Hanoi and hand her over to the ancestral department for trial." Therefore, in order to evade taxes, all the women who bribed the old nun from Hanoi to become spies are arrested. They will not be official servants. That night, the Lingji temple was surrounded by the people sent by the prefectural magistrate of Luoyang, Lai Junshin. Not only did they catch the old nun from Hanoi, more than 100 fake nuns who were eating and drinking, but they also caught more than 50 whoremongers who came to the nunnery to visit prostitutes. It could be said that the results of the battle were impressive. That was not all. Lai Junshin had also obtained a list of all the monks who had been tongued by the old nun of Hanoi from the temple. This could be found from the records of the spies. Lai Junshin began to launch a vigorous arrest operation throughout the city. It was the 16th of the first lunar month. The curfew in Luoyang was still lifted, and the people in the city were still celebrating. Last night, they had witnessed the grand fire of the imperial palace, and this night, there were countless young and beautiful nuns with shaved heads, as well as gorgeously dressed prostitutes who were caught from various brothels and alleys. This night, it was another exciting night. Chapter 691. Early the next morning, Su Yugong and Zhang Yitian of the Censorate, Li Jixiao and Hua Xingfan of the Ministry of Works, Chu Yi and Chen Yitian of the Ministry of Revenue, and Hu Xianghui of the Ministry of Rights all submitted petitions. This time, the scope of their impeachment had expanded from the old nun of Hanoi to Taoist Si Fong and Hu Mo. How Taoist Si Fong used the opportunity of finding the elixir for the emperor to abuse his power, how he accepted bribes, how he helped a large number of merchants who bribed him to evade taxes, how he used official carriages to transport goods for free, how he interfered with local justice, how Hu Mo interfered with the affairs of the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Works, how he forced the Ministry of Revenue to change the severely affected areas to lightly affected areas after accepting bribes, and how he reduced taxes for the areas that were not affected by the disaster, but the heavily affected areas did not have taxes reduced, and there was no relief, and countless victims starved to death. How he interfered with several major projects that the Ministry of Works was in charge of. These were all facts that could be investigated and not some groundless accusation from the imperial censorate. The more Wu Zetian read on, the angrier she became. She immediately gave the order to capture the barbarian Mole. At the same time, she sent people out of the capital to capture Taoist Si Fong, who was still enjoying himself. All the arrested people were handed over to Lai Junshin. Whenever Lai Junshin had a chance to mess with people, he would be so energetic that he could be energetic even if he didn't sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. Since Lai Junshin took over this task, he was so energetic that he didn't even go home. He lived in the prefectural magistrate's office all day long. Under his efficient speed of solving cases and his style of cracking down on cases, young Master Jiang had no time to make any response. His last source of income was broken one by Lai Junshin, as if he was digging tree roots. On the 16th of the first month, Xue Huai sobered up before the fire was completely extinguished. He hid in the abbot's meditation room for 3 days in a panic. For the first time, he didn't drink a drop of wine. If there was any movement outside, he would think that the emperor sent people to arrest him. Although the disciples of the first class didn't know what the guardian master of the state had done, they all saw Xue Huai's frightened look. In order to not let Xue Huai continue to panic, The whole backyard of the White Horse Temple became a forbidden area. No one was allowed to enter, and absolute silence was maintained. However, the unusual silence made Shui Huai even more anxious. It wasn't until 5 days later that he was finally freed. 5 days later, the cause of the fire in the Ming Hall and the Heavenly Hall was finally announced to the world. The cause of the fire was that a few craftsmen who were repairing the Heavenly Hall had placed several rolls of linen next to the source of the fire, and the palace maids and eunuchs who were looking after the Heavenly Hall had neglected their duties. These poor people were sentenced to death, and so the matter came to an end. At the same time, the imperial court announced plans to rebuild Ming Tang and Heaven. This time, they also planned to cast the 9 cauldrons and the 12 zodiac gods. The entire project was still supervised by Shui Huai. After receiving the imperial edict, Shui Huai sat alone in the meditation room for a long time. That great fire vented his anger, but did not increase his intelligence. After thinking about it, he finally figured it out. This is the emperor's compensation to him. The emperor felt his anger, so he used this almost flattering method to please him. The man who sold medicine in Jianghu had never read the history books. He did not understand that when the emperors in history wanted to get rid of a person, they would often treat him warmly and generously. They would show more trust and favor him than usual. In his view, if the emperor wanted to kill him, it would only take a word. Since the emperor did not do so and gave him such a lucrative job, it meant that the emperor had forgiven him for his mistakes and was trying to salvage the relationship between them. Thinking about the fear and unease he had felt these few days, Shui Huai could not help but want to laugh at himself. Yes, the entire world belongs to the empress. Only 2 houses were burned. How could the empress be angry? Do you think 2 palaces are a big deal to a wealthy monarch? Shui Huai became excited. He had not drunk for a few days, and his mouth was so bland. He immediately ordered a banquet and gathered his trusted disciples to eat and drink to their heart's content. As he was drunk, he could not help but flaunt the truth about Ming Tang and the Heavenly Hall to his disciples. In his view, this was the embodiment of his manhood. He knew that because he had fallen out of favor, even some of his disciples were gossiping about him behind his back. He used this matter to announce to everyone, "The emperor still loves me. No matter what trouble I cause, he will not punish me." With the emperor's anger, there was no longer a need for Yang Fan to arrange for people to impeach the 3 swindlers. There was always no lack of people in the court who would follow the will of the emperor and hit a man when he was down. More and more people began to expose the 3 swindlers. Not only did they accuse them of using the tiger's might to intimidate others, but they also began to expose their so-called magical powers with a lot of facts. The old nun of Hanoi, who had missed the best opportunity to escape, was arrested and sent to prison. The prostitutes who wanted to rely on her to escape taxes were all sent to various places to serve. Even the Sinong Temple sent more than 20 young girls to be responsible for weaving straw mats. The sudden distribution of so many beautiful women with bright eyes and white teeth was a very happy thing for the craftsmen who had been working in the Sinong Temple's bamboo supervisor. Regarding this, the workers of the Dragon Gate Hot Spring Soup Supervisor were very dissatisfied. If they were given a few, they might have the opportunity to peep at the beautiful women bathing. Giving them to the bamboo supervisor was a reckless waste of God's gifts. The immortal nun of Hanoi, who knew 500 years in the past and 500 years in the future, did not foresee this calamity for herself. She fell into Lai Junshin's hands. This immortal nun was frightened by Lai Junshin's cruel methods. In reality, she had not seen anything. She was frightened by everything she had heard about Lai Junshin. When she was thrown into prison and learned that this was Lai Junshin's territory, she immediately untied her belt and hanged herself. She was afraid that if she was 1 step late, she would not be able to live or die. The immortal nun of Hanoi's death was so clean and neat that it made Lai Junshun, who had arrived a step late, very depressed. He had wanted to use the immortal nun of Hanoi to bite a few more ministers into prison so that the case of arresting high-ranking officials would have more weight. Soon after, Taoist Shifeng and the barbarian Molei were also listed as wanted by the imperial court. The barbarian Molei had escaped. This was all thanks to the old nun of Hanoi. When she lost the emperor's trust and was ordered to return to Hanoi, she had sent someone to inform Molei. She knew that she had lost the emperor's trust, so the future of Molei, who was not valued by the emperor, was also worrying. The three of them were only a temporary group of swindlers. Now that a disaster had befallen them, they naturally went their separate ways. However, whether it was because of their past friendship or because she was worried that Molei would confess something about her after he fell from the horse, she needed to inform Molei. Although Molei did not commit a crime at that time, he was even more careful than she was. When he heard her disciples' words, telling him to escape as soon as possible, he even abandoned the Seven Treasures carriage. Taking advantage of the fact that there was still no curfew that night, he hurriedly packed some soft things and fled in the night. When Tang Zong arrived at his residence, it was already empty. Taoist Shifeng was not so lucky. He had been free and unfettered outside for more than half a year. Everywhere he went, he was like a king. Glory, splendor, wealth, silk, and women were all enjoyed to his heart's content. After more than half a year, it was time to return to the imperial court to hand in the imperial edict, so he reluctantly returned. On the way, he was still thinking that when he saw the emperor, he would tell him that he was still missing a few ingredients to refine the elixir of immortality. The main ingredients had not been found yet, and he would continue to travel south in the spring. Who would have thought that before he arrived at Luoyang, he would be captured alive by the people sent by the imperial court to arrest him? Taoist Shifeng, this Jianghu swindler, was also very straightforward. When he heard that the case was handled by Lai Junshin, he knew that it was impossible for him to survive. In order to avoid suffering, it was better to end his life early. On this point, as a Jianghu wanderer, he was much more clear-headed than the two officials, Lu Sili and Shu Lianyao. Lu Sili and Shu Lianyao believed Lai Junshin's lies. In order to survive, they did not know how many old friends they had bitten. As a result, when there was nothing left to bite, they were still pushed out by Lai Junshin to be beheaded. However, because of the old nun of Hanoi's suicide, the people sent to arrest Taoist Shifeng strengthened the guard. He had not found a chance to commit suicide, so he pretended to be docile, causing the people watching him to gradually relax their vigilance. When he was escorted to the Yanshi near Luoyang, Taoist Shifeng finally found a chance to commit suicide successfully. Among the three main criminals, one escaped and two died. This made Lai Junshin extremely angry. Taoist Shifeng and the barbarian Molei did not have any disciples or subordinates, and the so-called disciples of the old nun of Hanoi were all prostitutes in the brothel, and most of them were half-closed, so they wanted to seek shelter under the old nun of Hanoi to evade taxes. These women had never served high-ranking officials, so how could he expand his achievements? At this time, the revenue assessor of Luoyang Prefecture, Li Jing, suddenly appeared as if he was helped by God. Few people in Luoyang Prefecture knew that Li Jing had a cousin who was the chief eunuch in charge of Princess Taiping's mansion. After all, it was not a glorious thing to have a eunuch in one's family. However, everyone knew that Li Jing was not only slippery and cunning, but also quite capable. That was why he could become an official from a poor family until he became the revenue assessor of Luoyang Prefecture. Li Jing provided a lot of important information to Lai Junshin. According to the information provided by Li Jing, Lai Junshin caught many big fishes who relied on the three divine fakes to make money. Although these so-called big fishes were just small fish and shrimp for Lai Junshin, because most of them were not officials, in Luoyang Prefecture, these people were rich and powerful and had a high status. For example, the largest pharmacy in Luoyang Prefecture, Jichun Hall, had a branch in Yangzhou. At the moment, Lai Junshin was short of people. He was very appreciative of this subordinate who suddenly appeared and was very talented in solving cases. Soon, he hinted to the current revenue assessor of Luoyang Prefecture, Li Pali. Li Kanjun immediately found a reason to send a gift and asked someone to transfer him from his original position. For a long time, It was common to ask someone to send a gift to be promoted to a higher position or a better place, but it was very rare to be transferred to a small place. Li Kanjun did this. So many people thought that he must have made a big mistake in his original position or been caught taking bribes or something. So he used this method to avoid trouble. Generally speaking, in the officialdom, unless it was a life and death enemy, it was rare to kill someone. If the other party took the initiative to give up his position and you still didn't let it go, it would inevitably make other colleagues hate you. So this method was the best way to avoid trouble. Poor Li Kanjun had never been caught by anyone. It was just that the governor wanted him to leave, and he didn't dare to refuse. Then Lai Junshin immediately asked for an imperial edict to appoint Li Jing as the revenue assessor of Luoyang Prefecture, in charge of the 6 prefectures. He became the 3rd person with real power in Luoyang Prefecture, under the governor and the magistrate. Chapter 692. Yang Fan only found out that Xue Huai was the arsonist on the 10th day of the palace fire. Xue Huai regarded his act of arson as an achievement, a supreme glory, and proudly told his disciples about it. His disciples followed suit and regarded it as a great achievement of their master, and proudly flaunted it to the outside world. Although Wu Zetian had tightly sealed the news from the palace, she did not expect the person involved to leak it out. However, the news was only spread in the streets and had not reached the ears of the upper echelons. Yang Fan had been using Lai Junshin's sharp teeth and claws to destroy young Master Zhang's last foundation in Luoyang. He did not notice the news related to Xue Huai until the 10th day, when the head of the Ministry of Justice, Yuan Han, came to visit. Yang Fan chatted with him for a while and heard Yuan Han mention it by accident. Yang Fan was shocked when he heard it. He never thought that Xue Huai was the culprit. Although the palace was secretive about this news, he quietly sent Yuan Han away and immediately prepared a horse to go straight to White Horse Temple. He was the one who burned down Wanxiang Divine Palace? Is this true, or just a rumor? If it was him, other people might not know, but one has no reason not to know. How come there is no news from the palace? However, after thinking about it, Yang Fan smiled bitterly. He already understood why Wan kept his mouth shut. With Wan understanding of Wu Zetian, she probably knew that the Empress wanted to kill him when the fire started. Why did Wan tell him this news? If he did not care about it, then it had nothing to do with him. If he wanted to save Xue Huai, the person who wanted to kill him was the Emperor. Yang Fan was bound to go against the most powerful person in the world. Will Wan let him take such a risk for Xue Huai? Not to mention Wan's impression of Xue Huai. When Yang Fan arrived at White Horse Temple, he saw many officials coming in and out. Yang Fan could not help but be secretly shocked. He did not know what happened here. He was currently suspended at home. Today, he only wore a casual robe when he came to White Horse Temple. He did not know any of the officials coming in and out. Yang Fan braced himself and walked to the backyard of White Horse Temple. The further he walked, the more officials came in and out. Many of them were carrying things like scrolls under their ribs and were in a hurry. Yang Fan went to the backyard and looked around. He happened to see a monk sitting under the west mountain wall and basking in the sun. He had his eyes closed as if he was resting. Yang Fan knew at a glance that this monk was silently chanting the Tao scriptures to his 3 pure Taoist ancestors. After being a monk for so long, his infatuation with Taishang Laojun had never changed. If he was chanting Taoist scriptures in his room, it would be inappropriate for other martial brothers to hear him. Therefore, he came out to find a place to do his homework every day. Yang Fan walked over. He wanted to wait for him to finish his homework before asking about the situation. He could not rashly go see Xue Huai. He did not expect Monk Yizhua to be wearing a monk's robe and chanting. He felt a little guilty. When he felt someone approaching, he immediately stopped his homework and opened his eyes. Erlang is here. Monk Yizhua quickly stood up and cupped his fist in greeting. Yang Fan returned the greeting and said, "Master, don't be so courteous. Is Master Xue here? What are these officials doing?" Monk Yizhua said, "Master Xue is in the abbot's meditation room. These officials are from the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Rights. They are here to rebuild Ming Tang and heaven. Yang Fan suddenly understood. No wonder he did not know any of these officials. They were from the two Yamens that he had never dealt with before. Yang Fan nodded and said, I understand. I was worried that something might have happened. I shall not disturb Master Yizhui anymore. I will go see Master Shui first. Yang Fan bowed to Monk Yizhui and walked towards the abbot's meditation room. Monk Yizhui sat cross-legged and flicked his forehead. He mumbled, or was I chanting? He rolled his eyes and thought about it. He could only start from the beginning. There are 3 grades of medicine: spirit, qi, and essence. Vaguely and indistinctly. Exist without defend. Be formed in an instant. Return when mixed. Be spiritual in 100 days. Silently pray to God. Ascend in 1 era. The wise understand easily, the ignorant find it difficult. Tread on the light of heaven. Breathe in purity. Enter the profound. Be alive or dead. Inside the abbot's meditation room, there were blueprints everywhere. The officials from the Ministry of Rites and the Ministry of Works treated this place as their office. The bustling and messy atmosphere was comparable to the scene when Shui Huai gathered the 10 eminent monks to study the Great Cloud Sutra. Among them, Master Craftsman Xiao Lung was the busiest. At that time, the status of the craftsman was lower than that of the peasants. However, the truly capable craftsman, like great minister of musical house like Master Mei, had a high status. Master Craftsman Xiao, as the Master Craftsman, was an imperial court official of the 3rd grade. The 1st and 2nd grades were just nominal positions. The 3rd grade was the highest grade among the officials with real power. His official position was indeed not low. However, Master Craftsman Xiao was also being ordered around by Shui Huai. Shui Huai sat cross-legged on the couch. There was wine and meat in front of him. He was drinking to his heart's content. It shouldn't be that hard, right? In my opinion, Ming Tang and Heaven should just use the original blueprints and make some slight changes. Just leave the 9 cauldrons and the 12 zodiac statues. The other rules and designs will remain the same. There is no need for the Ministry of Rites to get involved. Shui Huai picked up the bowl and took a big gulp. He looked at Master Craftsman Xiao and said, Old Xiao, you don't have to worry too much. Once the planning is done, we will start immediately. As for the size and appearance of the 9 cauldrons and the 12 zodiac statues, you can take your time to discuss. Just leave some space first. Shui Huai regarded the reconstruction of Ming Tang and Heaven as an opportunity for him and the Empress to reconcile. He was very serious about it. Before the first lunar month, he called the relevant personnel from the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Rites to start planning for the reconstruction. Just as he was pointing, he suddenly saw a person appear at the door, standing there motionlessly. Although there were many people going in and out of the meditation room, there were very few people standing at the door. Shui Huai took a closer look, and his eyes immediately lit up. He laughed and said, 17, huh? The person at the door hurriedly made a gesture and turned to leave. Shui Huai was very surprised. He scratched his bald head and said to Master Craftsman Xiao in a rough voice, You guys go ahead. I will go out for a walk. Shui Huai hugged his loose monk robe, put on his monk shoes, and stomped out of the meditation room. Yang Fan was waiting at the bottom of the stairs. When he saw Shui Huai coming out, he did not say anything. He only made a gesture to Shui Huai and continued to walk forward. Shui Huai followed behind in confusion. Under the West Mountain Wall, Monk Yizhui opened his right eye and glanced at them. He continued to recite while groaning. The reason why all living beings can't achieve the true path is because they have delusions, worry and delusion, pain and suffering in body and mind. They will suffer humiliation, wander between life and death, sink into the sea of bitterness, and lose the true path forever. Yang Fan led Shui Huai into the tranquil Zen forest. Only then did he stop and turn around to look at Shui Huai quietly. Shui Huai smiled. 17, why are you so sneaky? Yang Fan said, I heard the rumor that it was Master Shui who burned down Ming Tang and Heaven. Shui Huai was startled and laughed. That's right. You also know about this. Ha! In a fit of anger, Yang Fan stared at him quietly and interrupted his words. It is said that the emperor's eldest daughter, Princess Dingin, was strangled to death by her biological mother when she was still a baby. Master Shui, do you think this is true? Shui Huai was startled and frowned. Why did 17 suddenly mention this? Yang Fan said, Please answer me, Master Shui. Shui Huai scratched his head and said, That is just a rumor. Didn't they say that the little princess was strangled to death by Empress Wang? As the biological mother, why would the empress kill her own daughter? Yang Fan nodded and asked again. The late crown Prince Li Hong had an audience with the current emperor at the Harmony Palace and died immediately. It is said that he was poisoned to death by the current emperor. Master Shui, do you think this is credible? Shui Huai still didn't understand what Yang Fan meant. He said slowly, Didn't the court say that Li Hong died of a sudden illness? It shouldn't have anything to do with the emperor? Yang Fan smiled and asked again. The late Crown Prince Yin was banished to Bazhou and was later ordered to commit suicide by the emperor. Is this true? Shui Huai's face began to turn ugly. He subconsciously rubbed his head and said, That was God Qiu's mistake. Yang Fan followed up with another question. The late Crown Prince Yin's two sons, the two grandsons of the current emperor, were beaten to death with iron whips by the current emperor. Is this true? Shui Huai's face turned ugly. 17. What are you trying to tell me? Yang Fan said, Also, the emperor's four cousins died after being banished for less than a year. The emperor's eldest sister-in-law was whipped to death. The emperor's sister, Madame of Han, and niece, Madame of Wei, died before they could leave the palace. The emperor's daughter-in-law, the crown princess and concubine of the current crown prince, were beaten to death. I won't mention the Li Tang's royal family, who were eradicated one by one. I also won't mention the civil and military officials who made great contributions to the court. These people I just mentioned are the closest people to the emperor. Other than a few of them who once threatened the emperor's power, the rest have no influence on the emperor. In terms of closeness, they're all much closer to the emperor than you, Master Shui. Master Shui, they're all souls now. When will you die suddenly? Or because someone misunderstood the emperor's will? Or because you're not acclimatized? Or because of any other random reasons? Shui Huai's face turned red, then white as a sheet. He roared angrily. 17, what are you talking about? Do you know that if the emperor hears what you just said, even 100 heads won't be enough to chop off? Yang Fan said, I know. But will Master Shui report me? Shui Huai was furious. Bullsh asterisk T. You're underestimating me. You know I won't be such a despicable person. Besides, how can I not know that you are saying this for my own good? Why would I? Yang Fan once again cut him off. That's why I came here today to tell you the truth. Master Shui, you're in big trouble. Shui Huai laughed and waved his hand. Alarmist. Alarmist. 17. I understand your good intentions, but I am different from them. I did not offend the emperor. I only burned 2 houses. The emperor is rich. Will he hate me for this? I am her man. Yang Fan was stunned. He did not expect Feng Xiaobao to be so naive. Even though he was eloquent, he was speechless when faced with such a hooligan. Chapter 693. All along, the people that Yang Fan had met were very smart. Some people only needed him to say half of a sentence, and they would naturally understand the second half. For people like Ning Ku, who was almost demon-like in terms of intelligence, he didn't even need to speak to know what Yang Fan was thinking. Yang Fan had never met someone as childish and stubborn as Shui Huai. So much so that he tried his best to talk to Shui Huai. But in the end, he didn't know how to communicate with Shui Huai. He racked his brains, but still couldn't think of a way to communicate with Shui Huai so that Shui Huai could understand how dangerous his current situation was. Shui Huai saw that Ning Ke was trembling all over. He didn't know that Ning Ke was angered by his blockhead and couldn't help but want to beat him up. Shui Huai thought that Ning Ke was worried about him. So he comforted Ning Ke. All right, I know that you're thinking this way, and you're also worried about me. Don't worry. Although what you said is disgraceful to others in my eyes, it's nothing. Since it came out of your mouth and entered my ears, it won't be heard by a third person. Yang Fan slowly raised his head and looked speechless. He really didn't know how to explain to this stubborn bull. When Yang Fan left the White Horse Temple, he wanted to cry, but had no tears. He was defeated by Shui Huai's stupidity. Shui Huai firmly believed that he was Wu Jiong's man. How could a woman who had slept with him for more than 10 years kill her man for 2 houses? Even if she fell in love with someone else, it was impossible for her to hurt him. She helped him cover up the fact that Ming Hall and Heaven were burned down and still gave him the important task of rebuilding Ming Hall and Heaven. This was enough to prove this point. 17, you're here. Yang Fan was walking out dejectedly when Hong 1, Hong 6, and a group of people came in from outside. Each of them reeked of alcohol and came back from somewhere. As soon as he saw Yang Fan's expression, Hong Lu waved his hand to let his fellow disciples leave, leaving only Hong Yi and him, the 2 closest to Yang Fan. He carefully asked, 17, what's wrong? Yang Fan smiled bitterly when he saw them. He swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He hesitated for a moment before speaking out his worries. However, he couldn't use such a sharp questioning this time. He could only say those words to Shui Huai. When Hong 1 and Hong 6 heard this, their expressions immediately tensed up. Yang Fan said, maybe. I'm wrong. After all, this is just my wild guess, but Hong Lu said with a sullen face, I think 17 is right. Eldest senior brother, what do you think? Hong 1 nodded forcefully. I think so too. If 17 is worried, then there must be a problem. Yang Fan was greatly surprised. He didn't expect that no matter how much he tried to present the facts and reason, Shui Huai still couldn't change his mind. He only expressed his worries without any analysis or explanation, but these 2 fellow disciples actually believed him without a doubt. It seemed that they were still smart people. Yang Fan couldn't help but regain some confidence in his eloquence. Unexpectedly, Hong 1 continued, Who is Brother 17? To put it blasphemously, our group of martial brothers is a bunch of hooligans, including Master. The one who really made a name for herself is 17. Look at 17's achievements in the military, the Ministry of Justice, and the Ministry of Personnel. I've always admired 17. If 17 says this, then it must be true. Yang Fan was stunned. He didn't expect Hong 1 to believe him so much. It wasn't because his analysis was reasonable, but blind worship? Hong Lu thought deeply. I also think it's an honor to hear from Master. Now that 17 said this, I think it's true. She can even steal the property that her husband left for her son. She can even kill her own son and grandson without batting an eyelid. Why would she care about Master? Yang Fan calmed himself down. He didn't care why these 2 believed him so much. It was good enough that they believed him. Yang Fan hurriedly said, Eldest senior brother, 6th senior brother, Master Shui has always trusted you 2 the most. Please persuade Master Shui. It's not too late to escape. I believe if Master Shui escapes, the Emperor won't kill him. Also, you 2 better prepare for the worst. Hong 1 and Hong Lu had indeed reached the level of Yang Fan's diehard fans. They worshipped his words as if they were gods. The 2 nodded forcefully. Don't worry. We'll go back and persuade Master immediately. Our brothers will also advise them to pack up and hide in the countryside. We'll see how things go before we decide. Otherwise, they'll be wiped out. Yang Fan nodded. He hesitated for a moment and added in a low voice, If Master Shui still doesn't listen, I think you 2 should also plan early. If I'm not wrong, the Emperor won't tolerate it for too long. Once the fire in the palace dies down, he'll immediately... Hong 1 and Hong Lu looked at each other. Hong 1 said to Yang Fan, 17, don't worry. You have a family and a business. You're willing to take such a big risk for Master. Master and us brothers haven't been friends for nothing. Don't worry about us. Don't come here for a while. You don't want to be implicated. We're all single. You have a wife and a son. You have to think about your family. Yang Fan understood what the 2 meant. He said in surprise, Eldest brother, you 2? Hong Lu was still smiling. He said, 17, you're very capable, but we're not. We're just ruffians in the alleys. If it weren't for Master, we wouldn't be able to eat and drink well. We would have been beaten to death and become corpses in the sewers long ago. If Master is willing to leave, we'll go with him. If he doesn't, then our cheap lives are worthless. We'll just have to compensate him." Yang Fan looked at him in surprise. Hong Lu didn't think he said anything heroic. Hong Wen nodded with a matter-of-fact expression. They weren't good people, but loathsome ruffians in the streets. They bullied the good, ate free meals, and took advantage of young ladies and young wives. They were detestable and had no moral integrity to speak of. However, in their eyes, loyalty was 10,000 times more valuable than their cheap lives. Yang Fan had already been beaten black and blue by Shui Huai's stupidity. However, the stupid words of these two equally stupid people had inadvertently touched his heartstrings. He silently stared at the two for a long time. He lightly patted Hong Lu's shoulder and said with a serious expression, "Many righteous people are like dogs." "Good, good, good." Yang Fan turned around and strode out of the White Horse Temple. At this moment, he had already decided that no matter what, he would save Shui Huai's life. Although he was domineering and stupid, although both the rich and the poor hated him, although he lived like a clown, he was still his friend. Young Master Jiang didn't have any friends. He was high and mighty. He didn't even care about the emperor. He was a clean freak. The most beautiful woman in the world was dirty in his eyes. However, he would rather have a friend now. Even if it was just a dog-meat friend, he could chat with him and drink with him. He would rather have a woman now, even if it was just a prostitute with a bit of pearl lips. She could add fragrance to her red sleeves, pour wine with her soft hands, and let him get drunk. He sat alone in that ridiculously clean room. From morning to night, he had been sitting there for a whole day. His posture hadn't changed. Except for his thoughts, it seemed that everything about him had died. Yuan Tingyan had walked back and forth outside the room more than 10 times. He still didn't have the courage to open the door. No one dared to disturb him. No one dared to comfort him. No one dared to ask him if he wanted to eat something. No one even dared to express their concern for him, because this was what he always asked of others. Perhaps there was only one person who wasn't afraid of him. It was a baby girl named by him Abandoned Slave. Abandoned Slave giggled when she was happy and cried when she was unhappy. She was the only person who ignored his existence and didn't care whether he was in a good or bad mood. Worried that she would disturb him, the wet nurse had already carried the baby to the easternmost room. He couldn't hear the baby's laughter or crying anymore. This made young Master Jiang feel a little regretful. Right now, he wanted to hear any sound. At the very least, it would mean that he was still alive. The absolute silence had caused even the slightest sound to prickle his eardrums. He was defeated. He was utterly defeated, but he didn't want to accept it. How could he accept it? From the beginning to the end, the lucky Yang Fan did not have the slightest bit of credit. He had relied on his good luck to pick up the victory of this duel for free. Who would have thought that Shui Huai, that bastard, would be so jealous that he dared to burn down heaven in Mingtang? Who would have thought that the emperor would vent his anger on that idiotic old nun of Kawachi? The imperial censors, who sailed with the wind, were like a group of dogs raised by the emperor. If their master didn't like someone, they would immediately rush out and bark. Thus, the old nun of Kawachi fell, the barbarian Moliai fell, Taoist Shifeng fell. That mad dog Lai Junshin happened to be in charge of this matter. He held the Weaving Sutra in his hand and copied down all the people who relied on the 3 swindlers to make a fortune. In order to get a working capital as soon as possible, he staked everything on one throw. He invested the last of his manpower, material, and financial resources on the 3 swindlers. Now, they were all taken away by Lai Junshin along with the 3 swindlers, leaving him with nothing. He had lost. He had lost before the battle had even begun. But how could Yang Fan have played any part in this? Yang Fan didn't even make a move. He won because of luck. He didn't know why he lost. He didn't lose to Yang Fan. He lost to fate. He lost to luck. He really couldn't accept it. He couldn't accept it even if he died. But what else could he do? Without the help of his family, he could no longer accomplish anything in Luoyang. Young Master Jiang sat in a daze. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. He laughed for a long time, followed by tears. Silent tears. Of course, the doors and windows were still tightly shut. No one could see his tears. In front of others, he was always a high and mighty immortal-like figure. No one would ever see such a weak side of him. His loyal subordinates, who were guarding outside worriedly, heard the young master's laughter but didn't notice his tears. Of course, they also didn't notice that Grand Secretary Xiang's mansion had been secretly monitored. As one of the 8 elders of Luo Shui, how could Yang Fan let go of the monitoring of Grand Secretary Xiang's mansion? Chapter 694. Yang Fan had made up his mind to save Shui Huai, that idiot. But once the emperor took out his butcher knife, it would be too late for Yang Fan to save him. Yang Fan racked his brains on the way home. By the time he got home, he had finally thought of a good idea. After making up his mind, Yang Fan was relieved. He went back to the mansion and turned to the backyard. Tao Mei was wearing a new dress and was walking in front of the corridor. As soon as she saw Yang Fan, she bowed and saluted. "Ah Lang." "Yes." Yang Fan nodded to her and walked toward the reception hall. Xiao Man heard Tao Mei's call and came out. As soon as she saw Yang Fan, she smiled sweetly and said in a low voice, "Lang Jun, quickly come in and see who's here." "Who's here?" Buchi didn't answer and just smiled. Yang Fan saw her mysterious look and didn't ask any more questions. He crossed the threshold and saw someone bending over to tease Yang Yinzu, who was lying on the arhat bed. This person was tall and had a jade-green headscarf on his head. He was dressed in a stone-green muslin robe with silk pants of the same color. A leather belt was tied around his waist, making him look very casual. Yang Fan could not help but be happy. The person was very focused on playing with the child. It was not until Yang Fan cried out that he realized he had entered the room. He turned his head and was also very happy. Xiao Man followed Yang Fan in and smiled. "You guys talk first. I'll take Yinzu to the back." She went to the bed and picked up Yang Yinzu. "Don't let the child freeze," Yang Fan said, and took a soft cashmere blanket from the hanger and wrapped it around the child. Her smiled as she watched Xiao Man carry the child out. Her eyes were still fixed on the child. Only when Xiao Man disappeared at the door did she reluctantly withdraw her gaze. Yang Fan held her hand and sat down on a sandalwood couch inlaid with coral beads. He softly asked, "How did you have time to come out today? Did you ask for leave from the emperor?" One was wearing winter clothing, but it didn't hide her beautiful figure. She smiled and pulled at her clothes. "How can I ask for leave often? Tai Ping invited me today, so I left the palace." Yang Fan took a plate of dried fruits from the small green jade table and placed it in front of her. "Why did Tai Ping invite you?" he asked in puzzlement. "Since Tai Ping has invited you, why are you here?" As he spoke, he subconsciously glanced at the door. Wanner smiled and said, "No need to look. She didn't come. I was invited out of the palace by her, but when I was about to reach the princess mansion, I found out who she had invited to the banquet. I didn't want to go, so I came here to take a look. I have to return to the palace in a while." "Who did she invite? You don't want to go?" Yang Fan sat down next to her and gently held her soft hand. Wanner's palm was soft and delicate. It was slightly cold and had a jade-like texture. It looked like she had just come in from outside. Wanner pouted and said, "Hui Fan Monk, Gao Jian, the 3 brothers Zhang Tongxiu, the 4 brothers Chui Shi, and a few scholars from the capital. They're all famous young masters." Yang Fan smiled and said, "Isn't that just right? You are in charge of the library and the Hall of History. You are in charge of the court's culture, and you judge the poetry of the world. All the officials in the world are gathered under your tutelage. Isn't it right to associate with these people?" Wanner said, "Tai Ping invited me to go because he wanted to get my approval. He wanted to recommend a few people to the court to be scholars." But one said this and hesitated. Her white cheeks slightly blushed. Her pink cheeks reflected the red, like a peach blossom. "But there have been some rumors in the capital recently. They're not pleasant to listen to." Yang Fan asked curiously, "What rumors?" "Oh, you're saying that Hui Fan, Gao Jian, Chui Shi, and the others all have an unclear relationship with Tai Ping, and that they are a group of people living in the same bed?" Wanner was surprised and said, "You know?" Yang Fan smiled and said, "Of course I know." Wanner's almond-shaped eyes widened. She looked very cute and said, "You don't care?" Yang Fan said disapprovingly, When a beautiful woman comes into contact with a man a little more, gossip immediately becomes as natural as two trees getting close to each other. Immediately, a spider spins a web. There will always be people who like to judge others like this. And there will always be people who like to hear such things and spread such things. It was like this in the past, it is like this now, and it will be like this in the future. Haha, Taiping is used to doing things her own way. She never lives for other people's gossip. I'm a man. How could I not be as broad-minded as a woman? How could I be swayed by some gossips? Warner thought about it and shook her head. She said, Lang Jun is magnanimous. This is a woman's good fortune. But a woman's reputation is the most important, and she should also love herself. Even if it is just gossip, she should avoid it as much as possible. It is not a good thing for people to spread these rumors. Yang Fan said, unless you do nothing and are willing to stay in your boudoir, not going out, not taking a step. Now that the emperor favors the two Zhongs, and with the two Zhongs' recommendations, many disciples from famous families can enter the court. In addition, the court officials have gone through several disturbances and lost more than half of their numbers. The new officials are mostly young. You are in charge of the central government. In the future, you will have to interact with these young officials. When that time comes, where will you hide? Yang Fan gently held her shoulders and softly said, I know that for me, and for the sake of gaining a foothold in this treacherous court, you are also working hard to expand your network. If you are afraid of words, your hands and feet will definitely be tied. Moreover, you have already arrived at the princess's mansion, but you turned back halfway. Once she finds out the reason, she will definitely be unhappy. Don't mind these idle people. But, Warner said, all right, Yang Fan said, I have something I need Taiping's help with. Let's go together. Since you have already left, don't go back. Turn around and say that there is an urgent matter in the palace that needs to be handled. Come, let's go out first. When we get on the carriage, we can slowly talk about it. Warner had no choice but to be pulled by Yang Fan and reluctantly walked out. Yang Fan could see clearly that this kind of gossip was indeed something that people from ancient times to the present had never gotten tired of spreading. A beautiful woman, even if it was only because of her work, would inevitably be spread by those who judged her by their own standards. Let alone that era. Whether it was the emperor who dug his ashes, the empress who cheated, the crown prince who raised a prostitute, or the princess who raised a gigolo, the Tang dynasty's officials and the common people had never denied it. If one really had any gossip, it would be impossible that no one in the court would spread it. But because of Shangguan Er's purity in the last 300 years of the Tang dynasty, there was not even a word or two about her. Even so, she could not escape the slander of later generations. In the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period, when the Shatua dynasty was in chaos, Liu Chong began to write the Book of Tang. From the historical materials of the Tang dynasty, he found a sentence that said Shangguan colluded with friends outside and easily played with power, which was feared by the court. As if he had found a treasure, he interpreted this colluded as having an illicit sexual relationship with someone. This time it was terrible. People who liked to chase after smelly things rushed to help him supplement it. In the end, an erotic story replaced the historical facts. The Wuzhou period was the most special period of the Tang dynasty, because this period was the period when the only empress in China's history reigned. Women with special status like Shangguan and Princess Taiping could play an important role in politics that women of other dynasties could not. If one did not hold a position in front of the emperor, then the Li protectors would lose their important eyes and ears by the side of the emperor. They would not know many major policies and decisions of the court, and it was difficult to say whether it would lead to irreparable mistakes because of a delay in information. If Princess Taiping did not use her special status as the princess of the Tang dynasty and the daughter-in-law of the Wu family to recruit officials and protect the power of the Li protectors, then on the day of Wu Zetian's death, the important positions in the court would probably all be occupied by the Wu family. The political power of the Li protectors could only have the heart to kill the thief, but not the power to reverse the situation. Yang Fan did not want her to have her hands and feet tied because of this. It should be known that their power in the court was still very weak, and they planned to use the palace coup to restore Li Tang. Wan Er's role in this was more useful than 100,000 soldiers, so he must not let her carry the psychological burden. Because of this, Yang Fan tried hard to dispel Wan Er's worries. Wan Er's worries were different from Zhang Shua's. Zhang Shua was a gifted scholar of his generation, and he cherished his reputation very much, so he alienated Taiping because of gossip. But Wan Er's worries were 90% because she did not want to make Yang Fan unhappy. Lang Jun could understand her difficulties, so the knot in Wan Er's heart was naturally untied, and she no longer had so many worries. The two of them talked as they walked, and when a knot in their hearts was untied, they could not help but speak words of love. Although the two of them had become husband and wife long ago, they had only been together for a short time. The few words of love from Yang Fan still made Wan Er's heart sweeter than honey. In a daze, they only felt that time passed very quickly. It was a rare moment of warmth, but in the blink of an eye, they had arrived at Shangshan Square. Further ahead was the Tianjin Bridge. Yang Fan and Wan Er reluctantly said goodbye and sat back on his own warhorse. He watched Wan Er's carriage pass the Tianjin Bridge and disappeared at the bridgehead. Then he turned the horse and turned towards Shangshan Square. Earlier, when Shanghai Wan Er rushed to Princess Taiping's mansion, Princess Taiping had indeed received the news. Wan Er was invited by her, and she had already sent people to wait in front of the mansion. Seeing Shanghai Wan Er's carriage coming over from a distance, with an official banner on top, how could she not know that she had arrived? Without waiting for the carriage to come near, the people of the Princess Taiping's mansion went in to report. As a result, by the time Princess Taiping arrived at the mansion, Shanghai Wan had already turned the carriage around and left. Princess Taiping's character was unbridled and brash. She did things her own way, loved and hated according to her heart, and was proactive. Whatever irrelevant people said, she would treat it as bullshit and would not take it to heart at all. Therefore, she had no idea that the meticulous Shanghai Wan Er would care so much about those rumors and slanders. Shanghai Wan Er's sudden return made Princess Taiping puzzled. She thought that there was some urgent news from the palace, and the Shangguan had been recalled. Therefore, she was not annoyed. Instead, she was somewhat perturbed, not knowing what major event had happened in the palace. Originally, the guests were sitting in the hall, waiting for Wan Er to arrive before the banquet started. Wan Er left without any reason and did not leave a word, so Princess Taiping ordered the banquet to start. The guests sat down, and the drinking started. At this moment, Gao Jian had just made a drinking command, tired of drinking at night. Don't go home until you are drunk. This was a quote from the Book of Songs. If other people wanted to drink, not only they had to follow the meaning, form, and rhyme of his command, but they also had to use a sentence from the Book of Songs. This was a very common activity among scholars, and it was a test of knowledge. If there was a fake scholar who plagiarized poems and essays, he would immediately be exposed in this kind of situation. Even Yang Fan, who only had the foundation from his childhood, would not be able to handle this kind of scene of scholars drinking and drinking. Gao Jian's first command made everyone stumped. Chuisher thought hard for half a day, and suddenly he raised his chopsticks and touched the wine. He laughed and said, "Got it. The wind and rain are like a dark cloud. The rooster crows incessantly." Everyone clapped their hands and laughed, repeatedly praising the brilliant line. Princess Taiping smiled and was about to let Gao Jian drink a cup of wine as punishment when a maid quietly came in and whispered in her ear, "Your Highness, Yang Fan asked to see you."